Fuck thee. Jesus Christ.
I just came in.
No. Okay, so V's ruined the beginning of the stream, but so yes, PewDiePie is apparently fisting the media, and I just think we should have a moment of silence for the alternate timelines in which Donald Trump didn't become president and blow the fucking media out, and PewDiePie didn't tell them to go fuck themselves and instead cucked, because we don't live in that timeline. We live in the timeline where they actually did these things, and it's fucking glorious. How's it going, guys?
Well, that's going fine. I just ruined the stream. I feel happy about myself.
Yeah. You should. Right, so we've got a selection of articles from the MSN, and they are out of touch completely. I'm just going to share my screen. We'll start with the culprit, which is the Wall Street Journal. I'm not going to bother suggesting, telling people what happened, because I'm sure that everyone already knows. But PewDiePie incident means more scrutiny for influencers, but ad buyers doubt marketers will pull budgets from all YouTube influencers. Now, Kraut, you had a thing. You had an observation about the influencers bit.
Yeah, the very public downfall of YouTube's top star PewDiePie is giving brands a good deal of pause over how they work with influencers to advertise their products to millions of young viewers. Marketeers aren't about to yank their ad budgets from YouTube, and most probably won't stop working with these video creators who draw hard-to-reach teenage audiences. But ad buyers say they expect brands to ratchet up the scrutiny they place on YouTube. The influencers they work with and the various middlemen involved in brokering deals in the social marketing ecosystem. I think this is the most revealing article to come out about this entire situation, which just reveals that the jokes that PewDiePie made are nothing more than a simplistic excuse for the Wall Street Journal to start a petty little campaign over money. That's all there is to it. Mm-hmm. It's about the ad revenue. It's about the fact that the Wall Street Journal, etc., are losing money. They're losing money. Everyone knows they're losing money. And they have to watch people like us and people like PewDiePie, people like H3H3 Productions, and so forth on YouTube make more money than them, frankly. And I think it's just petty envy. They want to regain back the power they used to have 4 or 5 years ago, where they could just publish horseshit after horseshit and ratchet up the money. Now they're going after the ad revenue that we are making on YouTube. And I would say the appropriate response to that would be to start a campaign to ask advertisers on the Wall Street Journal to just pull their ads off their fucking pathetic site.
And before anyone says, yeah, well, that's unethical. No, it's not. It's not unethical at all. And that's exactly what they did to PewDiePie.
I'm glad this happened, and the reason I am is because they just red-pilled all of PewDiePie's audience. I mean, PewDiePie's audience are watching his channel, and they're seeing his jokes, and they're like, well, this isn't so bad. This is like, okay, it's fun. And then all of a sudden, they see these moral busybodies, like, who the fuck they are? Who the fuck elected them? Who are they representing? Who voted for these people? No one, right? And they contact Walt Disney in order to get someone like PewDiePie fired, giving PewDiePie right in what he said. It's like the scariest thing in 2017 is a tweet.
I think it also has to do with the fact that they are scared of naming us. And we've seen that throughout the mainstream media, that they know who we are. They know our little YouTube community, which criticizes them, but they hardly ever dare to name us. They probably think it's an ingenious way of getting at us, but just going after the top guy on YouTube.
Yeah, this has been a complete fucking backfire on their part. And I mean, money is definitely a very important driving factor, but I also think that hegemony over the narratives is also a very important thing, because PewDiePie has been deliberately thumbing his nose at them. He's been deliberately doing it, and he knows that he's been doing it. I mean, the people, if anyone's curious as to what he said, definitely go and watch his latest video where he literally just says, I've been provoking them completely because fuck these people, basically. And they know that he's in opposition to them, and so attacking his source of income is a way of trying to attack and intimidate him. They were expecting him to cuck. That's the thing. They were expecting him to just come out and say, you know what? Oh, I'm so sorry, Wall Street Journal. I'm so sorry. I'll never do it again. Blah blah blah. But instead, he just told them to fuck themselves and gave them the finger. That is balls of steel. And the thing is, everyone's got to remember, he's just a dude. He's just a dude with a YouTube channel, He's just like all the rest of us, basically. And I never thought I'd see such a glorious thing. 2017 has been amazing.
I wish there would be a conversation about getting people fired. I mean, okay, you're firing a person because you disagree with him, and now he's going to get welfare from your taxpayer money. He's not going to stop being a racist. If not, he's going to be even more of a racist. He's going to double down because he's going to be really pissed off. His family is also going to hate you because now his family is going to have to support him until he finds another job. His circle of friends is going to hate you. Like this idea of getting racists fired, there are blogs dedicated to it. And the mass media is one of the people doing it. It just pisses people off. It just makes you,
Listen, there's a phrase in this article which gives away how out of touch these people are, which is, even after the uproar over PewDiePie's comments, Mr. Johnson said he doubted that marketeers would abandon YouTube or the social influencer space altogether. It's often easier and more cost-effective to reach young consumers via video stars than paying for pricey TV ads, he said. Okay, even after the uproar over PewDiePie's comments, what fucking uproar are you talking about? There has been an uproar over you.
Yes.
Not over him.
Okay, to be fair.
Hang on. But no, hang on. This is just so important, right? Chad Gutstein, chief executive at Machinima, which manages multiple YouTube channels, said he believes that platforms like YouTube and Facebook are working on improving the ability of their technology to catch videos like this before advertisers are exposed. But it isn't easy. The PewDiePie incident could actually help YouTube by giving marketers the impression that the platform is on its way to becoming more professional with more advertiser-friendly content flavored, said Mike Bainstock, founder of Semaphore, an agency specializing in helping marketers connect with YouTube talent. But this is the thing. YouTube is growing up.
And this is nonsense
exactly
too.
Because, that is exactly the line that we heard from all of the games journalists in Gamergate. Against Gamergate, they were all like, "Well, gaming is growing up. It's growing up. It's growing." And this perpetual obsession with growing up is them saying, "We're doing it our way, and you're all going to agree to do it our way." I don't think YouTube is going to end up going the way that they think. I think that YouTubers are going to end up going the way that is profitable. And PewDiePie, H3H3, all the rest of them have shown that they are that way.
And this is exactly why this article here is the more important one. It's not the first one in which they list up a bunch of bullshit and call him an anti-Semite.
We'll go through those in a minute.
This is the more important one.
Yes.
This one, because it reveals their intentions.
Yeah.
It's to sanitize the internet.
The whole, that YouTube's grown up thing, that is a dog whistle for regressives, for SJWs, to let them know that, look, we're on side, and when we say growing up, we mean adopting the sort of social justice corporate attitude where, you know, you have to do everything as we say, exactly as we say, exactly in line with our ideology. And I mean, it's really telling. It's really fucking telling. But should we go on to some of the next
I want
ones?
to point something out before we do
Go
that.
ahead.
I actually go to a lot of gaming forums like IGN, GameSpot, and whatnot. And there is indeed a community of people. I don't think it's very large, but they actually cheer that this happened. They're actually really happy that PewDiePie had the Disney pull out from him, and they are siding with the journalists. So I
think it's also worth pointing out that the sexism accusation is suddenly gone, and now they move on to accusing people of being anti-Semites.
Oh yeah,
they've moved away from the sexism shit, and then this is anti-Semitism, and so forth, and it's still the same agenda, sanitizing the internet, making a safe space, a marketable safe space. And the great thing about this, which is why I think there should be a campaign to get the advertising revenue off the Wall Street Journal, just keep banging onto them for this, if it can be proven to the general public and to media influence and corporate media influence and so forth, that this social justice nonsense is no longer profitable, it's no longer marketable, that will be the final victory for us over social justice.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? In fact, I've got an article that we'll talk about it a bit later, so we'll go into it in a bit. Let's get to the really funny stuff. YouTube's monster, PewDiePie and his populist revolt. Fucking, I love this headline. I love this headline more than anything else, because by this headline is them declaring themselves to be elitists.
Yeah, they're against the people, but I don't understand when the word populist has become a bad word.
Since when Trump got elected.
Yeah. Doing what the people want is now something.
Realized that they needed to control the peasantry. That's when.
Exactly. They're not journalists. They're not supposed. I mean, what is the purpose of a journalist? Why did Jesus Christ create the journalist? And the reason is that I sit in my house all day, so I don't know what happens in my town, let alone the country. So you would need a person who goes out, finds out the news, and then reports it back to me so that I know how to vote, or I know what's going on in my country. I know how to start a protest and whatnot. And the journalists don't do that job anymore. It's people like you guys and people on Twitter and Facebook that are doing the journalist job, and the journalists just become like moral busybodies. I think people read the New York Times and what was Guardian and whatnot just to know what's politically correct this month, just to know what subjects you should avoid, just to know what to do in order not to offend. I mean, the whole manspreading thing, right? People got arrested because of it, because they didn't know. And now manspreading is not a thing. You notice that, right? The political correctness changes from month to month. And I think this is why people read these newspapers. It's like to know how to behave in society so they don't get in trouble, so they don't get fired.
It's also the same kind of coordinated pattern that you constantly keep seeing. That's not, journalism, when something is covered, something revealing or something like that, it's usually a scoop, and then one paper publishes the big story and that everyone else tries to follow in. Here you have almost a coordinated campaign. Papers all at the same time, bringing out the same bullshit with the same talking, same nonsense, and it's revealing itself. And I would really like for someone to just look further into these journalists, to look if they kind of know each other.
Oh, they will.
And if
they will. I can tell you in advance exactly what we're going to find when we look. We're going to find them all following each other on various social media platforms. They'll all follow each other on Twitter, whatnot, and then someone will discover some kind of Google messaging group in which they are all talking to each other, just like we did with Journalist, which was in 2011. Ezra Klein of Vox. Him and 400 other left-wing journalists had just literally a private messaging list where they would all coordinate and plot. They plotted to do various things. Like they were plotting to what was it? I was writing a bit about it the other day, but they were plotting to basically frame someone as a racist or something. No, that's true. They were plotting to frame someone as a racist.
It was against Total Biscuit back then.
That was Journalist. That was an independent. That was a left-wing media private list. And then in Gamergate, we found the same thing, and it was called Game Journo Pros, and they were doing exactly the same thing. Right now, what the worrying thing about this is that and this actually bothers me more. If it was a conspiracy, I would be like, right, okay, that's fine. There we go. These people were conspiring. They conspired to write the same sort of articles, but it's not like that. What this is what Anita Sarkeesian calls an information cascade, as in they don't need to coordinate. They will see someone saying something and they'll know that it's their team against someone. And so they will write an article in support of that person, and then other people will see it, and it will become a mix of virtue signaling, bandwagoning, and like a crusade for their tribe. That's how they view it.
It's the language they use. Basically.
Listen to this. It's tempting to write off this scandal as an inscrutable product of teen subculture wrapped up in layers of irony and the peculiar language and aesthetics of YouTube. It is likewise easy to frame the episode as an isolated collision between offensive speech and careful sponsors, but it's most useful to understand his fucking name, Kjellberg's meltdown in the context of the vast platform on which it took place, YouTube, and the nascent strains of politics that come to define it. That they're speaking about people like us right now when they say, and the nascent strains of politics that come to define it.
They are undoubtedly talking directly about us.
Yeah. You know why they're such full of shit? It's because there are imams that have huge platforms and actually influence people that are anti-Semitic as fuck. And these imams are in Europe. You don't see them writing a single thing about it. Do you remember the guy? It's like...
hang on, V. What's the sentence?
Yeah, definitely the sentence. It is out of compassion. Out of compassion, we need to kill the gay. They haven't wrote a single article about that guy until after the Orlando shooting. And it took place in Orlando. The death is the sentence. And now they're writing about PewDiePie, right? How many Jews suffered because of PewDiePie? I wonder. And I'm not caring about their emotional suffering. Like, I don't give a shit about emotional suffering.
Physical suffering. I mean, the Jews are in France because of all the Islamists there. and
Do you
they have
remember-
nothing to say about it.
Do you remember a couple of weeks ago, PewDiePie and a couple of other YouTubers made a video about YouTube automatically unsubscribing people from channels, complaining that YouTube fucked up. And with that in mind, it's a real thing. We know it's happening. We know that YouTube unsubscribes people.
It's
And
done it
with
to
that-
me. It's done it to everyone.
Yeah. With that in mind, listen to this. With more than 1 billion users, YouTube has become not merely a platform, but almost a kind of internet nation state, the host of a gigantic economy and a set of cultures governed by a new and novel sort of cooperation, sometimes at arm's length and other times up close. It's a system Kjellberg has spent recent months antagonizing in a broader and less inflammatory way. So he's antagonizing supposedly a system. When he complains about the fact that people are that YouTube is unsubscribing people from his channel, he's just antagonizing a system.
Mm-hmm. Where are you reading from there, by the way?
The New York Times article.
By the way,
it's this one that I've got up, is it?
I get so many people unsubscribing to me, and I just checked on the Alexa report and the link you gave me. I should be having at least 60,000 subscribers by now, but it seems I just for like several months, despite the fact that every day I'm gaining more subscribers than losing, I still can't get past the 50,000.
I really would not be surprised if they do something very similar to Twitter and throttle.
Yeah,
I would not be surprised.
What's his name? Mr. Mitokur, Internet Aristocrat, made a very good video about Twitter, how they throttle people.
Yeah.
What they do is they don't ban you, right? Because if they ban you, then you know that you're banned and you can start another account or whatnot. They just have an algorithm where they know who are your most popular followers, the followers that can give you the most reach.
Actually, I have to disagree on that.
Why do you disagree on that?
Because there's a big difference between YouTube and Twitter. And the difference is that Twitter is run by a cuck. Twitter is run by an idiot. Twitter is run by Jack Dorsey. YouTube is mainly about the money. Twitter doesn't give... We've seen in the recent year, Twitter doesn't give a shit if its corporation goes bankrupt and everything goes to shit, as long as they can be, the social justice commissariat kings of the Ash Kingdom, the burnt down kingdom that they have remaining. YouTube wants to make money.
Okay, let me show you what YouTube does, if that's your line of thought. I'm just going to share my screen so I can show you something, and I'm pretty sure you know about this as well, because you have a YouTube channel, right? So as you can you see my screen right now?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, let's go to my comments section, and you can see what YouTube is doing in order to censor the comments, basically, right? So I have the comments here for review, and I don't ban anyone, right? I don't have any single way of banning people. I don't want my comments banned. I want, if you're going to post nigger cock, I want them to appear on my channel.
That's something completely different, and the reason for that is when you post a link in a YouTube comment, your comment is automatically put into the spam folder for posting a link.
Yeah, but it's like there are people that don't have links, right?
Yeah, and the
like
reason for that is every time you see a comment in there which doesn't have a link, it means that that same person commented at least 5 more times prior, or that someone reported that comment. Believe it or not, there are people out there who think they're the kind of YouTube comment police to report comments.
No, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. But why can't I approve them, right? You notice that I can't click to approve. What I need to do...
Because they are approved.
No, they're not. What I need to do is...
No. See the one with the hook.
Look, now I can approve them. If I go to all videos, right? And now I can approve...
Go back again. Go back again. Okay, I'll explain it to you later.
Yeah, we'll talk about this another time, because I think we're getting a bit off the subject. Well, right, should we go back to this article? I'm just going to send a link to Bearing as well. He wants to.
Okay.
That's cool. We may be having special guests later on. Who knows what will happen? No promises, but you never know. We didn't expect Jontron to turn up last time, so who fucking knows?
Well, you're probably going to have the man.
No, I doubt we'll get PewDiePie, but Jontron might pop up for a bit.
One thing that's interesting, though, you mentioned the whole virtue signaling part earlier, and you'll see that pretty much all of the articles we found have one thing in common. All of them are basically saying that this is the dangers of YouTube influencers.
Yeah.
It's the uncontrollable people. Am I the only one who's reading the subtext there, going like, "But we are totally controllable. We are complete and utter cucks. We will happily bend over this. And please support us instead."
Yeah, as long as you give us money and let us be the platform through which we say your words, because then we get to moderate it and modulate it, that's fine. We will do whatever you say. We are corporate whores. That's what they're saying. And that's exactly the problem they have with we'll get into this in a bit, because there is a great article about this that I've got lined up. But that is exactly what they're saying. We are corporate whores.
Well, to be fair, corporates don't like when they advertise a car or whatnot on your channel. They don't like people to scroll down and see the word nigger under it. So
yeah, they're going to have to get the fuck used to it, I guess.
Yeah, it goes without saying that corporations are for political correctness.
Well, that's the problem, isn't it? Because the reason why YouTube has gotten so popular and old print media is getting less popular is because people like the new media. And that includes the new media that does edgy jokes.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with the word nigger under the car you're trying to sell. It's not going to make people, oh, I really want to buy this car. Oh, but see, that guy said nigger. Oh, now I can't buy the car. I'm going to backpedal.
Yeah, obviously it's not going to happen. But for them, it looks like bad optics. But it's not our problem, because we're the people who have got the numbers. That's the difference. I mean, this is the thing they don't seem to understand, right? These people backed by major international corporations, entire companies, like the Wall Street Journal probably has hundreds of employees, and then one shit-talking Swedish dude can come out and blow them the fuck out. Just one dude can destroy them in this way. And it's just, okay, what are you going to do? Your fucking time is past, mate. You have to understand, if he can get that kind of power over you, then you're done. Your platform is done.
To be fair, it's not, I mean, yeah, it is one guy, but he is the most popular guy on YouTube. Like, this guy is
still just one dude.
I think he's more famous than any person hired at the Wall Street Journal.
Without doubt. He's probably more famous than the Wall Street Journal.
I mean, you wouldn't be able to do the same damage PewDiePie did.
No, of course I wouldn't.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. So you're kind of downplaying the feud.
No,
it not really, because I mean, this is this has happened before. The reason why they went after PewDiePie is because PewDiePie's been hanged out to dry in the media dozens of times, and so far he has ignored it every time. He's just going, okay, they're gonna bitch. I'm gonna ignore it. But this time they pushed him one fucking step too far, and they said, you know what? Enough. Fucking enough.
Yeah, and he just turned around and said no.
He went like Sylvester Stallone. He's like, I am the media.
Like, he's been called a Nazi and shit before, but you know.
But the thing is, how far did they think they were going to have to be able to push him? You know, just keep going and going and going. Did they really think he was just going to turn around and go, well, okay, well, fine then. I'll stop doing stuff. I'm so sorry. Of course.
Well, to be fair, he is Swedish. I mean, come on.
Well, yeah, exactly. Maybe they were thinking that.
No, the thing is, if it wasn't Pewd, and maybe it was someone like you, and you'd lose your subscribers, you know, maybe you... I mean, okay, you probably not, but other people would definitely do that. It's like, oh, I'm losing in my ad revenue. Better shut up.
I'll be honest, I think they believe they were really, really smart, because I think they want to get rid of people like us, and maybe even people like Alex Jones and so forth. And they thought they were really, really, really smart by just saying, oh, let's go after the biggest YouTuber of all, because in the end it will force YouTube not necessarily to crack down on PewDiePie, but maybe on others, you know? And they believed it was a really smart move, and it's just backfiring on them massively.
They went for the biggest guy for a reason.
Yeah, I think people would self-censor. It's like, holy shit, if this happened to PewDiePie, I better shut the fuck up, because it will happen to me.
Plus, the biggest guy on YouTube has a history of ignoring the antagonization of the media. He was the perfect target.
Yeah.
And let's be honest, we've seen... some of you might disagree with me on that, but we've seen the social justice YouTube community, I'm not talking about the smaller channels, the bigger channels collapsing. The Young Turks, they hardly draw in as many views as they used to. Mainly they draw in views when they just talk bullshit and people go there to see for themselves what bullshit they're talking. When was the last time Lacey Green made any kind of effort of making more YouTube videos?
Wait, do you actually watch Lacey Green for the argument?
Who's got over 1 million subscribers and gets half the views I get.
Yeah, but her tits are getting saggy. Let's not forget that. I mean,
well, that's exactly it, isn't it? But But this is the thing. I was trying to explain to people. Look, we control YouTube. We are the content creators on YouTube that people watch. It's not them. You know.
Audio though. Audio. I mean, cat videos and whispered channels and that kind of shit. I think those are the ones.
Yeah, no. Look, that non-political stuff is non-political, and it doesn't matter. Non-political stuff will remain non-political, and no one will pay attention to it. But when it comes to like fighting narratives like this, and comes to fighting the culture war, we own YouTube. The feminists hate YouTube. They hate that YouTube allows us to exist. They hate that Bearing is allowed to exist. Marina Shut Up, all of them, like all of the sort of like 70, 80,000 subscriber ones, all recently did, all of those videos complaining that, oh no, I'm so tired of like people telling me I'm a stupid feminist. Well, maybe if you'd stop being a stupid feminist.
It's a choice. It's a choice.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not what you grew up with. It's a choice.
Yeah, exactly. You chose to be a feminist.
And stupid.
You chose to, and not only that, you chose to open a YouTube channel and put your stupid ideas out there. What do you expect going to happen?
By the way, I just noticed that on the Wall Street Journal article, the follow-up article, which is about, YouTube is growing up and so forth.
Yeah.
Mike Shields is the author, and he says at the bottom of this article that if you have an opinion on it, you should write to him. Write to Mike Shields at mike.shields@wsj.com.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
so
what
if
he
you have an
wants.
opinion on the matter, he wants it. He wants to hear your views on this matter. So please, indulge.
This comment's amazing, right? I just purchased a subscription to you guys to avoid the sensationalism, yellow journalism, clickbait, and so forth. I'd been sold on the theory that a newspaper that has a steady stream of income from subscriptions would be safe from that. What a joke. Your original piece on PewDiePie is a hit piece. He's not a Nazi or a racist. It's hilarious that you think people aren't going to check. For crying out loud. One of these jokes you referenced was meant to poke fun at journalists taking quotes out of context, and you took it out of context with no sense of irony. I am cancelling. To the writers, we're tired of moral busybodies policing the internet. The internet was meant to be a place of freedom, and you're choking it. You're also the reason why I'm now subscribed to PewDiePie. You don't understand. The social media bans and demonetizing, they tell us who the interesting people are. And then even calling you moral busybodies is being too kind. There's nothing moral about smearing a man.
Amen. Amen. No, this is exactly it. Like back in the day, you could get away with calling Doom a murder simulator because most people wouldn't play Doom. They wouldn't know what video games are. So you could get away with smearing campaigns like this. Everyone knows who PewDiePie is. Everyone is going to be like, holy shit, PewDiePie a Nazi. I better watch his video. And they watch his video and they get disappointed. It's like, I came here for Nazism. I stood here for the keks. The fuck are the media talking about?
Yeah, the
problem is, like,
they are the liars.
Like just a few years ago, people didn't give a shit. People didn't give a shit. They go, somebody made a hit piece on PewDiePie. Okay, so what? Just move on. But this has been going on for so long now, so constantly.
If it wasn't for Trump, all the nothing but hit pieces on Trump from the media. Nothing.
Trump was the fucking catalyst here because he is the perfect example. He is a man who has had hundreds of thousands of hit pieces written on him.
Yeah.
And people just got fucking sick of it.
I think the problem with Trump is that a lot of these journalists, they're like, we're talking for women, we're the feminists. And when they see the vast majority of white women are voting for Trump, it's like, who the fuck are you talking for? Who are you really preaching towards?
Feminism, social justice, you don't represent these. Why did Trump get more ethnic support than Romney? Why did that happen if you're such a fucking racist? You didn't call Romney a racist? It's, right, okay, let's go back to this one because there's a few interesting bits here that I really want to talk about, right? So, a post on the Daily Stormer, why you would even care? Why do you tell people what the Daily Stormer does? Who cares? Who cares?
I think that at least a quarter of the people who view the Daily Stormer are journalists like these.
Probably.
Ironically.
Probably.
Looking for material.
Searching for material. But listen to this, right? Marveled at Shellberg's see, I pronounced that right, Arch. Performances. And wondered in sorry, I didn't.
You're getting better though.
Kajelberg's performances and wondered in disbelief if they might signal sympathy for its ideology. Quote, ultimately it doesn't matter since the effect is the same. It normalizes Nazism and marginalizes our enemies. Why are you listening to what the Daily Stormer says? It doesn't normalize Nazism. Yeah,
Nazism.
Exactly. It normalized jokes about Nazis, as in Nazis are the butt of a fucking joke. It doesn't make Nazi. I mean, if it were my pet ideology that everyone was making jokes about, I would be pissed off. I wouldn't say, this is a promotion of my ideology. I'd say I was the butt of the joke.
Imagine if people were making jokes about Kyrgyzstan and whatnot. You know, that's horrible.
It's like them saying, look, it's like them saying that we are normalizing social justice by mocking it constantly. No, we're destroying it. Don't they understand? We're tearing it apart, joke at a time.
They're adding to its popularity. They're adding to its popularity. They're adding to its. It's like, you know, there is some really famous guy and some obscure tinfoil hat, 200 followers idiot makes some weird fucking reference to them, and then focus to that obscure tinfoil hat 200 followers guy. That's what's happening here. They take this obscure Nazi website and put it at the center of it and make it appear as if there were a direct connection, when there is in fact fuck all.
Yeah, and they make it like, I mean, the Daily Stormers numbers are going up, and I reckon it's at least half because they keep talking about it. Who would have known that the Daily Stormer existed if they didn't bring it up?
I wonder just how many people are on the Daily Stormer just to laugh at what they're saying instead of like taking it seriously.
The Daily Stormer is a fine source of comedy just because of the things they actually think. This is my point, right? This is exactly my point, though. You know, you can't normalize Nazism by laughing at it. That just makes Nazism the joke. That just means that people, when they hear it, they'll think, "Oh yeah, that's stupid shit." You know, it's not going to make it fucking popular. Unbelievable that you even think that it would.
What journalist wanted to ask you about meme magic?
There's a Vice journalist that after writing a hit piece calling me a blowhard, a right-wing blowhard, they were like, "Hi, can we interview you and so we can find out about, like, you know, meme magic on the internet?" And I was like, "No."
What would you have answered if I'm the journalist? I'm like, "Can you tell me what meme magic is?"
I just wanted to reference something else, and it's something a little weird, which is.
Hang on. I think we've got a Nazi on the stream. Is there a Nazi there?
Oy vey! Hello, how are you?
Oh, you're awesome.
No, dude, I had to pop in real quick. I can't stay too long, but I just saw that you guys were talking about what the fucking Daily Stormer and how they're acting like PewDiePie is somehow normalizing the Daily Stormer.
Yeah, isn't it amazing? Isn't it just
I just can't believe there's ever a time and place where I had to actually talk about the Daily Stormer. Like,
why would you even think that would be necessary?
I mean, like, that site is a ridiculous actual neo-Nazi site.
Yeah, it's like a parody.
It is.
Daily Stormer is a fantastic comedy site.
The Daily Stormer, yeah. Oh, geez, that place is not ironic.
I wanted to point out something else prior, and that is the BuzzFeed article. I just read through it. It also references the Daily Stormers and all that other bullshit. I'm a little confused. Are they saying that PewDiePie bowed to the pressure? Because reading through it, do they live in some fucking parallel universe where everything just happens the way they want it to?
Well, I mean, they literally did begin this by the Wall Street Journal one. They literally did begin it by the very public downfall of YouTube's top star PewDiePie. What are you talking about?
I know,
the entire internet is behind him.
I wasn't aware he'd fallen.
Jontron's favorite site.
PewDiePie is the head of the biggest
What's
army
that?
that has ever
Jontron's
lived.
favorite site. Which site?
Polygon is saying that PewDiePie has fallen. He lost the battle. Yeah.
Yes, Felix has fallen. Oh wow!
Didn't the Daily Stormer write hit pieces on us? I know they wrote one.
Oh yeah,
on you.
We've got
They wrote one on me called "Kraut and Tea is not for me" or something like that.
Yeah, they've got a bunch on me.
Poetic.
Look, I found the article. PewDiePie versus the media. Why he's so mad to be losing the fight.
It's the exact same fucking thing that happened last time. It's like, oh, Gamergate is dead. Oh, really? Nobody fucking noticed.
Can you link me to that one?
Yeah. Send it in the chat, and I'll do it because I'm presenting stuff.
No.
So, John, what do you think of PewDiePie versus the Wall Street Journal? Who's winning?
Oh man, the Wall Street Journal is taking him down. Their ratings are going, higher than ever.
People are massively subscribing.
Soon they won't even have to charge subscription fees anymore. Do they charge subscription fees?
They do have I mean, literally at the bottom of like these articles, people are just blowing them the fuck out in the comment sections.
I just have to say this whole situation is ridiculous. You know, it was ridiculous with me, and I mean, but they obviously didn't go. PewDiePie's obviously has that superstar power behind his name, where he goes global with his news. You poor bastard. But you know, like it was ridiculous when even like on the smaller scale, people were trying to say it to me. But this is ridiculous. I mean, does anybody believe this shit? I don't even know.
No, they don't. Wait. I mean, look at the comments. Everyone's just like, you're full of shit. But did you notice that after we had the chat on the stream, that they refused to write articles about it? There was just nothing. There was a lot on social media of people tweeting at you, calling you a Nazi and whatnot. John Arian Jafari.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I love how you. Oh, this is great. One day, you know, Sargon, he messages me and he's like, "Oh, they got your Wikipedia page. Look, they changed your middle name to Arian." And I'm like, "No, that's really my middle name."
How was I supposed to know? Who the fuck is the middle name Arian?
I don't know. It's a Persian middle name. It's pronounced Ariane.
I know, but I just didn't expect it. It
is pretty funny. It's in light of everything, it's fucking hilarious.
A question: do you believe that the people who are engaging in this, let's call it what it is, a slander campaign, do you think they will back down and apologize or double down?
They've got to double down. They've got to
double down. Yeah. I said this last. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I said this last time, and I still believe it. I cannot believe they haven't backed down. Like they keep, I keep going like, okay, they've got to like just back up or at least just stop.
Well, the thing is, they can't. It's like, look at this. PewDiePie hasn't even done anything. This is a one-armed cripple in a fucking fight to the death against the mountain.
I know.
The thing is, we have kind of seen this happen during the 80s, and I mean, I might be going a little bit off the end with this. And during the
it looks like the German government got your
the hate speech
I have a question. Are they going to pick on South Park? They're making jokes about the Jews. You know,
South Park are untouchable, and they know it because South Park don't.
No, it's not even that. Times have just changed. Well, you know, the reason is because they didn't view that as a threat to the world order back then. But since the world order is threatened, they look at anything now as like. But it is funny. Felix said it in this video. They're the ones normalizing hate.
Yeah, they are. All of the anti-white male straight thing, you know, they do it all the time, and everyone knows it. Everyone sees it. Everyone's sick of this shit.
And I think, you know, I can be honest and say that, you know, I've played into it, but at the end of the day, it's like, you know, this is dumb. I mean, what's the end goal of this? Just like to beat each other senseless?
The end goal is to go back to 5 years ago when they controlled online media.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess it is just sort of them losing their stranglehold on the narrative, narrative, so to speak.
Even more importantly, they're losing control over the fucking money.
Yeah.
Well, thank God they're losing control over this shit because they're a bunch of fucking liars. I mean, you know, everybody knew the media were liars, but they've just really been shameless.
Before you came on, I think it is really a good idea to start a campaign asking people who put their adverts on the Wall Street Journal and so forth to pull their adverts off.
Really?
Yeah, I think it is a good idea to just start that. Because we found a secondary follow-up article before you came on, which was on the Wall Street Journal called, let me look up the title, PewDiePie Incident Means More Scrutiny for Influencers, but ad buyers doubt marketeers will pull budgets from all YouTube influencers. This article is far more revealing because it actually just shows that the true intention behind this is to control ad revenue on YouTube.
No, you're not wrong.
Can I red pill you guys on something really, really funny?
Go on.
Watch that.
What?
This is the Daily Stormer, the world's #1 Wall Street Journal fan site with those three journalists.
Wait, I didn't see it yet. Oh my God!
Now what are they going to say? When it was PewDiePie's fan site, they were like, "Oh my God, see, they have support from neo-Nazis."
Yeah.
These three journalists have support from neo-Nazis.
No, actually, I had seen because I'm sure many of us, you know, have encountered this website. I remember seeing that the thing before there was like the world's #1 PewDiePie fan site or something, and I was like, what the fuck is going on right now?
That's a hilarious troll. That's a hilarious troll.
It is. I mean, look, you've got to give this website credit. They know how to troll it. They are the king of trolls.
I mean, I don't agree with anything that they stand for, but
of course not. It's a neo-Nazi website.
They're your white family,
that they're funny. There is just no denying they are funny as fuck. You've got
look. I just think, look. This is my okay. Like, this is what I think on this kind of shit. It's like I'm open to debate. I think debate is how you solve all issues. You know, it's a conversation. But when you fucking LARP as Nazis, how far are you gonna get? How far are you gonna get? No one's ever gonna be like, oh, you know what? That ideology, maybe we can give that one a second shot. I mean, what the fuck? That's why this is a joke. That's why this is a joke that they think that anyone would ever rally together and go, you know what? Put the swastika back up. And
let's agree with you, John. I would agree with you if I wouldn't see communists running around with a red flag in America.
Hey, you know what? You have a point. You have a point there, my friend. You have a point there.
He really does, doesn't he? It's
enough communists, and the inevitable conclusion is Nazis.
Have you seen
classic
the
struggle?
The Forbes magazine article?
Not yet. We'll get.
Okay,
to
we'll get there. Yeah, let's go to Kotaku.
Yeah, let me just see if there's anything else worthwhile in this one.
Man, Sargon, I just have to say, I try to stay out of this shit, but it's so ridiculous. You always pull me back. Just when I think I'm out,
there is no getting out. They started this fight, and we've got to finish it.
I guess we've got to finish it.
Got to be. You know, they started it, and they won't stop. So we have to do. This is just amazing, though, isn't it?
I just can't look away now. I can't look away.
Exactly. It's just addictive almost. But what I was going to say is, you know, when we had our stream, I noticed that like Polygon and Kotaku didn't talk about it. And despite the fact that, you know, like 500,000 views, you know, Twitter's on fire with it. And I think that they specifically didn't talk about it because they didn't want this to happen. Because if they'd started it, it would have become, what are you doing going after Jontron? Blah, 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 blah.
Oh, I see.
And I think that they were deliberately, tactically avoiding talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, I could be one. You know, I'm not a person who seeks like that kind of attention, so you know, I'm glad it didn't really pick up. But you know, with PewDiePie, obviously, it's a huge scandal. I to be honest, when I saw that, when it said, because Maker Studios is also the company that I'm with, when it said Disney drops PewDiePie over anti-Semitic remarks, I was like, really? Yeah. They're gonna wage war in this fashion?
Yeah,
I was shocked. I you know, it's funny. I thought this was big, but I didn't think it was gonna kind of spiral into this kind of.
One thing that bothers me the most about it is that the Wall Street Journal went through like, I don't know, how many videos does he do in 6 months? You know, like
I love that. That was some dedication.
But and then they cherry pick 9 examples, and then they emailed Disney and tap on him, and it's just that's an attack.
I can't understand what grown-ass man would sit his ass down and is like, okay, I'm going to watch this Swedish guy scream at video games. And it's like, oh, look, he's so scared. Wow, this is so interesting. Oh, my God. You know, I mean, this is not my kind of entertainment, and I don't see any adult viewing the same, right? This is more like kid stuff. And they actually did it. They actually stood through all of the videos.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think what was crazy was when you look at that Wall Street Journal video. By the way, I don't follow this stuff exactly. Was the Wall Street Journal video the thing that kicked it off?
Yeah,
or
it was their investigation. Where
was that investigation on the air quotes?
Yeah, quote unquote investigation. Sorry.
So hold on, that was pre-Disney dropping him?
Yep, and no, that was the reason. Disney
that was the reason that Disney dropped. Okay,
they've got these 9 examples of anti-Semitic jokes.
Okay,
and they sent them to Disney and specifically to attack him. And they also sent it to YouTube as well, but YouTube just ignored them.
I think what's crazy is for those of us like myself who know Felix on some level, he is like the nicest guy. I honestly can't believe that this could happen. That's why to me I didn't take it seriously. I was like, really, Felix? You're gonna like they cherry pick these things like. If you look at it in the context, it's literally a joke when he's watching Hitler at the end of that. I saw that one, and like when it came out, and I was like, "That's funny." I can't believe they would even. It just baffles me that they're that shameless. Like it's almost like, how can any human being be that shameless?
In one news outlet, they claim, I don't remember which one, they claim that PewDiePie is wearing a Nazi uniform.
Yeah, it's not. He's wearing some soldier outfit, watching Hitler. Like he was basically like, "Guys, I'm clearly not a Nazi." And then the end of the video, it's like him watching Adolf Hitler's speech in a uniform, tongue in cheek, obviously.
Yeah,
only Lady Gaga.
British fucking uniform. I'd like to point out.
Are we so far gone that we can't tell the difference between humor and actual neo-Nazis? Like, it's not very hard. You could spot him out. It's
obvious that this was an attack. This was just a political attack. They were trying to financially cripple him, and they were trying to slander his name, smear him.
I just can't believe they do it. I just really can't.
It's their only tactic. It's their only tactic. They did exactly the same with Gamergate. They're going to do exactly the same with any kind of social movement or any actor who completely who doesn't touch them, basically.
Yeah.
Who doesn't sit there and bow the knee and bend the knee and fucking homage to them.
The thing is, even if you bow the kney, they still do it to you.
Yeah. No, they do. That's why the whole method against this is don't capitulate to their bullshit. Yeah. Because, and maybe I'm biased on this because I am a YouTuber and I don't see us as threatening, and I'm pretty to myself. I stay out of mainstream stuff.
I am the media.
Yeah, I am the media. No, but I don't understand how they could do this to Felix. Like, I'm surprised they don't want to just work with him. It's weird. I don't understand.
Honestly, I suspect it's because he has been attacked previously and he hasn't risen to the bait. So they probably figured like, oh, he won't do anything.
Yeah.
Except this time they took it one step too far, and he was like, you know what, fuck it.
I just wonder, who is this at the Wall Street Journal who made that? Do we know who did it?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got the names. It was 3 journalists.
Oh, let me hit up the Daily Stormer to find out real quick.
Well,
I love that we've entered a world where I can unironically talk about the Daily Stormer on a live stream. This is wonderful.
And the Wall Street Journal, the journalist who wrote the Wall Street Journal article, actually gives his email address and tells people to email him if they have questions or opinions.
I bet his inbox is looking pretty horrifying.
I know. I bet he's got a couple notifications. So it's these 3 dudes. How old are they? Like mid-30s, it looks like.
Either late 20s or early 30s. It looks like they're not like kids, and they're clearly people who've been doing this for a while.
I mean, how
age of cock right now?
How do they not get it?
I no idea.
They did. I mean, this was almost certainly their editor going like, oh, this PewDiePie's popular. Get on YouTube. Find me a fucking reason to write a hit piece on him.
Yeah. You know, what's causing this meltdown, this stuff to fall apart is I feel like people look to institutions like the Wall Street Journal as some voice of balance or reason.
Oh, dude, that was exactly... listen to this comment. This guy literally... said it was on the New York Times one, I think. I've fucking lost the comment now. But there was literally a comment, I read it out earlier, where the guy was like, I subscribed because I didn't want clickbait headlines, and I figured if I was giving you money, you would give me objective information, and now I'm cancelling because this is clearly a hit piece and you're clearly pieces of shit.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, you're a fucking legend.
I wonder, did Netflix respond to their boycott?
I don't know. I've not heard anything about Netflix boycott.
I hadn't heard anything. They must be playing it smart. Like, just forget it. It'll go away. Don't talk about it.
It will go away. That's the thing. It will go away, and Wall Street Journal is going to lose millions of dollars because of this shit. Every single person who likes PewDiePie is going to stop reading the Wall Street Journal.
Yeah, pretty much. It's crazy. It's crazy that they don't realize what they're playing with here. I mean, I think they think like that people really won't. I mean, look, I can tell you personally, I have stopped watching a lot of mainstream outlets because I'm like, I just know they're going to lie, so why bother go here? Like,
they want PewDieGate. This is how you get PewDieGate.
It's not just that the people who watch PewDiePie will stop reading the Wall Street Journal. People who read the Wall Street Journal will see what it is.
Yeah, and they will start watching PewDiePie.
Yeah.
So this is a really interesting bit, right? Listen to this. They talk about how PewDiePie says that He affected a sincere voice, said it's because I'm white, isn't it? You know, that bit. And I really think that that was a genuine concern for him. I'd love to ask him about it because
I wasn't sure if he was serious about it. It didn't seem serious.
He sounded sincere, didn't he?
Yeah, you never know with him.
Yeah, exactly. That was one of those, just that little clip where it's like, that might be a problem. Can I say that? As in, I know this is going to be a sensitive thing to say, right?
Yeah.
But this is amazing, right? PewDiePie initially rose to popularity within the video gaming subculture, which, beginning with the quote Gamergate movement, continuing through the American presidential election, became surprisingly and darkly politicized. Oh yeah, who politicized it? You cunt. Who did?
We only got politicized because you fuckers wouldn't stop lying about us.
And because you politicized it. You came in and were like, right, okay, no, everything's politics. You can't be apolitical. Everything's like racist and sexist and homophobic. And now you're all bigots if you don't agree that you need to shut your mouths because you're white males. And it's like, well, that's definitely politicized the environment. Well done.
Yeah.
I mean, did you really expect that there'd be no backlash to that? You must have more.
You're absolutely right. I do think PewDiePie might have a problem because it's like, well, you're the white devil now. That's not diverse enough for our YouTube campaign.
He does have a legitimate fear on this. I mean, we've seen this for ages now. I mean, fuck the BBC themselves when the whole "you have to be fucking brown to apply for this job" thing.
Oh man, that shit. Yeah, I saw that, and they even had projected diversity quotas. Like, it's this percent now. We'd like it to be this percent in the future, and they had even disabled people. And I'm like, by definition, are they not able?
I think it's like, are you white? Yes. Oh shit. Are you disabled? No. Are you autistic? No. Oh fuck. Tell me at least that you have a Jew in your family or something.
didn't someone like fitting get fired point blank for that diversity thing? Like, someone lost their show.
I didn't realize you'd come in, mate. How's it
I've
going?
been here for about 2 fucking hours, man.
Oh, sorry, man.
Oh my god, the intellectual theft. How's it going, mate?
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, what was the question?
The Wall Street Journal
didn't someone with a show on the BBC get like discontinued, get cancelled because of the?
That was I can't remember the name. He was a broadcaster. He got let go because they wanted to make it more diverse. His show was.
Oh yeah. And I think I believe that he had campaigned for it. No, right? Wasn't he like behind the initiative, and then he got let go for it?
Yeah, he was pro diversity, and he was literally like, "But do I really have to have my show cancelled because I'm white?" And it's like, "Well, you asked for this."
So the Wall Street Journal just published another article. PewDiePie says Wall Street Journal took anti-Semitic content out of context, so they're backing down. Hold on,
before
the doubling down.
There was also a guy on the. No, not the movie prizes thingy that was white, and he was also the Oscar. Yeah, the Oscar jury. And there was a white actor who was there for several years, and he was fired just because he's white. And it's not diverse enough.
This is amazing. This is actually amazing. I mean, it's like they're idiots. They took a joke about what he made of the idea of them taking a Nazi joke out of context, and they took it out of context, and now they're like, well, he's accusing us of taking it out of context. Well, you did. You fucking did.
He's accusing us of
these guys.
You took our accusation out of context. No, we will put it out of context. You took it out of context.
No, but think
oh my god! Like these people. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, if these people can't tell the difference between a joke and reality, how are they supposed to report the news for you? You know, how are they supposed to report politics? How are they supposed to report the war? You know, how is their credibility when they are incapable of telling a joke from the real thing?
I've come to understand that a lot of it is, I have to think it's knowing ignorant, or no, what do you call it? Willful ignorance. Like they've got to know what they're doing.
They do know what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing.
Why has the Wall Street Journal jumped on this though? What's in it for them?
Well, it's again a campaign to sanitize the internet, and I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, we've seen similar articles pop up on Forbes, the Wall Street Journal, and the New York Times. I wouldn't be surprised if they're collaborating on this, if they're working together in the background.
It's virtue signaling.
And the Wall Street Journal article that they just published 15 minutes ago is doubling down on this. They say, no, PewDiePie is wrong. It wasn't just a joke. He's not explaining this to us.
Well, yeah, literally, they say, well, he didn't address some of the other videos highlighted by the journal. That's because you were doing it then as well, you cucks. Jesus, everyone knows. Everyone knows you are the liars here. It's just self-evident.
I don't know. It's just ridiculous at this point. Like, this can't go on. Surely this can't go on. I mean, everybody at this point knows this bullshit. Like you were saying, like diversity.
This is the point. They're going to hang themselves on this.
Oh,
because they're not going to get away with that. Yeah. They're not going to.
I mean, this whole, and like you were saying about diversity, I mean, like, what does it just means less white people? Like, is it when all white people are gone? Is it diverse enough? Like,
yes.
Jontron, that is some red pilling you're doing right now.
Trust me, I know all about this dumb shit. I'm just sick of it, quite frankly.
I agree.
Look, I remember when I really started to become awakened or whatever the fuck. Look. When I really started, because I grew up in this liberal bullshit, and I bought it hook, line, and sinker too. Why not? I mean, it made sense sort of back then. But like when you started to see that shit, like Oscar's so white, it's like there's a point when a white person asks, like, "Is that bad? Is it bad? That's bad. Should I?"
Should I stop being white?
Right. Imagine going to China with this ideology and promoting diversity in China, and it's like no Chinese allowed. and it's like you're going to India in Bollywood, and it's like Bollywood so Indian.
India's so Indian. Okay, well, yeah, fucking duh, you dumbass. And I'll tell you, it's obvious to me, but you're not allowed to say it. Oh, because that would be treason. But like the thing is, that would be. I mean, what the fuck?
No, treason is how they view it.
Absolutely. That's why I'm laughing, because you're so spot on, John. You're putting the finger on the exact issue.
Well, I'm glad, but I mean, white people, they just generally like, okay, I don't want to make a fuss, but they take a little bit more, and eventually it's like, can you stop actually coming to my house and pulling shit out of my ass? I feel like they. What was I trying to say? Like, I lost my train of thought.
It's all right. Louis Levi just sent me a message saying, it's worth noting the Wall Street Journal is owned by Rupert Murdoch, but so is Heat Street, and yet they've accurately reported what's happened. So the upper management is likely not involved in the smearing. And I completely agree. I doubt the upper management have absolutely any idea what the fuck's going on.
Can you imagine being the upper management and like going to work one day and go like, what the fuck?
What are we doing? Smearing PewDiePie?
I'll add to that. The upper management might be involved in the firing of a set of certain people in the near future.
Well, yes, that's very likely to happen, I think, given the backlash. But this is like mid-level activist / journalists who are looking to profit. They are looking to secure their own futures at the expense of PewDiePie's, and they're going to lose. This is just amazing. I love that they have shot themselves in the foot so many times now.
I wonder how someone woke up one morning and said, you know what I should do today? Pick on PewDiePie.
Listen to this. Listen to this, right? Kjellberg, fuck you, Arch, had
Kjellberg.
Arch is Norwegian, and I can hear his teeth grinding. He either instinctively or intentionally constructed a political identity as YouTube's insider class traitor, raging against a system that's trust him, but also he's just joking, but he would know, totally rigged. Now that is just the most revealing thing. They see themselves as a class, as an elite class. This is why this is called PewDiePie and his populist revolt. Yeah. They see themselves as a ruling class, as an aristocracy.
I guess they do. Wait, why are they calling this a populist revolt?
The filthy peasants are rising.
Populists have become a curse word now.
Yeah, this
fucking jokes write themselves. They are literally going like, them dirty peasants of messing up our windows.
The interesting thing about this is there's nothing overtly political in any way about PewDiePie. Mm-hmm. He's just there, he's fun, he's popular, and he's white. And I guess that's the only problem these people have with him.
Well, he's not hinged.
He's white. It's like,
he's not hinged by the mainstream.
He's not under their thumb.
He's not under their thumb, so he's a threat.
But he's not virtue signaling enough. He didn't do his
the thing is,
Hail Marys twice a day.
The thing is, we all are not under their thumb. YouTube is a platform that is completely free, where everyone can do what they want. Because YouTube is not under their thumb, and because we can make money on this platform, speaking our views, talking about our views, or entertaining people, they feel threatened by it, and they want to control it, or at least hack down on it.
Sorry, go on.
The Forbes article is pretty revealing, which is titled something. Wait, what is it?
We'll get to it. I've got it on the list.
I just want to quote one very big phrase. It's titled "Just shows every brand." PewDiePie just showed every brand why influencers are dangerous.
I saw this one.
Brands that have close relationships with influencers need to understand that little control they actually have in this space. Working with influencers is sensitive for both parties involved. When situations like the one with PewDiePie happen, not only do things move fast, but armies can be forged. This is like a fucking threat. It's like a
plan, isn't it? It's
making you an offer you can't refuse. It's like a mafia mobster boss. Just, we can have an army. You don't have an army. You're just a bunch of twats.
PewDiePie has a fucking army.
YouTubers. And don't give them your money. Give them dots instead. We'll take care of the peasants for you.
Not to mention, you were saying about this populist stuff that they always refer to as bad. It's like they're basically saying, like, watch out for the will of the people. Like, what the fuck does populist mean?
Think. Yeah.
Yeah. What does
populist means what the people want. It's like not what the journalists want. That's exactly what populist means. And if you will look, you will notice that every time they use populist, it's in a bad way. You know. It is. Like Trump is saying populist things. He's saying what the people want. We don't like that.
I know, like these people, these unwashed masses. But you know what's funny? I remember, what is it, Andrew Marr? Is that the guy from the BBC? Is that the guy? He was like, when he was, a year or two ago, I remember it was a while ago, he was interviewing Marine Le Pen for the first time on the BBC, and he's like, I'm sorry. We know what you're about to hear is shocking, and the BBC wants to apologize for anything you might hear that will disturb you. Marine Le Pen, what will you have to say? France should be for French people. Shocking. Like, what the fuck? That's like, they act like it's the real Nazis. Like the way did you see that interview where he like literally prefaced it like that?
I haven't seen it yet. I'll have to check it out.
Wasn't Norway who got Trump and said Norway second? As if it's a witty joke. If I was Trump, I would say, no, I'm sorry, British are the second, Norway can be the third if you really want to.
Belgium and Switzerland, we would never do something quite so stupid.
Sargon, do you remember when we first got into contact with each other and I sent you this German article which was something around the lines of how to feel properly ashamed of being German?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, Christ.
And Kraut did a great video for my channel when I was on holiday called, was it Pride in Shame or something like that?
Yeah.
And that is really, that is descriptive of the political classes at the moment.
How do you probably feel shame, Kraut?
It says something about if you're a Muslim immigrant to Germany or any kind of immigrant to Germany, you don't need to be ashamed. But if you identify as German, you must be ashamed of yourself because of the Holocaust and the Second World War.
Oh my God. Barry, how do you feel about the Australians killing the natives in Australia?
Killing the natives?
Yeah.
Do it again if I could, mate.
Well, I don't know. I didn't kill any natives, so I don't really have a.
Yeah, exactly. That's how you need to feel, Kraut. You know, that's exactly how you need to feel.
The native Germans need to feel guilty for some reason. But okay, listen to this again. I love the things that they say because it's so revealing about their mindset, right? So under the threadbare cover of ironic bigotry, the recent history of which is worryingly instructive, as if he's actually giving them like advice. In the meantime, the self-identified real racists are laughing along heartily, even as Kjellberg strenuously attempts to distance himself from them. Who cares? Who gives a shit what the real racists are doing? They're fuck all of them. They're such they're such a tiny minority in Western countries. They are literally not worth talking about.
I know, the real racists, it's like, yeah, all 10 again. Like
the real racists are actually the journalists. They can't see past skin color. They literally can't. That's all that matters to them. It's
the whole Dems are the real racists.
Like I said before, they take this obscure, pathetic little site and they push it up as if it was supposedly a mainstream thing.
Yeah,
they push it up.
As if people, as if people are just sat there in their living rooms, scrolling through the Daily Stormer on their iPads, going, "Oh, honey, look at what the Jews are doing today."
I know, but not only that website is so crude. That website is so crude. I mean, this is not something for mainstream consumption. I guess they're afraid that this could become mainstream, but I mean, come on. It's just ridiculous.
To be fair, if there was ever a way to get far right into the power again...
it's this way.
It's this way, yeah. Yep. Make an oppressive far-left system as oppressive as possible. Bring as many immigrants as you can. Open borders widely until the population has enough, and then they start bringing white nationalists again. This is, I think, the only way that you could have made white nationalists even be a thing.
Oh, no, that's for sure it is. Well, how else could you have done it?
Seriously, attacking white people as an identity is fueling that's created the alt-right. The alt-right didn't exist until hundreds of SJWs decided to proselytize anti-whiteness to the public. And unsurprisingly, white people in the public were like, well, no, we're people. What are you talking about? Why are you doing this?
Yeah.
They just didn't exist before the SJWs.
The moment you raise the consciousness, if you say so, in white people, it's going to be very hard to stop it. It's going.
There's just no going back at this point. They've done it. It's just a matter of how this is going to play out. I don't know.
Yeah. The first thing we have to do is ruin the SJWs. That has to happen.
And not to mention, when you tolerate things like Black Power, and you tolerate things like, Asians banding together and talking for Asians and whatnot, eventually white people are going to go, well, all these groups are doing it. Why can't we have a group that talks for white people?
Oh, exactly. And not to mention, most of the people, they showed that Marine Le Pen was surging with the young people. It's because these people have never had anything to do with World War II or segregation. They're just like, yo, I was born in this just like you.
It's like World War II. I played some cool video games about it. I wish Call of Duty would bring us back into World War II. That was amazing.
I don't think they get that these people with the Nazi memes have no, besides Wolfenstein 3D, they really have no ties to such memories even.
Literally. And what's more as well is that a lot of these people coming up now, the sort of young teenagers coming into adulthood, they've never really lived in a world before identity politics.
No, they haven't.
It's always been normal to have white people are this, men are that, straight people, gay people, all these identities have always been really pushed to the front. I grew up in the 90s where nobody talked about identities because it didn't matter. And we all sat down and watched The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air and fucking loved it.
Same. Yeah, it was the same.
Awesome.
Nobody talked about it.
Exactly. And the thing is, if you go back and look at 80s and 90s movies, there are black people and women all over them. Ripley from Aliens was my favorite fucking hero. It was my favorite film, and she was my favorite character because she was fucking badass. I didn't even think twice that she was a woman.
Captain Planet was fighting global warming. I love the 80s.
I actually, if I recall, because I'd thought about this, if we just didn't consider it as part of the equation, whether this person is white or black, it was just that's the character.
How does it affect the character? That's the thing. How does it change anything?
That's what we were brought. The problem is that that's really the problem. They brought us up in the system that said character is the only thing that matters, and we were like, great, makes sense, like it. They broke their own covenant.
I was from Romania, and I was watching Monday Matt, and he was talking about the importance of representation, because it's there's going to be more Spanish people in movies and whatnot, and I'm like, who the fuck cares?
Exactly.
I really couldn't believe it. It's are there people asking for this shit?
Well, you see, the thing is also one person can write a gut-wrenching blog about how representation matters. It can get thousands of shares, and then all of a sudden it's a thing now.
It goes beyond that. It goes beyond that, to be honest. The Saudi Arabian YouTuber, what's his name, Focus Breaker Beeb.
Don't know him, but
okay,
he's a good guy. Look that bad boy up.
He's a good guy, and he told me once in a private conversation that at one point when I think it was Street Fighter game released an Arab character in their game.
Oh yeah, Rashid.
And he told me that he and his friends back in Saudi Arabia and in the United Arab Emirates, they were really fucking excited about it. They were like, yeah, we finally have an Arab character to play with. And they played with it, and they enjoyed it. And the convention, he talked about a convention in the United Arab Emirates, which was swamped with people just really excited about that game. And he said the next day he opened an article in, I don't know, Kotaku or something, which was like, evil, horrible game developer makes character on the basis of racial stereotypes. It's more than just a representation thing.
So you guys can understand what he's talking about. I'll put it on my screen.
Well, is it people who can't be satisfied?
Yeah. Is Aladdin racist now? Can we?
Yeah, probably need some diversity though. It's all Arab.
Dude, I just love how they act like we never made any movies about anyone else or whatever. Yeah. And it was we did.
So apparently Trump held a press conference today. Andy Barnett is this guy who runs this Good Ideas and Bad Ideas group. It's basically the place for left-wing liberal types who are completely disenfranchised from everywhere. It's a really great thing. I love it. And he's just Trump's held a press conference, proceeds to ass fuck the mainstream media for an hour with no lube. Brutal. President Trump to MSN at the news conference. The public doesn't believe you anymore.
I saw this.
Very fake news. CNN and BBC are very fake news. Oh my fucking bravo, Trump. They fucking are. Just, oh my fucking God, this is amazing.
God, he's such a wrecking ball. It's insane.
Yeah, PewDiePie's done the same thing by telling the Wall Street Journal to go fuck themselves.
Yeah.
This is incredible.
Well, I think also why it doesn't surprise me personally anymore is I think a lot of people like us here, obviously, have just unplugged. We already know, but maybe there are still people there must be some still hooked into the system.
Oh, there undoubtedly are, but they're older people generally.
Maybe they're older, but it's crazy. Like, I've just unplugged from this, and that's what they're gonna. I mean, are they gonna tank? Are they gonna just? It's over for them.
They will, dude. If you look at their ratings, they're slipping. They've been slipping consistently for months and months and months.
I mean, I know that there's a slip after an election cycle, but this must be different.
Honestly, the way I see it is their ratings are going to go down, and then Trump is going to start doing something stupid, or the Republicans will, and they are going to become the rebels again, and their ratings are going to go up, and history will just repeat itself.
I don't think they are going to be the rebels. They've shat on themselves too much over the last few months.
I think they're going to turn into sort of a rump media where they'll struggle on, and they will struggle on and struggle on, like Kotaku and Polygon. If you actually look at them, there was in gaming there was a bunch of polls done, and it turned out that only 3% of people who bought video games actually were influenced by the gaming media themselves.
Mm-hmm. You say this. You say this, and people say the media doesn't have a lot of trust, and yet they still can ruin lives. They still got Disney to pull off from PewDiePie.
It's not going to last forever.
I think that's what really frustrates me more, because I don't care if I accidentally turned on stream here. I don't care about people having different opinions on the mainstream media. What it is that bothers me is that they ruin. I mean, there's going to be a new word for this life ruining. Like, what was it in the old days? Yellow journalism. I guess this is just yellow journalism, right? Yeah. But there's going to be like a new word for it now, maybe, when we look at it in hindsight.
How about when BuzzFeed goes bankrupt, we start a fundraiser and buy BuzzFeed?
Oh my God!
How about we replace the logo they have with this logo here?
Oh my God!
Imagine if PewDiePie buys the Wall Street Journal.
We'll just add this logo.
Oh my God! I would do it in a second.
Yeah, I would back that, man.
You probably would have the money to do it.
So, this is exactly the sort of thing. Like, PewDiePie was always kind of racist, but now he's a hero to Nazis.
What does this mean?
now the 3 journalists are heroes to Nazis.
On what site is that?
Wired, yeah. And again, these are a huge site, and it's.
How was he supposedly racist before any of this fucking cherry picking?
I know.
I was about to ask. Like,
there is something.
They say it about me. They say it about me too. I don't know what they mean.
Jontron, do you browse Paul?
Occasionally, I've seen it before. What about it?
One of the biggest heroes is, what's that fucking pop singer called again with the blonde hair?
Taylor Swift.
Yeah, one of the biggest heroes of the poll is Taylor Swift, and they have a shitload of memes of Taylor Swift in SS uniforms with quotations about the white race and so forth. It's something that Paul simply does. It picks people like Ben Garrison and so forth. And
you know why they picked her, right?
Because she's blonde and white, I guess.
No, they thought that, and I think this might actually be true, that she browsed. I'm not sure if it was Poll or just 4chan, but I think it was 4chan in general. I think she posted something that and they proved it was her posting to 4chan. I think that's why. I could be wrong. Somebody in the comments, if this has been debunked, please tell me. But
that would be hilarious if she did.
I'm pretty sure.
Oh, sorry, go on.
Or at least, look, even if she didn't do it, that's probably the reason Poll has...
Didn't she take a neutral position on this sort of thing, though? That was the reason they like her. I'm sure I read about this the other day, where apparently they were asking her to denounce things, and she was like, well, I'm not going to get into politics or something. And from that point onwards, that was taken as tacit admission that she was actually a neo-Nazi as well.
The willingness to entertain other ideas on neo-Nazism.
Exactly, but look at this again. It's the YouTube star PewDiePie's fall from grace riled up his 53 million subscribers. No. The Wall Street Journal's hit piece against PewDiePie riled up his 53 million subscribers against the Wall Street Journalist at the Wall Street Journal and the mainstream media in general. It's PewDiePie has done nothing wrong, and his fans know this.
You're saying this unironically, right? Like, he literally did nothing wrong.
No, he literally, mate, that was the reason I titled my video, He Did Nothing Wrong.
PewDiePie did
nothing wrong.
The nothing wrong meme is the best.
I know, it's fucking hilarious, isn't it?
God, this could not have backfired worse on them. I mean, look, 4, 3, 2, 1 years ago, there was no, Nazi joking, but now it's, all the fucking time. I mean, there was, but it was relocated to the fringe.
Yeah, no one cared, I didn't make Nazi jokes, but now...
I mean, for fuck's sake, Walt Disney Before, well, that was a long time ago, but they had Nazi jokes back with Donald Duck, and
they did.
Who else?
You know, they got themselves into a kerfuffle now, because the question is it okay to punch a Nazi? And the answer is yes. Are video games bad? And the answer is yes.
Isn't Disney also the company which didn't allow Jews to work at it when Walt Disney was alive?
Didn't Disney back the fucking Nazi party?
I think
actual Nazi.
No, I think those are rumors. I don't think he actually.
There was this. I don't know where I picked it up anymore. That people who worked at Disneyland called the mouse carousel mouse shit, and that the company told them to stop doing that, and then they started calling the duck carousel Dachau.
No, it's like old school trolling there with Walt Disney.
It's part of life, and the title of the article Sargon is showing is PewDiePie's fall. PewDiePie's fall shows the limits of lol JK. No, there are no limits on this. This is a war of comedy that these people, a war on comedy that these people have been leading for what, 5, 6, 8 years now.
It's been a while.
Comedy is dangerous, mate. You can share bad ideas against the establishment, and they can't do anything to you because you're like, well, it's comedy, right? That's why they hate. In communist Romania, they would arrest you if you made jokes about the system or the establishment, and this is why, because not only is comedy a way you can talk against the establishment, because it's funny, it spreads, and you post a meme or you say a joke, and then other people start sharing it because it's funny, and you instill this political idea into people by using comedy.
And the best bit of answer is there's no defense against it. If you're taking yourself too seriously and people start laughing at you, what can you do?
That is actually true. Comedy has always been the great equalizer in terms of, well, if it lowers inhibitions as well. If you can get yourself to laugh, because you can't stop a laugh. So if you can get someone to laugh at themselves or some deep-seated feeling they have, it's kind of an admission that there's a truth in this.
It's what Stormfront is doing right now. They're turning the Wall Street Journal into a Nazi site.
I love it.
And it's the appropriate response. As much as I hate praising Stormfront, they're doing the right thing.
They are.
You mean the Daily Stormer?
Yeah.
Stormfront's a different site altogether.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus, you know all about this, don't you, John?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Arian Jafari.
Sorry, you remember the middle name, Arian? Thank you.
John, how much should I give you so you can say the 14 words?
I don't even know it. What is it? To have a future for white children or something?
I
don't know the 14 words.
Hold on, I'll tell them to you.
I'm not gonna say the 14 words.
John, come on, you've got to do it.
I'm not gonna fucking say the 14 words.
Let the Wall Street Journal take it out of context. That'd be brilliant.
So there's two versions. One of them is because the beauty of the white Aryan woman must not perish from the earth.
Oh, of course.
And the other one is we must secure the existence of our people and a future for white children.
That's the one. What's the 88 again? It's HH for Hail Hitler, right?
Yeah. It's the 8th letter of the alphabet. So.
Dude, those fucking Nazis are clever. You see that 88? Didn't you get?
Yeah,
isn't it just 14?
I just realized I could get arrested for being on this stream.
I will contribute to the crowdfunding campaign to get you out of jail.
It's just dumb. It's dumb. The longer that we can't laugh at this, the more chance it actually has to grab hold. I mean, this stuff's all dumb neo-Nazi LARPing. And I'm not even doing that, I'm not, what do you say? To me, it's dumb. I understand. I really do understand the nationalist stuff. I understand the identity politics stuff, but this neo-Nazi LARPing stuff is not going to catch on. And the more that they...
Speaking about LARPing, and this is a huge parenthesis here, because I've been meaning to ask you and I never can get a hold of you. Do you want to play Dungeons and Dragons?
Dungeons and maybe. Yeah, it sounds fun maybe if I've got time. I don't know. I don't know how to play it.
It's fucking nowhere.
Sargon is going to make this amazing campaign.
Yeah, but this isn't the subject of this stream.
Shit.
So actually, Jontron, if I may, there is a fantastic joke for the point I think you're trying to get across. Made by Christopher Titus, who said, on behalf of all white people, I apologize for slavery, I apologize for the genocide, I apologize for anything. And to all non-white people out there, I would suggest you accept our apology, because look how quickly we can get organized.
It's not.
That's what always amazes me about Black Lives Matter. It's like, do you really want to start a race war? That's
what, look, I hate to. Oh man, I shouldn't be caught saying this, but honestly, when I had seen that, and I was just like, you really want to get into this? Like,
see, what the thing with the race war is, the first people starting it that is going to be the ones that are losing it. Even if white people start the race war, it's not just going to be blacks; it's going to be other whites siding with the blacks.
Yeah, so, well, the race war, it's not even going to be a proper race war. It's going to be a shit fuck. I mean, there's going to be black people that are like, I'm not fighting on this side. And there's going to be white people like, I'm not fighting on this side. So it's not really a race war now, is it?
Yeah, it's not even going to be a race war. You're right.
No, it's going to be a... I don't want to...
15 Black Lives Matter supporters in the middle of Washington getting beaten.
No, I can tell you what it's going to be again. It's going to be Nazis and communists.
Yeah, that's what it's going to be. The classic
That's what it already is. They're already fighting in the fucking street.
Yes, Sargon. But remember, the liberals get the bullet too.
Exactly. That's why we should basically just gas them all.
Yeah, Romania's actually did this. We shot communists, we shot Nazis, and we used pikes against the Islamists. So that's
yeah. Oh
so basically, what you're saying is Romania did nothing wrong.
They did nothing wrong, absolutely.
My mom grew up in communist Yugoslavia under Tito.
Your mom was awesome then.
Yeah, she's Hungarian, but she grew up in what now is Croatia, but then was Yugoslavia, and she always tells me about the communist.
Yeah, that kind of explains why you're so red-pilled on this issue.
It made me. Well, yeah, I mean, like, no, I've been around. My parents are both immigrants. One from a communist regime, the other one from a Muslim occupation. I think I understand. I understand the benefits of the Anglo-Saxon tradition. I'll tell you that.
That's actually something that you should talk about.
What? That's going to being taken out of context.
Yeah.
People don't even understand that we have a fucking Anglo-Saxon tradition in this country. I think it came out of fucking nowhere. Like, they just don't fucking know history or anything. Did I mention anything?
Oh my god!
I totally agree. I'm actually a massive fucking chauvinist when it comes to like English culture, because I'm sorry, can you find better countries than English-speaking countries?
No, they're the greatest. I love them. I love all the Anglo-derived countries. You have, and I know people like to say as a nation of immigrants, but they just fundamentally don't fucking understand how this shit worked. I mean, England, her colonies, America. Canada was an English colony, right? Was it? Or was it French?
Yeah, of course it was. Yeah.
French, English.
The English basically defeated the French and took.
Yeah, Australia. I mean, these didn't come out of nowhere. I mean, this came from and I believe, they came from the English tradition, which I think came from the French, didn't it? Eventually.
Kind of. England's had a long and very storied history of chopping off the heads of tyrants. It happened once about 400 years ago. No one's tried to be a tyrant since.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was Charles I was the last guy who got his head chopped off because he was like, I'm an absolute monarch, and everyone else was like, no, you're not.
What do you guys think about South Korea and Japan? I mean, they're not English speaking.
The English cultural sphere is one of the few cultural spheres, I would say, where people actually try to learn something from history. I mean, we here in Germany, over the last 100 years, had an authoritarian monarchy, a fascist dictatorship, a communist dictatorship, and we're still holding on to state institutionalized censorship and stuff like that.
The French are currently on their fourth republic.
There's this poll. The French in America that went to liberal. They went to liberal universities and they asked people at the liberal university students, "It's like, can you tell me what other races besides white people had slaves?" And the majority of students wouldn't name a single one. Like, you would think that they would at least name the Egyptians.
Yeah,
from the
they
Bible.
don't understand.
No, dude, just name a race. Name a fucking race. They've all had slaves.
Yeah, they've all had them.
And my question is, like, they don't understand even like the smallest amount of history. They don't know that the Muslims had an empire as well that rivaled the white people, until the invention of gunpowder.
Yes, the Barbary slave trade, and then white people were slaves under, Muslims had white slaves, right? I bet they did. Some.
Well, of course they did.
The Muslims invented the fucking slave.
Yeah, didn't practically. I mean, who knows who invented it? But it was a trick. It's the Anglos who fucking decided to put an end to that shit. I mean, it was normal before.
That's because they're horrible and oppressive. You have to understand, John.
I'm going through German media, and literally everything is about YouTube is finally stepping up to PewDiePie and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, like PewDiePie's the tyrant of YouTube.
Yeah.
And he's been dominating everyone.
He's such a tyrant.
YouTube. PewDiePie's been setting the course for the political discussion by screaming at horror videos. Totally.
The interesting thing about that is German YouTube is cancer. German YouTube is like the most vile, horrible prank channel crap and whatnot. And there has been a trend on German YouTube over the last year. And actually working on a video about this of Muslim YouTubers, mainly in the age group of 20 to 30, with around 30 to 180,000 subscribers, who just spew the worst kind of bile and garbage. You have one guy who, for example, literally said to his subscribers, "Go and attack trans people." Another guy who rants
in Germany.
Yeah, another guy.
Don't you have hate speech laws for real?
Well, but they don't apply for Muslims apparently.
Oh, it's Muslims! It's Muslims!
There's another one. He has around 160,000 subscribers. He goes after a woman a teeny YouTuber who talks about periods and stuff like that, and he just rants, "Oh, you disgusting woman! How dare you talk about filthy things like periods and stuff like that." There's an abundance of things you could go after on YouTube if you're looking for people who behave like assholes, but they go after fucking PewDiePie.
Speaking of PewDiePie, let's read the article by Ben Kuchera, PewDiePie versus the media, why he's so mad to be losing the fight. This is, by the way, if you don't know, Mr. Ben Kuchera is the guy who apologizes for the fact that his daughter likes The Flash, and is also the person who tried to fire someone because he had a disagreement with him on Twitter.
Well, John, you surely know who Ben Kuchera is, right?
No.
Really? That's actually brilliant.
Okay, let me
I think someone should take that clip and send it to Ben Kuchera.
Well, who's Ben Kuchera? Oh, is it good? Is it like a blow to his ego that I don't know who this guy is?
Oh, okay. Look at him being
an enormous SJW that we were fighting all the way through Gamergate, and he is salty. He is salty, and apparently PewDiePie versus the media. Why he's so mad to be losing the fight? Who the fuck does he think he's winning? Who does he think he's persuading? I mean, I'm going to go to the comments, but.
Last time he got a beating by us, he had to put this on his page. I back the following writers on Patreon: Zoe Quinn, Matty Bryce, Erika Moen. Okay, so let's read this article.
Cancer.
Yeah, and now he's doxing him. Remember, doxing is okay when they do it.
No, PewDiePie's name has been out there for ages. Everyone knows.
I know. I'm just kidding. It's likely one of the most powerful individuals in gaming.
Yep.
Gaming.
In gaming. The power.
When people say gaming, I'm like, this is a fucking genre that existed like 3 years ago, guys.
Oh my god, does it literally say that it's part of what makes his anti-Semitic humor and use of Nazi imagery so hard to dismiss?
Hold on, we're going to get there. But as you said, John, it's like saying it's the most powerful individual in books.
Books. Books. Sorry, go on. That's good.
That's George R.R. Martin, isn't it? We need to flip him. If we
George
R.R. Martin and read.
J.K. Rowling was tweeting about PewDiePie. I forgot about that.
She called him a fascist.
She called him a fucking fascist.
Jesus, J.K. Rowling. And then they made a Harry Potter comparison. It's like, dude, you're sounding like a lunatic. Just stop.
Was it Paul Watson who was like, "Hey JK, can we use one of your 10 spare bedrooms for some Syrian refugees?"
Yeah.
Oh, good shit. Good, too easy these days. Fucking too easy.
Yeah. His channel has more subscribers than our publication has, and we can't stand this.
Yeah. He gets more views a day than we get in a month, and we can't stand this.
Yeah, his videos have made more money than we have, and again, we hate this.
Go on, carry on, V, carry on.
I mean, why is this even important? Forbes says that he makes more than 15 million, making him the most successful personality on YouTube thus far. It's partly of what makes his anti-Semitic humor and use of Nazi imagery so hard to dismiss. What do you mean it's so hard to dismiss? Is that they're jokes? Press the X button. That's it.
But no, they exist. That's the thing. What they're saying, and I'm sure they've been saying this plenty, right? Is the fact that it exists is.
Yeah. So I imagine Ben Kuchera sleeping at bed at 2 a.m. and he goes like, no, PewDiePie, no, the Nazi images. Why are they there? Why do they exist? No.
In the end, it is their prime motivation. It's envy. It's envy over what we have and they don't have anymore.
Yeah. It's what likely.
It's both, I think. I really think the ideological drive is also a huge factor. I do. I mean, it's definitely about money, but definitely also about ideology.
Yeah, I really do feel like. Sorry, go on.
No, you go on.
I just want to say, I feel like it's got to be more ideology based, and these people, I don't think they have the long term, like, in their mind of like, this man is a threat to my money market. I just don't really think so. I think it's ideology based.
They're so ideological, aren't they? It permeates absolutely everything they do. So I really think it comes first. But I think the money is also a big issue.
what do you do? Like, let's just say somebody believes in Jesus. Maybe not use Jesus. Kek. No, not Kek. Okay. Some god. Somebody believes in some god, some idol, and then you're like,
Krishna.
bro. Yeah, Krishna. And then you're like, bro, Krishna's not real, and everybody thinks it's fake now. They're gonna be like, what? And freak out. It's what happens when ideologies die.
It's a fanatic thing. No, it's really just a fanatic thing. A fanatic is incapable of seeing the world outside of his fanatical prism.
No,
You're not dealing with rational people here. You're dealing with people who are just complete fanatics.
Yeah. I mean, like people have said before, and I think it's perfectly accurate, it's a secular religion that's seeped into mainstream media. I mean, there's the people, it's been infiltrated practically because, when they're there in their positions of power, that's what you get. You get them writing this kind of fucking trash.
This article, because I noticed some things that you guys are going to like. So anyway, it forced Disney and YouTube to terminate or limit their relationship with him. No, okay. They did it. That didn't force Disney. The journalistic twats starting an email campaign on Disney. That's what forced Disney to terminate this relationship. But that's only part of the dark story. Kjellberg is a young guy with a huge audience who loves laughing at his own messages about killing Jews. And he's very butthurt that the media isn't willing to laugh along with him. I mean,
No, keep going. Read the next two sentences.
It doesn't work that way, because we demand.
Who the fuck does he think he is? The Stasi or something?
The media wants to paint me as some sort of villain. He said in a video that he later deleted, he feels unjustly targeted when one of his videos backfires. Here's the real victim here, he argues. Not the marginalized groups he targets in his shock of humor. The Jews, the ones who are earning more than white people in America, they're the real marginalized ones. He's not responsible for any of these controversies by creating these videos. The media is for reporting on them. And
well, that's what the controversy is.
It's not.
No one was up in arms. The public in general weren't like, what, PewDiePie is such an anti-Semite. I'm really angry. I wish the media would report on this. This is something they have generated. They've astroturfed.
But the thing is, the public is not upset that the media is reporting on them. The public is upset that the media is misrepresenting them. And they started an email campaign to Disney and YouTube when no one fucking asked. That's the real controversy, Mr. Kuchera.
But I love this though, right? He's the real victim here. Well, he is actually the victim. He's lost millions of dollars out of the smear campaign. So he technically and literally, in every sense of the word, is the victim of the Wall Street Journal. But I love this. Not the marginalized groups he targets in his shock humor. Oh yeah, so tell me.
I have to say,
what happened to them?
I have to say, this is another. Sorry, man, I'm sick. This is another. Concept that needs to fucking die. What does marginalized groups mean?
Yeah. I don't know, but everyone awesome is at the margin. The women are at the margin, right? Why the fuck would I want to be in the middle? Can I marginalize myself?
The thing is,
seriously, can I get marginalized, please? It seems to do wonders.
The thing is,
for anyone wondering how you can get really marginalized, all you have to do is visit the Free Kekistan hashtag. Because the Free Kekistan, again, Kekistani is an ironic identity for people who don't like identity politics. And everyone hates us because of it.
It is pretty funny.
We are the most marginalized. So, sorry.
Yeah,
the thing is, being a minority is a virtue to these people. And it doesn't matter what you do as a minority. For example, we had 42 honor killings in Germany last year and 12 attempted honor killings, but nobody fucking talks about it because most of these honor killings are carried out by Muslim immigrants.
Yeah, they're turning them into an aristocracy. They're turning them into a class of people who don't have the same rules that apply to them. That's what they're doing, and that's what annoys me the most about it. Because if you actually wanted to treat these people with respect, you would treat them exactly the same way you treat a white person. If a white person,
of course, well, you treat the same way you treat anyone.
Exactly, you treat everyone like you would treat white people. You would extend white privilege to them all.
Yeah, well, that's just called being like. That's like if I went to Japan and they were like, "Sorry, I would normally treat you like a human, but you're clearly a marginalized group." So.
Yeah,
what the
so
fuck? Like they would just be like, "Hi, welcome to Japan." Like, can I say something though? It might be a little controversial. I don't know. I think the outright rejection of identity politics, and I understand what you're doing and what you're saying, and I don't like them either personally. I mean, not to a great degree. I think they're kind of dangerous, but I think there is some merit in the idea because obviously identity is the basis of humanity. So there needs to be some answer to it, but it's somewhere in the middle for sure.
Will always exist, and everyone will always have different identities. But that's the very reason there's no point politicizing them. It's because it's not really a thing. If you politicize the issues that people come into, then the identities really aren't very relevant, and you're not targeting or marginalizing anyone. You're addressing the direct problems of every single person that has that problem. You're not discriminating. You're not being racist. You're not being sexist. It's the only way to not be racist and sexist, in fact, if you're going to do politics. And that's what we usually did, at least when I was growing up. Now,
question for you.
Yeah.
So let's just say that there are two groups. let me ask you this: how important is it for a nation to have a general base identity? Because even if, let's just say you had, I'm just for the sake of conversation, pure white country or something like this, and some of these guys are punk rockers, some of these guys are Puritans. So obviously they have vastly different identities. They're not going to agree. They're not even going to get along.
They have a national identity that's tied to their citizenship.
So it's just weird, like, because it seems like people end up splintering off like this naturally. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, nationalism can be a form of identity politics, and a national identity is an identity. But you don't sit there and go, right, okay, like these are English issues. You know, if you're not English, if you're Welsh or Scottish, then you don't get to you don't get to like be part of this. But it's totally divisive. Why would you even think to do that?
I think it is far more important for a society to function, not necessarily to be united under a culture, even though culture is an essential part of the society. It's a set of values, common values that everyone agrees upon. Yeah, and the common values of free speech, democracy, of being an open society and accepting society.
Let's be really specific here. This is why people like the Hindus, the Chinese, the Sikhs have prospered in Britain. We've got millions of these people, but they never riot. They never go on rape gang fucking festivals. They never do anything. They don't do anything wrong. They just fit into society and act normally. And everyone's like, oh, cool. No one mentions them. No one thinks about them. No one cares.
It's more than that. It's more than that. According to crime statistics, Chinese immigrants in Germany commit less crime than the average German. Thai immigrants, even Indian immigrants, commit less crime than average Germans.
Oh, I see how this is, crowd. This is white genocide. What you're saying is we need to import 85 million Chinese because they're better than the Germans.
The thing is, the immigrant who comes here to build a life comes here and knows that he wants to build a new life, knows that he has to behave well, knows that he puts an effort into becoming part of society.
Well, you see, the crime statistics tend to be, here's a nasty red pill for you, they tend to be consistent along the fault lines there no matter where you go. But that's the question. That's what people get triggered about. I mean, the Chinese commit less crime than white people in white countries too. So I don't know.
But by the way, going back to the article, I just want to read these next 3 lines because Ben Kuchera is red pilled as fuck, and I think the reason is because Sargon butt fucked him during the last Gamergate and opened his eyes.
I did have a lot of fun with Ben Kuchera. I'm not gonna lie.
So look at this: the damage to his relationships with Disney and Google is likely to increase the problem, creating a cycle of bad publicity that he'll see as more justification for the belief he's being persecuted by an unfair media that doesn't appreciate what he considers to be humor.
Well, that's because that will be true.
Yeah, in other words, you are making him a martyr, you twat. And I think Ben Kuchera is struggling to explain to his, to his commies, this issue, but by using, the language that wouldn't get him into trouble, because he can't just say, look, you twats, you're making him a martyr. So he has to tiptoe the line and say, well, if you're just increasing the problem by creating a cycle of bad publicity that is just going to make it more justification for the belief that he's being persecuted by an unfair media.
Because he is. Because they literally started by persecuting him, and then they decided, right, what we're going to do is call him an anti-Semite, and we're going to cost him millions of dollars, and then we're going to double down on this. It's like, okay, martyr is going to be the right word. If YouTube were to step in and shut his channel down,
Jesus Christ!
Can you even imagine the shit?
He would start his own website. He would have all the money, right? He would probably have a Patreon as well if he wants to, and he could have a voice bigger than any mass media outlet. You could probably have just as big as a voice as Fox News or CNN.
It's also important to point out that what is YouTube in the end promoting these days is trash, prank channels, and other nonsense.
You say that, but I was trending yesterday.
You were trending. Yeah, but what is really being promoted on YouTube?
I'm joking.
You know, if people like PewDiePie leave, I'm pretty sure that a lot of people who use YouTube on a regular basis would leave with him.
Oh, if PewDiePie goes, we're fucked.
Yeah.
I mean, look.
He doubles down now. Gilbert believes there is a way in which he can enjoy his fortune and influence in peace without being held responsible for the actual content of his videos. And he finds the press inability to provide him that option deeply unfair. Why are you holding responsible a random guy speaking on a camera, you twats? What exactly did he did in order for you to have the moral high ground to hold him responsible?
Mm-hmm.
This isn't the first time that Becoming News has put him on the defensive. The Federal Trade Commission named Kjellberg in a complaint about YouTube personalities who accepted money to promote
this is him trying to invoke Gamergate against him.
Yeah. Yes, I could have disclosed it better. He said in a video game addressing the situation, I could have put it in the fold. Yeah, but these things are actually things that his subscribers complained about. These are actual legitimate issues that people complained about, and then the media bandwagoned on it. It's not the other way around like it happens here when people really have no problem with him making Nazi jokes and the media is like all of a sudden, hold on, we can't have this. PewDiePie isn't the target of hostile news outlets. He's a powerful, wealthy individual with a massive audience and, dare I say, privilege. PewDiePie is a public figure, whether he likes it or not. And he makes it very clear he doesn't like that loss of control. Places like YouTube and the Twitter give individuals in that situation unlimited access to a huge, often uncritical audience. They don't have to answer questions they'd rather avoid, while being able to frame each conversation in very specific ways to make their points. Oh, are you speaking from experience, Ben Kuchera? Is this what you guys are doing at Polygon? Because you seem to know so much about it. It's almost like Polygon and Kotaku are sitting in the corners of my videos being like, come on, say something bad about gaming so we can get in on this shit.
That's all they have.
He doesn't just want you to see him as the victim of an unfair coverage. He wants you to think criticism of his sense of humor is itself somehow dangerous. See, this is what I like about the thing. You have Ben Kuchera telling you how to think about this issue. It's like you are incapable of understanding the situation. I, Ben Kuchera, will step in to explain to you how the thing really is. This is what PewDiePie wants you to think. Like, how the fuck do you know, Ben Kuchera? Did you talk to the guy? Did you know how he wants you to think?
So, yeah. Right, let me go to this one a second.
Shouldn't we look at the comment section? Because I'm curious if what
oh yeah, go ahead. You look at the comment section. I'll look to the thing I was looking for.
I've seen a few of his videos. He comes off as a person that is borderline about to lose their mind. I don't get his channel. Okay, and that's a good reason to shut him down because you don't get his channel, right? My biggest question, the PewDiePie question that comes to mind when I hear this news, isn't about his possible racism or why he has a following. It's why the hell Disney, of all companies, wanted to work with this dude. That's known for shock humor. My follow-up question is why anyone at Disney is surprised they are firing the guy known for shock humor because he performed shock humor. This is actually a legitimate question.
PewDiePie get famous for shock humor, by the way.
Well, he was always quite edgy, really. I mean, he used to make, like, off-color jokes and stuff, but who cares? I mean, that's, he was just a...
Is that fucking what quantifies shock humor these days?
I mean, dude, he made a Nazi joke, and now the internet's exploding, so...
Man, if you'd have made the same joke 10 years ago, no one would have given a fuck.
Yeah.
Back in the day, people had to chop humans in half and display them on fucking museums to be considered shocking.
It's also interesting from the regard that there are actual... How do I put this? Let me go through some old folders. There might be something that I could show to you. Some archived folders I have. In terms of shit going on YouTube being used and stuff like that. Do you know a guy by the name of SoFlo Antonio?
Oh God, I know all about SoFlo Antonio.
I've never heard of it.
Oh my God!
Okay, he's a YouTube prank channel, and I looked into him for a while, and let me share my screen briefly. What I found when I was looking into him, he claims to be on his LinkedIn profile the CEO at SoFlo Entertainment LLC. LLC is a limited liability corporation. There's a mainly set up, to funnel funds through from other corporations, and you pay less taxes. And there are 4 companies in total listed as SoFlo Entertainment LLC. That was months ago when I had an interest in looking into it. They're connected together through a Gabriel Liviano, apparently a relative to Antonio Liviano, the guy who runs that YouTube channel, who manages a collaboration of various different financial interests, including the YouTube channel LLC. And when I looked into Gabriel Liviano, I found out that it is essentially a kind of investors platform to avoid taxation. So this is actually, when you look into YouTubers, this is actually something that you could more or less look into. But instead, they make up fake nonsense about Nazi jokes and stuff like that. It's just something that came to my mind.
They're corporatists. They don't want to expose these things, right? They don't want to do actual journalism. Instead, they do identity politics so they can create some outrage and get some clicks without doing any actual damage.
It's also social influence.
No, it's non-issues. It's what we've been dealing with for, 2 years now. The presidential campaign in the United States is a campaign of non-issues. The offense, rather than actually talking about stuff that matters.
Yeah, they're currently wrestling for control of the zeitgeist of society.
This is why the faggot over here, Jontron, is more popular than Polygon and Kotaku put combined, because.
Jesus.
I mean,
that is true, though, right? If you look at the numbers, mate.
No, just think about it, right? When is that they are breaking a story about, let's say, the bugs in Assassin's Creed or the microtransactions, or the fact that Xbox was having online-only DRM and the webcam would check your heartbeat and your penis length and report it back to Microsoft. If you look at the faggot like Jontron, he's actually talking about the bugs. He's talking about the shit that video games actually have, like the real issues that the gamers are actually concerned about.
The actual gameplay of the game.
Well, I would consider myself a comedian more than that kind of journalist. I'm not a journalist, but here's the thing. I understand the problem they're having, and they're having a problem of scarcity. Now, the only way that you can bring people in, because since information is it's all over the place everywhere now. It's not scarce. Anybody can break the news to you. Like Boogie2988 can just read the news and then tell you it, but you'd rather hear it from Boogie because you like Boogie. And so that's the problem. They're having a personality issue, and so they have to.
That's putting it politely.
Boogie was fun. I mean, when it was the thing that you couldn't connect to Diablo, Boogie came on and made an exact with his Francis persona thing. He said exactly what all the gamers were thinking, while other people. In Kotaku and Polygon were like, oh, gamers are so entitled. They are butthurt because they have to wait a day. It's like, listen, you morons, right? Blizzard is spending like $10 million on this aggressive marketing to hype you up. That's what they are doing. They're hyping you up so you can pre-order their shit. And when you pre-order their shit and you're really hyped and it doesn't work, of course you're going to complain. And whose fault is it? Instead of spending those $10 million to fix the fucking game and the servers, they're getting people hype, and it's like, well, people now are upset. Why is this happening? Oh, because they're entitled.
Boogie in that Diablo video had one of my favorite lines ever of the internet, because it was the day one login bug, or just like the servers couldn't handle. You couldn't log in. He goes, and the error was error 37. He goes, error 37. What about error number 1? I can't start the fucking game.
Yeah, exactly.
That was my favorite.
And it was the online only that forced you. Like, you couldn't even play the fucking shit offline. Like, why was that a thing? Why is no one from Polygon pointing out? It's like, dude, this is a single player game. If I want to play it offline, why can't I play it offline? Right?
Because that wouldn't give them anywhere near as much money for their real money auction house, V. Come now.
Right. That's an actual issue that I wanted to hear about. And I have to hear it from Angry Twat instead of hearing it from Polygon or Kotaku. And they're wondering why Angry Twat has like 3 million subscribers. That's why. Because he actually talks to the gamer instead of talking to the corporation and sucking the Blizzard cock. I'm sorry, I got carried away. I'm really passionate about video games and all of this corporatism that's almost like a cancer on the hobby that I used to enjoy more than I do now is really disheartening.
Super Mario is number 1 in my book, my friend.
I love
I don't know what the fuck I'm saying, dude. But I don't know. This whole
thing's been amazing.
I'm
just messaging a few other people to see if they want to come on. Like a few other people who might be surprising.
Total Biscuit.
Like who?
I think.
Oh, wait. Tell me who. I want to know.
Someone posted in the side chat quite a while ago the hashtag PewDieGate, and I think it would be a good thing to start up.
Yeah.
Because just to see how many people would rally behind it, and I think this is the basis from which a campaign can be launched.
Yeah.
But what was the purpose of the campaign?
A campaign to go against the mainstream media, to be frank.
Well, we already won. I honestly...
Don't count your chickens. Don't count your chickens. We haven't already won.
Never mind. Let's get the bayonets.
This is like winning a battle. This isn't winning a war.
Yeah.
But I mean, what would be the end goal of destroying something like that?
The end goal would be seeing people like the guy who I forgot what's his fucking name?
Seeing people like Gorka burn. Seeing them fucking get a sense of they ruin lives. Fuck these people. Fuck them.
Oh, I see what you mean. You mean like actually wage? Well, the problem is with that is, you're not. They can technically deflect it back onto you if it's.
No, they can't, because they went after PewDiePie's earnings first. These people are in the wrong completely, and we are not. They can get fucked. And the thing is,
I don't disagree with you.
I know. I'm just so angry about it, and it's just like this is not like in a context of nothing has happened before this. You know what I mean? No, these people have to burn. They have to lose, and they have to know it.
Perhaps. I would say the best way. This is just obviously you might have your own idea, but I think what you're doing is already good. I mean, like you're taking the piss, and what is more attractive than watching someone take the piss and all taking the piss together?
I'll tell you what is more attractive than that. Imagine if you could meet Ben Kuchera personally, and the thing you'll say to him is a cheeseburger and a Coke, please.
He'll go start a blog.
That is the ideal future, Kraut.
You'll say, "Do you believe in God?"
I got Sargon when he was like fresh after talking with this. I think it was like Vice journalist that asked you to talk about meme magic, and I asked Sargon. It's like, okay, if you actually had the interview, what would you have answered? It's like, what is meme magic? And Sargon it's like. It's the thing that's going to destroy you because you're cancer and you need to burn.
I might email him back saying that. Actually, I just ignored the email about it. They were emailing about it, and I just ignored it.
I can't imitate you, but you had this really angry British voice. Like if you could say it, that would be awesome.
I have to burn, dude. I'll say fucking. Yeah, it is insane. We've been living under some sort of mental occupation, and I think once we can return the world to sanity, I think we're really underestimating. We haven't had a rational voice in the media for a long time.
Hey, I just want to know what ideology would let me have video games with
Adolf Hitler.
No. See, this is the
National
thing.
Socialism.
No. I want to see tits in my video games, and that's the thing. National Socialism is against the tits. Like the conservatives don't like the tits, and the progressives don't like the tits. What do I need to create? What ideology in order for me to see the tits?
Well, that's the thing. You don't need any ideology at all. It's about getting It's about getting ideology out of it. These are just people who are in here to spoil the fun.
Yeah, at the end of the day, what the fuck? It doesn't have anything to do with it. That's like, it's separation of church and state, right? It's like, this is just to keep the roads going. You all fuck off and have fun.
See, I wonder if this is going to ever be a thing, because I think politics will always be in video games. Like, you had that twat, what was his name? The lawyer guy. The one that's compared to Anita Sarkeesian.
Well, it's
the Doom is a murder simulator.
There is nothing wrong with having a political message in art. But you must know this. You know what socialist realism is?
Yeah.
The art form. Okay, just type into Google. Wait, I'll just type into Google socialist realism and share my screen. You know what realism is?
That's his name, yeah.
You know what realism is? The art form. The art form realism, when you just try to paint something as realistically as possible.
Oh, yeah, sure.
And socialist realism was this Stalinist art form, which is, oh, the brave worker working in the factory, the bountiful harvest, even though at the same time the country was starving. That's socialist realism. It's a pathetic, petty, stupid art form trying to depict the glorious socialist republic in the Soviet Union. And that's what we are kind of encountering right now in our day and age. We're encountering an art which isn't art, but just the pushing of a pathetic ideology upon us. And that is something that has to just stop. There's nothing wrong with having a political message in an artwork, but what they are doing is just bland crap. They're trying to push bland crap.
But you're right. It's a death of art, really. Like,
I think.
I just put a link in the sidebar to a Google image. It's the second one you can actually click on. Click on it and do me a favor and grab up, and some cunt's going to see the Hangout link now, but fuck it, I'll just boot this.
Yeah. No.
I think before,
okay, don't worry about it.
Most entertainment would be
quotes with words.
Oh no, it was meant.
This is like that shit you see in. This is like the shit you see in Pyongyang and places like that.
Yeah. It was meant to be a link to an image. It's basically like a globe with a hand of each color holding it, and it's like that is basically their equivalent of communist art.
Actually, it is. I remember we all grew up with that kind of. I don't know about you in Britain, but here that was the big thing.
It was UNICEF as well. I think the logo.
UNICEF, yeah. We used to do drives. We used to do drives for UNICEF
stuff. And
it was like Captain Planet had the UNICEF thing in the beginning before he would fight on global warming.
When you think about politics and arts, the first thing that comes to mind is Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. Because Cat on a Hot Tin Roof is a play which pretty much it's set in the 1950s, and it's supposed to show it has a closet gay character in it who used to sleep with his wife. It has a fucking stupid blonde bitch which breeds one kid after another in a devious attempt to get family inheritance. It's a political message showing that, that happy depiction of the happy family of the 1950s is all just a farce because all these tensions have been forced into the underground. It's a cool kind of way of putting the message underground. You get the message, but it's not overtly pushed into your face. And the only kind of art that the people that we've encountered ever since Gamergate understand is pushing a message overtly into your face, punching it into your face.
This is what I wanted to say. It's like I used to read comic books, right? And they always had the political message. Like X-Men was always like the idea of, the outcasts, like the people of different colors, how they're viewed in American society and whatnot. But it was like a covert message. It was almost like it was somewhere underground. You'd only see it if you wanted to see it. It wasn't like such direct into your face. And now if you read Marvel, it's almost preaching to you. It's like,
it is preaching.
This is the only acceptable thing that's considered okay.
Yeah.
Sometimes democracy is a contact sport.
I will say, look,
who the fuck's
I think we look to art to find our values in a sense, or we want to reflect our values in art. It's only when the values become perverted or when they're proven to not be as effective as we thought, and we want to keep hammering at it just because it is a value. It's the
I think what we are confronted with here is just a fanaticism, to be honest. It's people who want to reshape the world in the image of fantasies they have. Essentially.
They definitely have a fantastical utopian idea, and we know this. All utopian ideals, and human nature is like a dam that's leaking. You put your finger in one hole, it comes out. The water comes out the other hole. You can't contain it into any sort of utopia.
The thing with communism is that it has an end goal, right? Is the bourgeoisie being overthrown by the proletariat, and eventually having the utopia. It has a goal. But cultural Marxism doesn't have an end goal. Like they always try to.
No,
actually, they do. They want to establish communism, but they just replace working class with minorities.
It's not economic communism.
Let me give you an example, right? How they keep pushing for it. They honestly, I think that they're just wanting to have like a struggle. They just want to have something to fight for. They are never happy. So, for instance, right, trans rights. First,
hang on. No, VV, hang on. No. Listen, stop, because immediately what you've done is conflated the goals of the ideology, but with the motivations of the people. The people, yes, they do want to be eternal victims, because that's how. It's always a certain kind of person who becomes an SJW. It's not like a decent, otherwise decent person then becomes screaming SJW. It's a certain kind of personality trait. But the end goal of the ideology is complete hegemony over all of society, and like a complete boxing of everything, and everything done to a scientific precision in society, which is, I honestly can't imagine anything worse than that. It's like social eugenics.
They want to reverse the things you're
Sargon,
proud about,
can you stop
just
having
let me
me
say this,
blend... No, wait, can
okay.
Sargon just stop having me blended in for everyone? Because I don't want to give the Hangout link away.
Oh, sorry, what was that? Are you still promoting? Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
I just want to say this, and I think this encompasses cultural Marxism perfectly. It's like they want the things you're ashamed about to be the things you're proud about, and the things you're proud about to be the things you're ashamed about.
Well, you know, when it comes to the cultural Marxism thing, I don't know that it arose out of nothing. I think that it's like there was a particular struggle. We were...
Oh, no. We know exactly from where it came from. It was 1960s and 19...
Yeah, it was in 1960s.
It was Adorno and Horkheimer. These were Marxists who disliked the Soviet Union and understood that the Soviet Union was a tyrannical state. And they tried essentially to find a way to explain away the Soviet Union and still make Marxism work.
And the thing is, there are all sorts of philosophical threads that are binding together with this. Like you've got like Foucault, or however you're supposed to pronounce it. And he's got this whole branch of critical theory where it's effectively just breaking things down into categories and then saying, right, everything is the same. And it's like, no, some things are bad, some things are good, and there's a reason things are the way they are. For the love of fucking, I hate critical theory so much.
You know, I wasn't there in the 60s, so I don't know exactly what the root of it is, but I do think a lot of it is, you know, they see natural disparities. This is my theory, okay? I think that they see natural disparities in the world, but they have this radical egalitarian mindset, this universalist mindset that wants to put this one value on everything when you can't. And when they see inconsistencies, sort of like the heliocentric model showed Mercury in retrograde occasionally, and you're like, well, this doesn't work. But then, you know, they switch the geocentric model, all of a sudden the model fits. And it's like, I really think it's kind of up against that, where it's like, no, sorry, radical Islam, not the same as Western values. They don't understand these kinds of... They have to explain it away.
Kind of false equivalence that I'm talking about, suggesting that the Western values, because of certain unsavory events in Western history, mean that Western values are the moral equal of Islamic ones.
It's more than just that. When you open, for example, the Dialectic Enlightenment, which is I think one of the first books by Adorno, the first chapter in it is about how science supposedly is nothing more than obedient subservient of capitalism, of evil capitalism. Cultural Marxism, critical theory, is nothing more than a way of trying to put every single structure that holds Western civilization together is nothing more than an evil sort of clog in a network holding together an oppressive system. It's a conspiracy theory, to be honest. It's nonsense.
No,
I just want to say that the PewDieGate hashtag, it's really taking off. There appear to have been thousands of posts to it already, and there are lots of people saying that it's Gamergate level 2. Level 1 was against games journalism. Level 2 is against the MSM. Holy fuck! People are taking it seriously. But
let's hope it takes off. But, you know, I will also say, you know, I've seen this stuff, and I know this is probably a minority. I'm not saying that everyone crazy out there thinks this, but I've seen this weird shit like decolonize science. Like somehow the whiteness of science has perverted science. I'm like, science is objective, you fucking dumbass.
Oh my god, did you see that shit? It's like a woman saying, oh, did you see in Africa they can conjure black lightning and whatnot? And
that was South Africa. I think it was the University of Witwatersrand or something like that.
You will decolonize science so that you can understand that there is magic and whatnot.
No, it's retarded. I don't understand. This needs to go. This bullshit.
There's this guy who's like, okay, you know, I'm a social justice warrior. I'm crazy and insane, but not at this level like you fucks. And they're like, oh, no. See, you need to shut the fuck up because you need to understand that you're a white person and you need to check your privilege because in this space we have a safe space and you can't challenge the ideas that we're presenting here.
You will love this. I told Sargon about it. There is a political movement in Germany called the Anti-Germans. And they're...
Every time I hear it, it's just...
Their symbol is an American and an Israeli flag. And the reason for that is They support all foreign policy decisions undertaken by the United States, by Israel, by the UK, and by the Soviet Union, which no longer exists, so therefore they support Russia, but still wave the Soviet flag for some reason. They believe that to end capitalism and to establish the communist utopia, Germany must be abolished. German culture, German language, the German people, the German nation. Yeah. It must all be destroyed. And the best about these people, they're just so... They believe that George Bush was a communist icon, a communist hero, because he disagreed with the German chancellor. And they actually marched in support of the invasion of Iraq for the cause of communism. It's like really
popular. Dictator Merkel throw away the German flag.
They have several thousand members. They have several thousand.
I should mention, growing up in California, I had a teacher who taught us not to do the Pledge of Allegiance. I had a teacher, they basically told us, the West was the cause of the world's problems. I don't know where this sickness. It wasn't me. They were indoctrinating the kids with this shit. I wasn't there to teach me that, but I don't know where this rancid idea had come from. But it's retarded.
The science. What you were saying, science is objective. It doesn't matter what race you are. It doesn't matter who thought of it. Yeah, it is objective, and it will always be objective. It's the same with philosophy, right? I'm not saying that philosophy is objective, but they have this specific campaign at the moment, and this is in British universities like Oxford, Cambridge, all that sort of thing. There are specific and ongoing campaigns to quote unquote decolonize philosophy.
I've seen
all
this
of
shit.
these great ideas came from white men. And
white men.
The ideas are good regardless who thought of them, aren't they? Kant
Absolutely.
has a lot of good ideas. Rousseau has a lot of good ideas. Locke and Hobbes, they all have great ideas.
Let's just put it
because they're white.
Well, let's just define good as benefiting the most people. Then you could say these are objectively good philosophies. The more people practice these philosophies, the better outcome for people of any race, because they get to eat that day. Because the philosophy made a better economy.
I'm curious. Okay, if we take Socrates out of the equation and we start teaching Socrates, if you're going to eventually have a black guy who says exactly what Socrates is saying, are they going to promote the black guy instead?
That's what this whole bullshit's about, and that's why when you see things like #Oscar's so white, you're like, so what?
That wasn't the criteria.
That was not.
Oscar's so right-handed. Oscar's so brown-haired.
That's so fucking racist. Because now when I will see a black person winning an Oscar, I will go, well, is it because he's a good actor, or is it because he's black?
And by the way, this year, of course, what a surprise! There are now black people are overrepresented in this.
Is it wrong for me to think that it's because they're black?
Well, no, of course it's because the fucking last year was a shit show about it. So look, I actually don't know 100% on that, but I'm pretty sure that I heard that. I could be wrong, but but even if, are you supposed to think that this is the whole idea behind affirmative action? Like, well, was this a legit hire, or was this a an affirmative action hire? You're making me question. I don't want to question. I just want to go based on the merit, and that's all anybody wants. It's the best you can ask for. It's retarded. It makes me sick.
I love this, right? Someone in the PewDieGate hashtag has posted, in fact, the Kekistani Post, which is a satire account of the Washington Post. It's actually really good as well. You should definitely check it out. The mainstream media just declared war on the 27th most populated country on Earth. Isn't that true?
Is it?
53 million subscribers. Myanmar's the next one up with 54. South Africa with 54. He does have more subscribers than most European nations.
Wait, sorry. What? Can you read it one more time? What it was?
Yeah, just if PewDiePie's YouTube channel was a country, it would be the 27th most populous country in the world.
That's insane.
That would mean there would be about 170 odd countries that have less population than PewDiePie's subscribership.
You know what's even more dangerous about this? Most of his subscribers are children. It's the new generation. They are pissing off.
Not children.
The new generation.
Well, they grow up.
Teenagers, I think he has a younger subscriber base.
I think Felix does have a generally younger subscriber.
They're pissing off the new generation. That's what I'm trying to say.
That's a good point.
I think it's important to also note that we're actually quite lucky because he's a really decent guy.
He's a great guy.
I mean, if I couldn't think of anyone that I would actually be preferring to watch, given what I've seen of his conduct when put under pressure like this.
No, Felix is like a god when it comes to dealing with this kind of stuff. He's always been classy about it. I mean, for the #1 YouTuber, right, it could have been someone a lot more egotistical.
Could have been cancerous. Could have been absolutely cancerous. But instead, it's someone who's morally culpable and understands that.
I wonder if Felix is watching this. If you are, hello, Felix. I'm talking about you behind your back.
Dude, come on the stream with us. Seriously.
Take it from me. You don't need to take it from me. I mean, people have already vouched for him, but Felix is a wonderful guy.
If PewDiePie comes here, it would be awesome.
But it comes through in his videos. It just comes through. He's a man who obviously has acted with integrity. So it's with like moral integrity. So
yeah.
What would you do, Sargon, if you were in his place and had the same power and the media would attack you?
I think I'd probably be running a dictatorship by now.
What exactly would you do? Would you send your people to attack the media or what?
Yeah, no,
I
would
have Hitler's speech, literally. Sargon would be go full face cam. He's going to dress up. He'll sit there. We müssen der Media Weihnachten.
The old SS uniform and everything.
By the way, I found something out from Crowd today that apparently the British actually sent flyers from airplanes on the Nazis with interracial porn.
No, it's not that. It's postcards that the Brits ironically dropped over Germany in bombers, which show a black guy fucking a blonde white girl, and there's a caption beneath it which reads, "Whilst fighting on the front, the Italians fucking your wives."
Yeah. And it's funny because this is how Sargon trolled the alt-right.
As I said, it's the same ideology, basically. So the same tactics work.
I mean, look, actually, I think I forget if it was you who had mentioned this, but the concept of purity always gets into purity spirals. So you can't ever have. Yeah. But just because there's no such I play devil advocate here. Just because there's no such thing as purity doesn't mean destroy everything at will. Like, it's like I think the middle road is always the way to go. Like, it's like, don't just fucking shake shit up to see what happens.
You know what the Nazis probably said, Kraut? They probably looked at the British. It's like, don't you know there are probably children that could read these flyers? You British fucks. I'm unsubscribing from your airplanes.
German policy towards Nazi policy towards reading enemy propaganda was that everyone who read it was shot. So it's like,
I honestly
can't argue with the effect of that initiative.
Yeah, but this is exactly Jontron's point, though. The benefits of the Anglo-Saxon tradition. There is no fucking way the British Army would have shot their own fucking people for reading something that the enemy made. That is...
Yeah, no, never. It's not part of the
tradition. Well, but did the enemies actually send them propaganda? Like, I think if Hitler would have sent flyers over London saying, look, we want peace, it's Churchill that's a warmonger and things like that.
The Germans believe that the answer to British propaganda was radio propaganda. You probably heard of Lord Haha, who was initially... I thought about naming my channel when I started it Lord Haha, because I'm a German guy speaking English. So it was shit. They didn't have good propaganda.
That's because there's nothing... What are you going to attack a free fucking civilization with? Oh,
yeah,
look at you fucking prospering and growing and stuff. Oh, you should be totalitarian like us. Jesus, no. That's hideous.
In the comments, people are saying staying in the center gets nothing done. I actually agree, but I don't even think I'm in the center on this. Like me saying
got plenty done. Like we rebuilt fucking society.
No, the center. The center is when your society's functioning. Let's be real.
You have fan art right now done on Twitter.
Do I? Let me have a look. But I just want to say, like, I am totally for. Like, I think mass immigration is bad. I don't like the concept. That's why when I say purity spiraling, like the German race only. No. What the fuck you gonna do? How are you gonna determine that? But let's just shake it up for fun. No, I also don't like that. Like, what the fuck? I don't consider that's not considered centrist these days.
No, not at all. But mass immigration like that is class warfare.
Yeah, it's more than class warfare. It's fucking everything warfare. It's just regular warfare. It's called colonization, guys. I don't know if you've fucking heard of it before.
Eventually, it becomes.
You have no idea. You have no idea what's been going on here.
Where are you from?
A nation can't just have like porous borders. They have to have defined boundaries with who is a citizen and who is not. because the citizens are paying for the functions of the country. And if literally just anyone can come in and take advantage, then the country,
if you would have a nation that's 100% capitalist, you wouldn't really care who comes over your borders. But when you have a nation that has a welfare state, and you have things that you pay for, like education, hospital, and whatnot, and you have people coming from outside not paying but demanding the same services, then you're going to put a huge strain on the services.
My point is, if somebody...
I live in Germany, and the thing about it is, it's not just a matter of economics; it's also a matter of culture. I showed this to Sargon quite a while ago. There was a court trial in Germany a while ago, maybe 2 months ago or something. A Pakistani guy who raped 2 women and sexually assaulted several more. And I'm not joking. His defense in court was, well, it's hard to get a girlfriend.
There you go.
But to be honest, it is hard because they don't speak German, right? They don't have a lot of refugee women coming there. They're not wealthy or anything like that, or any interest for like the native population. So I do think that it's legitimately hard for them.
This is Germany. They have one of the largest fucking prostitution industries in the world. I think there are other options.
Yeah, but prostitutes are haram.
Did you know that Denmark?
Denmark. Well, they just said today.
No, rape is not haram if you're doing it to a non-Muslim.
Arch, can you help me with this? Was it Denmark that decided? Yeah, it was Denmark that decided to shut down welfare benefits for migrants and refugees, and overnight 40,000 people left the country.
Yes, and they also announced that they would be confiscating any valuables over 10,000 Danish kroners, and suddenly, boop, immigration finished.
I think also they said today that Danes should never become a minority in Denmark. I'm not sure; it could not be true.
Yeah, well, Denmark is not cocked yet. They've seen what happened to Sweden, and they understand we don't want to be Sweden.
Yeah.
See, this is the thing I don't get. It's like we have examples in Europe what's happening in Sweden. It's not like what if or a slippery slope argument. No, you know what happened. And when I see people in the American media just saying, it's like, oh, why don't we let as many refugees in? It's like, are people retarded? Do you not see Europe right now? A terrorist attack per day.
Oh, yeah. The 5 days straight of riots in Paris were wonderful. Yeah. The city of, what is it?
Oh, that's
city of romance.
That's not even the big thing. Like this summer, there was a terrorist attack per day in the European Union. Not major shit.
Was there?
Yeah, just a guy chopping off a woman that was pregnant and pulling off her baby and shit like that. Just like the guy with an axe that went into a train screaming Allah Akbar, nothing to do with Islam, chopping people left and right. Very inventive, I have to say.
Well, it's not fair because they say a man shouting Allahu Akbar chops woman's face off on train. Motive not unclear. It's like, oh my God.
Yeah, no, and I have to say, I really enjoyed it because it wasn't as boring as watching the Americans. Like, oh, what happened in America? Oh, another school shooting. Oh, yeah, they used the gun. No, these people were very inventive. They used chainsaws. They used the truck of peace. They used like various machetes. You know, I was like really enjoying watching, like going on the media and saying, oh, what happened today? Oh, look, a machete attack. That's interesting.
What did I come back to?
Well, it's just like, what's it gonna fucking take? Here in New York, we had this little wake-up call called 9/11. It doesn't seem to wake anybody up from their fucking slumber.
You've had 20 things as well.
Hold on, because I wanted to explain so I don't seem like a psychopath, even though I am. The reason I'm laughing at this is because I see the authorities doing nothing. So the only thing you can do is to laugh and mock at what's happening, right? You can't talk against it because you're called an Islamophobe and you get fired. The authorities don't do nothing. What else is there to do but laugh at it? You know, it's like, oh, I'm going to open the news. Oh, look, a guy was ordering a pizza with the bacon and he was hospitalized because he was beaten along with his girlfriend. You know, it's like things like this. It's like, oh, another losing moment. You know, oh, my cousin is in France. She's in Paris. So another terrorist attack. Where? In Paris. Oh, better call her again. See if she's fine.
Look, it's as simple as this. If you're white, don't you dare oppose your own dispossession. I mean, it's fucking so blatant at this point that it's like, what's the point of even pretending that's not what it is?
It's hard to argue against it, isn't it? It's more what is the argument that it's not just anti-white?
The thing that adds to that is that with mass Muslim immigration, for example, in Germany, we've had fire bombings of Sikh temples. We've had marches organized by Muslim migrants, but a Lebanese community, where they march past the Holocaust memorial in Berlin screaming gas the Jews. Jews are leaving Europe en masse right now because they're being mistreated by Muslims.
They're not safe. The Jews are not safe. I mean, dude, and the thing is, the Muslim, they really don't like Jews. Those guys, I tell you.
the thing that, by the way, I just want to say, it's not hashtag all Muslims, because there are liberal Muslims. Like, I know personally people who are Muslim, and they don't follow. They like pick and choose whatever they want from the Quran, right? And you can have a clever discussion with them. You can talk with them. They're perfectly fine. You have the traditional Muslims, the ones that just follow their religion, and they're like close into communities, and they don't want you to talk with them. They don't talk to you. You know, they mind their own business, right? They're not the problem either. Most of them just stay in Turkey, or they just stay in their countries. And then you have the Islamists, the ones that are making riots, the ones that are having big flyers. It's like, insult Islam and you get beheaded. You know, behead those who insult Islam. Islam should dominate the world. Those are the problems that are in Europe right now, and they're not in America.
Do you guys want the biggest red pill? You want me to drop the biggest red pill of them all?
John. Go on.
My grandma's Muslim.
How dare she?
Is she a jihadist? Because this is the fourth type of Muslim.
She constantly kept trying to drive truck bombs into my garage. My dad had to be like, "Stop this!"
Hey, you know, my ancestors bombed London. Yeah, I literally had someone in the Luftwaffe in my family.
Oh,
really?
Ancestors, because I had ancestors who lived in London. Let's have a conversation.
Well, yeah, my ancestors bombed yours.
Yeah. No, that's probably not true. Actually, my ancestors lived in Yeovil.
It's obviously not every Muslim is a fucking terrorist. It's not the question.
It's
not the question.
No, people say read the Quran. It's in the Quran that they're fine. Well, it's in the Bible that you shouldn't deal with the banks. How many Christians are having deals with the bank? Just because it's in the religious text doesn't mean everyone follows it. Yeah. Right? Doesn't mean that some Muslims.
Ho! You have to listen to this. Trump and Putin say.
Oh crap! Your thing's breaking up. Do you want to put the link in the thing, and I'll screen share. Sorry, man. I don't know. Did it cut out for everyone else, right?
Yep.
Yes. Every time I load the site, it cuts out. But I can read you the headline again. Trump.
Well, just put it in the description. I'll screen share. We'll pick that.
Wait, I'm just archiving it right now so I can have.
Oh yeah, okay, no worries. Yeah.
Okay, the headline is Trump and PewDiePie are using the same playbook.
They are. No, they are. That's absolutely correct. They absolutely are. And that's the point I made in my video. That's why I played the clip of Donald Trump. So this is really what PewDiePie was saying. I mean, it destroys lives, but it won't destroy mine because I can speak back. And that's exactly what it is. And we needed people like Trump and PewDiePie to stand up.
This is why I'm laughing at media. They know what's happening and they're still doing it. It's like you've tried it with Trump, didn't work. And now you're doing it with PewDiePie, knowing that he's like Trump. Are you insane or something?
It's The Verge, the outlet PewDiePie specifically mocked. You know, what a surprise.
The Verge is the outlet, by the way, with Chris Kluwe, who is like, I don't care you landed a shuttle on a comet. You're wearing a shirt that's sexist and ostracizing. That's The Verge.
Oh, that one guy.
It is the biggest cancer of the media.
I don't think he actually wrote that article, but I think he was obviously in full support of it. But right, okay. So
The Verge did write the article. They're the ones who started the controversy.
Oh, listen to this. This is the richest thing you'll ever fucking hear. The most powerful posture for a modern media figure to play is the martyr. Sorry, victim politics people. Are you going to tell us about playing the victim? Are you really going to do that, you pieces of shit? Holy fuck, you hypocrites! God, that has actually just pissed me off just reading that.
What's that? Trump and PewDiePie are using the same playbook?
You cause someone to lose $1 million, they become the victim.
Yeah, exactly. But not only that, no, but it's the hypocrisy. All they do is promoted like Anit Sarkeesian and whoever as look at the victims of the internet. Oh, Brianna Wu's a victim. They're all victims. It's like, okay, you made that acceptable, you pricks.
And not only that, is their victims are somehow gaining money while our victims are losing money. How the fuck does that work?
Yeah, our victims are far more likely to be actual victims if that's the case, in my opinion. But anyway.
This is all nonsense. It's just nonsense. I've actually honestly emotionally disconnected. For a long time, I'll admit, for a really long time, I was probably a lot of people just kind of emotionally dead over this shit, but I just don't care anymore. It's like, you call me what you fucking want. I know what I believe. I know what's bullshit, and I know it when I see it. And I think that's a lot of people, so
that's
hopefully I mean, like, what these days the news, does it tell you anything? I don't know what to believe. Like, I called one of my colleagues, a guy I work with. He was just like, he's like, I'm trying to make sense of the news, but I just don't know what's.
Do you know the war in Syria? There's this Canadian journalist that's pointing out that almost all of the information coming out from the war in Syria is fake because they don't have any people on site in Aleppo. Like, they don't have any journalists in Aleppo, and then they're making news. And if you look at the white helmets on YouTube, you can see how they're faking all of the information that's coming out from Syria. They're like having plays with, it's like action, and then they get someone out from the rubble or something, and you get to see it on all the mainstream news outlets.
Yeah, I've heard the same thing. I don't know what to believe. I don't know what's true.
They're taking pictures of war zones like Iraq or things that ISIS blew up, and they're saying, "Oh, look, this is in Syria. This is what Assad is doing."
Yeah, I've seen you've got a video.
PewDieGate hashtag is really taking off.
Yes, it really is, isn't it? Is there anything good on it?
A video on it.
Holy shit! How did I never notice this?
What?
The word Nazi is in the word Ashkenazi. I never noticed that.
Are you saying that Nazis need echo quotes?
I mean, Sargon, look here. Let me red pill some of the people, right? These are the white helmets that are making propaganda videos, and you can see how they're saying here, right? Not doing anything.
Why do we always get the red pills out? Go on.
Yeah, look, they're not doing anything. And at one point, a person says action, right? So they're standing still right now. Mm-hmm. They're getting ready. Okay. And if you actually watch the video, I don't have the sound on, but someone is going to say action.
And then they'll start moving, right?
Yeah, they'll start moving. Look. Yeah. And now it's like, oh, my leg, and they're helping.
That is obviously a fucking fake.
Yeah, it is a fake. And there are so many videos like this in YouTube, just proving that these people are faking this. And it's all over the mainstream media.
Why are they faking this?
And it's the same with the Aleppo boy, right? I as a person who is a doctor, can point out all the bullshits in this video. So they're rescuing this boy, right? And you've probably seen this in the ambulance. And they're putting him in the ambulance right here, right? They're sitting him down. And for me as a doctor, this seems fake as fuck because no one is actually going to check this kid for any injuries. They're not looking to see if he's bleeding. They're not trying to patch up his wounds or anything. They just put him there and they're fucking off. And it's like, what kind of doctors are you? What the fuck are you doing? You know, either this video is fake. For fuck's sake. Yeah, either this video is completely fake or these people are the most heartless motherfuckers on earth because
I have something else for you.
Okay,
rather than taking care of them.
Yeah, this article here, I just posted it in the side chat, was tweeted out by J.K. Rowling, who's apparently coming out against PewDiePie.
Yeah. The Independent have this was the other day. This was the one that she tweeted out calling PewDiePie a fascist. And that was the thing. When did fascism become so cool? I'll tell you when. I can tell you exactly when it became cool. When you decided it was the worst thing in the world, and you couldn't. When you decided you had to go and persecute people who were fascists, it became cool because it became a statement against you. That's when.
What a fucking weird ass shit we're living through. How do you think this shit's gonna resolve?
I just can't get over it. I mean, can you imagine 10 years ago, the Independent writing articles about fascists in our
crazy. This is crazy. No, this is crazy.
The fascists are the problem. Sorry, where are they? Just where the fuck are they? I mean,
the fuck does it mean anymore?
Exactly. In real life, you wander around in real life. Who is the fascists? Point them out to me. Where are they? Also, I mean, I can literally point out the communists. I can go.
Yeah. There are fascists. Like Richard Spencer and other people. You know? No, there are legitimate fascists.
Richard, seven other humans.
Yeah, but my point is they're just.
Is Richard Spencer even a fascist? I mean, what the fuck? Look. Let me put. He just wants a white ethno state. I mean, what does it mean? He's a fascist.
Much on social issues. He doesn't say about
the funny thing
he
about
doesn't
Richard.
ever talk about healthcare, for example. You know?
Yeah, I've never heard his. I think he's literally considers himself like a.
When you go to Paul, the funny thing about Richard Spencer is when you go to Paul, they fucking hate him there. A lot of the real fascists, they fucking hate him.
No, I honestly think a real Nazi would not. I don't think they would identify with Spencer. I'm just in the effort of fairness. I agree.
My question is, what is the difference between a Nazi and a neo-Nazi?
Well, neo-Nazi there's only one kind of Nazi. It's a Nazi. You believe in the fucking National Socialist philosophy of 1930s Germany. I mean,
we don't call them neo-communists, for fuck's sake.
Exactly.
I think the difference is that the Nazis actually considered the lesser races like children, and they needed the help of the white man to lift them up, which is exactly what the SJWs are thinking. They're not outright saying it, true. But it's like, well, black people, well, they need our help, they need welfare, they need the help of the white man. Oscar so white, they need more representation, diversity.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, what was that thing you had there, sorry?
What?
Sorry, did you say you had another thing, or?
No. I already.
Oh right, that was it.
And I'm just looking through the hashtag, seeing what I'm finding. I'm seeing a lot of celebrities, like J.K. Rowling, coming out against PewDiePie, whilst YouTube itself. What's his fucking face again? Philip DeFranco made a video coming out in support of PewDiePie. It's taking off on YouTube.
Yeah, it's dividing into two classes, isn't it? All of the big YouTubers are on PewDiePie's side, and I'm sure a lot of that is motivation out of self-interest, and also because PewDiePie hasn't done anything wrong.
Celebrities are virtue signaling twats, honestly, and I think it's because most of the prizes, most of the people giving awards, they're social justice warriors. And if you would come out on the wrong side of an issue, they will just not promote your book. They will not give you a prize or whatnot. I mean, the Sad Puppies Award with the Hugo Awards, it turns out most of them were social justice warriors just hanging awards for people with the right skin color or people with the right virtue signal.
I didn't know any. I mean, so even if these fascists, so-called, got into power, we have 3 branches of government to stop fascism. I don't understand what they mean, really.
Yeah. Even if Donald Trump was a massive fascist, he's demonstrating that he can't work outside of the system.
Yeah, he can't work outside. And in fact, the system is working against him. In the deep state, they call it, as fascists, isn't it? I don't understand anymore.
I read these articles like Donald Trump, the fascist, was stopped by the judicial system. It's like, okay,
wait, is that
fascist then?
Is that the real boogie?
Yeah, man, I'm here for this. What is this? A sort of white supremacist meeting or something? What are we going to do?
Oh yes, this is definitely a white supremacist.
You're in trouble now, Boogie. You're in trouble now. So
my God, is it Boogie?
Yeah.
Boogie, what's up?
Hey, man, what's up,
my God. Is this really happening? Are me and you really on a Sargon live stream talking about white
Well, you were about to say white genocide then, weren't you?
White genocide.
Holy shit.
I wanted to see if the guys over there at NeoGaf could just blow their fucking brains out today.
Franco has just joined as well.
Who?
Philip DeFranco.
Serious?
Hey, Philly D, what's up, man?
Oh my God, is this going down?
It's not really me. This is fake news, you guys.
Yeah.
What's up? Hey, Philly D, I've watched your shit since 2007 or 6. What's up, man?
Thank you, man. I've been watching you since I saw you in Garbage with Ethan.
That's good to know. Lots of garbage produced. Much garbage.
By the way, to everyone watching, keep tweeting out under the hashtag PewDiePie. Just keep doing it because it might actually get trending. I'm banned from Twitter. I can't. So just do it for me if you can.
Did you really get banned from Twitter?
Something right when you're banned from the Qatari-sponsored social media.
Okay, so okay. Since you guys are here, I guess we'll do it in order of appearance, if that's all right. Boogie, what do you make of this whole drama with PewDiePie?
All right, here's the thing, man. I grew up on shock humor. I love shock humor. Obviously, stuff like the greats like Carlin and stuff, but I grew up on Richard Pryor and Eddie Murphy, and I grew up on Sam Kinison and stuff like that. I love shock humor. I think it's the funniest stuff in the world. I personally choose not to do it on YouTube for 2 reasons. Number one, I know that it can be harmful to myself, and I feel like some people feel it can be harmful to them. I don't want to hurt anybody, so I don't push the envelope. I'm as white bread as it comes to YouTube, right? But I don't think it's ever wrong to do that, and I love people who do it. I love when Felix does it. I love it when iDubbbz does it. I love it when Filthy Frank does it. I love that kind of content. I watch it every day. It's the stuff that I primarily watch. I love shock humor. I see no real harm in it. I don't really understand what the harm is supposed to be, because in context, this stuff, even in the joke that he got the worst trouble for, which is the holding up the sign that says "Death to all Jews," then subscribe to Keemstar. Even in that joke, the context of the joke is how terrible that phrase is. The context of the joke is how awful that is.
Context is everything. It matters more than anything.
Right. People also forget that the racist joke is a joke. It's a self-deprecating joke.
Right.
It's to say I'm such a scummy person as to think that's funny.
Right.
That's a joke at my own expense if I laugh at a racist joke or make
right, exactly. Now, at the same time, though, I will say, and obviously, I didn't even know about this until I saw your episode on this issue, DeFranco. But I saw now that I know that white supremacists are like cheering that on, and they're saying, "Oh, this kind of normalizes our thoughts and recruit." Here's the thing: I don't think that's necessarily true. I think anybody with a brain looks at that joke and says, "Wow, that's terrible and disgusting and awful." Nobody thinks, "Oh, that's okay then," unless you already think that, and then you're a piece of shit.
Yeah, exactly. That is exactly the point.
The thing about edgy jokes that are slightly racist, is that they have a certain degree of truth to them. It's why we consider them to be funny.
They're against political correctness. That's the problem. It is that it's okay for people to make other jokes like that.
Right. I've said this joke a couple of times. It's, as a German, you can travel everywhere around the world, and everyone will look at you weirdly. Like in France, people will look at you weirdly. Brits will look at you weirdly. But when you go to a Muslim country, people will, Germans, welcome, Germans. And when you ask them why, they will say, "Oh, we like what you did to the Jews." It's true to a certain degree. There's a degree of truth in it.
I will tell you a story here, and I'll try to make it brief because I know a lot of people need to talk. But when I was in high school, I was failing history class because I fucking hated history class. And my teacher says, "Look, if you do a book report for each semester, I'll bump you a full letter grade if you do extra work." The very first book he had me ever read was the Jungle, which is about industrialized America and how awful that was. The second one was Bury My Heart at Wounded Knee. Terrible fucking book, just depressing as shit. The third was on the Holocaust. And this book on the Holocaust had a section in the middle where it had about 25, 30 pictures of some of the ovens and of some of the showers and some of the stuff like the piles of bodies and stuff like this. And I'm reading this book and it destroys me. I mean, obviously it destroys me. You can't look at that stuff and not be just emotionally ruined by it. And I forget what the image says, and I'm going to feel stupid saying it, but one of the pictures in this book was of a message scrawled by one of the dying people on the wall that had been written there in ash, and I believe it's there preserved to this day. And when I saw that thing, it devastated me in a way that I had never been devastated before. But unfortunately for me, one of the ways that I have dealt with some of the terrible stuff I've dealt with in my life is through humor. And so I tried to find something funny about that picture, which was damn near impossible, by the way, but it's the only way to quell my discomfort with that kind of thing.
I think that's true.
What was the message that was left?
I wish that I could find it. If I remember correctly of the context, I believe it was a message to Hitler himself, as I think was the message. I'm sure if somebody out there smart enough is able to Google this. I know that I've reheard about it in the last 5 years. Someone who did a documentary on it says that message is still scrawled there. I'm sure you'll be able to find pictures of Google images.
Yeah.
But that said, it just I've always used humor as a way to navigate the really nasty stuff in life. And when Felix does that, I can't really get that mad about it. And when somebody else does it, even though I know it's harmful to himself, even though I know it's harmful to his career, my sense of humor is what protects me from that really nasty shit that I've had to read about, that I've had to see, that other people go through, or the stuff that I've gone through myself.
Can I just give an example of this? This is... Honestly, Boogie, I think you're one of my favorite people on YouTube just as a person, and this is the reason why, right? A, you were fair to Gamergate for a start, and that meant a lot, man, to a lot of people.
Well, I appreciate that. Yeah.
For me, it was the whole stuff that was going on with the Reddit that was fat people hate or something.
Oh yeah,
right. Now I followed that because I'm a fat guy, and I was just like, shit, that is the harshest stuff in the world, right? And when there were people calling for it to be shut down, you were arguing against that, and I was just like, fucking salute, man.
I've been fat too. I never saw anything wrong with fat people hate. I
miss fat Jontron.
Yeah, but it's more stuff on the person.
I'm still here. Don't worry. I ain't gone nowhere.
But I will tell you, when it comes to the fat people hate thing, here's the thing. Number one, those people, long before that subreddit existed, they've been on my case since the beginning of time. Long after that subreddit has existed, they're still on my case. I check vote every once in a while. I see what they're saying about me over there. And it's never going to go away. It's never going to change. Give those people a place to do what they need to do, so that it's isolated, so that's one place. If that's what they feel they need to do, if that's what they feel they need to organize with that, I don't really care, man. I don't really care. Let them feel and let them say and let them do what they need to do. Sorry, John, go ahead.
I'm just saying it's not like censorship's ever helped anything. It just makes it more loud. It makes it louder in the end.
Right, and that's exactly what it did. For the longest time, those guys got pushed off to every subreddit. And to this day, my subreddit is filled with people that usually posted there that just have nowhere else to post on Reddit. So they come over there and they, hey, here's a story about the Dying Boogie came into my Waffle House and ate his clean. And I don't know. It's funny. It's still funny. I mean, it doesn't bother me. Yeah. But it's just weird.
Sorry.
No, go ahead, man.
I guess their theory is that censorship would have stopped the Nazis. I don't know that it would.
No. I will explain you why this is happening.
Do you guys know who was the first person that the communists murdered when they took over Russia in 1917? A clown. Not a politician. A clown. They murdered a clown on Lenin's orders.
In communist Romania, making jokes with
he performed in St. Petersburg on the stage. He made fun of the Tsar. He made fun of Russian politicians. And the Lenin and Trotsky, they knew exactly that this person was the most dangerous thing to their regime. He was a comedian. He mocked and lampooned the political elite of Russia during that time. And so in the night that they took over the Winter Palace, that famous revolution, they sent a killer commander to the theater where he was performing and walked onto the stage and shot him in the face. Totalitarians know that comedy is the biggest enemy to them. And that is exactly what we're seeing here. We're seeing authoritarians taking on a war against comedy, a war against fun. They hate fun. They know it's the biggest enemy to them, which is why they're trying to quash it.
Do you mind if I ask Boogie another question then? So Boogie, what do you make of have you read the Wall Street Journal's article about PewDiePie? I'm the problem. I've read the headline. I don't want to pay $2 to read their stupid website. You still have to pay to read that article? Because the one time I clicked on it, I think you did. I didn't see an archive of it, so I didn't try to find it. So I just went what everybody said about it. So I don't know exactly what it says. That said, I did see a thread compiling the authors of this article and their tweets talking about celebrating destroying PewDiePie's career. And I just think that is disgraceful. I just think that it's disgraceful because here's the thing. If you genuinely believe, and I said this on my stream last night, if you genuinely believe that you are doing the good thing, the right thing, I'm saving people from having to see this kind of thing. I'm saving people from having to feel this kind of thing, and I'm doing the right thing. You know, I'm not gonna hate you. That's not a thing. I don't mind that. I guess you're trying to do what you consider to be the right thing. I don't necessarily agree that that's the right thing, but at least you're a good-hearted person. These guys were celebrating the act of taking down Felix, and that is disgusting to me.
Yeah,
destroying a person's life. Hang on. If anyone listening knows the journalist, can you do me a favor and archive the tweets and put them on the PewDieGate hashtag, please? Because that's the sort of thing I think that is going to be useful in like 3 months' time when explaining this to people.
Right, and like one of the tweets, one of the ones I remember is one of them complaining that the only thing Felix had said on live stream, the only thing he'd said in social media so far was uploading a video of him playing a game about genital jousting. And like he was mad that Felix wouldn't engage with him.
Have you read the second follow-up Wall Street Journal article?
Oh, I have not.
Because that one is the most revealing, because they talk about YouTube advertisement and how important it is to better regulate advertisement on YouTube, meaning they are essentially going after the money. And they pretty much reveal their motivation. Since their papers are failing, they want us to lose our money as well here on YouTube.
The way they justify this is that they posed as liberals, and we had the saying back in the 90s and the 80s, like you can do whatever you want as long as you're not hurting anyone. And they moved hurting to actual physical hurting and physical damage, to hurting someone's feelings. So this is why they justify what they're doing, because it's like, well, we're protecting the feelings of people who can't protect themselves.
That is true, actually. They always gone about, what about, I mean, Ben Kuchera literally said, what about the minority groups that he's targeting? So what do you mean targeting? Nothing's happening to them.
And they believe that the minority groups, whether they be black, whether they be Jewish, whether they be Asian or whatever, they're incapable of helping themselves.
Yeah. Okay.
Let me say, if that's okay, man. I loved Ethan's video on this topic, and I don't think it hit every note, but I think one of the best things that he did there was, being a Jewish person himself. I can't speak for Ethan. I'll never be able to speak for Ethan.
I can speak for Ethan. He gave me those privileges. I actually have the documents here.
But that said, I can't speak for the Jewish people because I'm not a Jewish person. I would never dare try. But here's what I will say is that I agree that Ethan says it's not my job as a white man to be offended for him. If he wants to be offended, he's perfectly capable of being offended. He has a platform. He can be frustrated. He can say what he needs to say. I don't have to say shit for him.
Can you speak for all fat people, or can you speak for all males, or can
no,
you
I
speak
definitely.
for all Americans?
I can't speak for all fat people because I'm just one fat guy.
Exactly.
I want to know what Phil thinks.
I was about to go on to that. If that's right. Phil, what do you make of this whole thing? So I'm sure you're well informed on what's actually gone on. So what's your opinion, please?
I'm exhausted and disappointed. I'm exhausted because Felix said it in his video, and he's 100% right. They only talk about us as far as YouTubers when they're trying to talk about like, hey, look at these fucking idiots who are making money. Can you believe it? Let's hate on them. Or when they're trying to pull us down through the veil of through some social justice angle. And it was, I don't know, today it was infuriating. And I know several writers from the publications that are putting out these hit pieces, and it's infuriating. The thing that I have to constantly remind myself though is an individual or several individuals that are writing on these pieces are not completely representative of all the people that work there. They're more representative of the editors that have to approve the pieces, but not the full organizations. And I think you can see that they're backpedaling, whether it be with their title changes, the deletion of tweets, and they don't think of themselves as targets. Like,
do they?
Go for it.
I'm just curious. Do they not understand what they're doing and the ramifications? Like, they don't. How can they think they're in the right? I mean, are these people crazy?
They're probably
I think it's like what Boogie said, right? Is that a lot of people, including him in this situation, they base it off of this surface level stuff, right? You have three guys that are looking through hundreds and hundreds of hours of footage, and they're like, hey, there's Hitler. That has to be wrong. And they're not taking the time to go, oh, let's look at the situation. He's doing this because it's over the top and it's ridiculous. Or, oh, look, this Leslie Jones thing, he's not doing the Photoshops. It's this program. He even says it's racist. They're not taking the time, and it's because of this we have to churn shit out cycle.
Right.
I don't agree. I think it's their ideology. They don't tolerate anything they don't consider politically correct.
Well, when you say, this is an issue, right? So when you say they, are you saying all of them?
No, I'm saying the people that call themselves progressives, and they call themselves.
It's not even just all. No. That's not accurate, man. There are loads of people who are progressives who aren't like SJWs. It's honestly, it seems to be the best way I can think of to describe them is just moral busybodies.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I mean, to answer Phil's, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, John.
Well, to answer Phil's question, I honestly think when he says, well, is there a they most of us have just decided, fuck it, there's a they. We know who they are. I mean, this is what it's become. It's like, if you say anything like that, you're the they, and we're the these.
Honestly, they have their own language, and the way they virtue signal to each other, that they kind of understand who is part of their clique and who isn't.
Yeah.
Like if you read, for instance, an article by Jessica Valenti, and you read the article from, let's say, Steve Kluwe, you will notice the same kind of lines, the same kind of wordings. You know, it's almost like they read from the same book. They talk with each other, and they read the same stuff that they're posting out. So.
Okay.
Like if I could interject here for a second, can I say one thing? I identify as progressive.
Mm-hmm.
I was raised by a strong feminist single mother who took care of her sick husband and worked 40 hours a week, sometimes 50, sometimes 60, to provide for me, to provide for her sick husband who could not work, who taught me that a woman can be anything, that she can do anything, she can do it as well as a man, that there's nothing in this world that a woman cannot do. I believed that since I was a very small child. I will never stop believing that. I will never stop believing that everyone should be treated the same as everyone else. I believe that even when you make dramatically awful mistakes, you should be given a second chance. I believe in the majority of the things that some of these people claim to believe in.
Yeah,
that's
exactly it.
There's a person here who would disagree with any of that.
No, that's exactly it. They claim to believe that, but they don't preach.
Do you think that your mother shouldn't do what she wants? She should do what feminism tells her to do, because that's exactly what Anita Sarkeesian said at the Sydney Opera House.
And I'll tell you, my wife, I love her. my wife, I love her, but God love her, but she is, without a doubt, I don't think she identifies with feminism, but she is one of the strongest women I've ever met. And she will take garbage for choosing to be a housewife. She will take shit for choosing to be my caretaker because I need physical help these days with my body. And she takes garbage for liking to bake. And I can't understand that. I can't understand that. I can't get into that mindset. Why is it wrong that she likes to cook?
Because it's a gender role. And they're anti-traditional gender roles, and that's a traditional gender role. And I agree. I think anyone should be free to choose the lifestyle they want as long as they're not hurting anyone.
Does she get shit for that, honestly?
Yes, she gets shit for that. My wife Twitter gets shit for it all of the time. She'll cook for her friends on a Saturday night and tweet out what she cooked, and she just stopped doing it because people would be like, I can't believe you cook for these men.
People are out to destroy anything holy. It's a great thing. It's a nice thing. What's wrong with this?
And for the record,
they're trying to make you ashamed of the
what I wanted to say is I found the archived tweets that they made.
Okay. Get them on the hashtag so people can see them.
I'm not on Twitter. I'm banned from.
Oh right, yeah, that's right.
I can post them here in the sidebar because some of them are really revealing.
Yeah. So
read them too.
Philip, right. Okay. So, I mean, what do you make of the media acting like a class? What do you think of that? Because it seems that YouTubers are very much behind PewDiePie, and the media seems to be very much behind the Wall Street Journal. And this is, I think, it really does have dimensions of sort of class conflict. What do you think of that? What do you think of
that sounds like a Phil question to me.
What do I think about the class conflict between journalists and YouTubers?
Yeah. Do you think there is any? If you think there is any at all?
No, I mean to some extent. I think for the longest time, it starts out like any new thing where no one takes it serious. Then it slowly gets closer. Then you ridicule it. You think it's ridiculous, and then you try and tear it down as it passes you. And that's why the reason I try and get across the point that it's not all of them is just one. I think the whole conversation around this gets pulled out, and then like I look to the chat and it's all red pill versus blue pill bullshit.
I
understand like a bunch of people buy into that, and that's fine. But I think some definitely resent. I don't do a lot of interviews with a lot of the outlets that talked about PewDiePie here because I've been misrepresented in the past, where they chop me up and make me sound like something else. And the only reason I feel like they haven't gone after other people, because I mean we all know fucking people or might be people that they could go after. The only reason they're going after PewDiePie is the size. They're going after the biggest guy to see if they can knock him down. And
I've always been surprised the animus they've had towards Felix. It seems like it never ends with them and him.
It's because he's a threat to them.
Yeah, and because he has a habit of not striking back. He's usually just ignored this, been the better man, and just risen above it.
They don't like that they can't influence his stuff.
It pisses them off because they expect him to get annoyed by this,
But I just want to say, Phil, it's funny because in some ways you are like the original alternative media show. I can't think of too many. Was there anyone before you who used to do because you were the first guy I saw on YouTube who would just cover the news?
The closest guy would probably be Zay Frank, who a bunch of us just based our shows off of. But I don't know. He mainly stuck to the left.
Really, it's interesting to see how far it's come. To see you still doing it. It's cool. I don't know.
I know I've kissed your ass in person a few times, Phil. But thank you, man. Thank you. Let me do it publicly. Thank you for doing what I always wanted to do, but doing it well instead of shitty like I do. Doing it with a real backbone because sometimes I simply don't. It's so difficult. It is so difficult. It is difficult to take the hate that you have to take to be a moderate because you have to catch it from the left. You have to catch it from the right. I was not built for that.
But sometimes it's because I'm actually moderate, and then sometimes it's because I like to trigger people, including chat, which is why I said the blue pill, red pill thing.
How dare you break the sanctity of the blue and the red pill?
Oh no! Just out of curiosity, who is Kim Il Sung?
Yeah, I was about to ask, who's Christian?
Oh, that's me.
Who's me?
I'm not a YouTuber or anything. I just figured you let Philip DeFranco join. I thought you'd let anyone join.
What is happening here exactly?
That's funny, and I respect that move.
Did we just get this whole stream just got red pilled?
Yep, red pilled hard.
Just prove you wrong, Phil. It's real.
I wanted to ask Boogie, how do you think this will end? And what will come out of it?
I mean, I think that the 24-hour news cycle will recycle it as often as they can, try to get Felix's name on the news as often as they can, try to get as many detached parents to hate him as humanly possible, try to do as much damage to YouTube, the platform, and to his career as humanly possible. Then they'll move on to the next thing and wait for someone else on YouTube to put a foot in their mouth and then just do it all over again. And at the end of the day, I think Felix is one of the most intelligent, talented people on the platform, and I expect him to rise above. I can't believe they canceled this YouTube Red show. I still can't believe that happened. That is mind-boggling to me. But beyond that, I know that he'll be fine, and I know that he'll rise above this, and I know that he has an audience that loves him with a fury of 1,000 suns. So I basically, they picked a guy who's genuinely bulletproof. Like, he's genuinely bulletproof. Fire at him as much as you want. We couldn't ask for a better martyr. We couldn't ask for a better, more bulletproof person than Felix to be on the front line of this fight. I honestly don't think we could, and I think he's going to be just fine. And I think eventually they'll just move on to the next target.
Will you guys be targeted and PewDiePie targeted?
All the attention they're giving him is just giving him more attention. That's what he wants. That's what he's doing it for.
I mean, they rolled over on me. I'm a small. I mean, I'm not a small guy, but I'm a small guy with a failing channel. So at the end of the day, like, I don't matter. But they've rolled over on me. They will look for any weak link they can find. They will nip at any hole in the armor they find.
If it wasn't for this, guys like you and Philip DeFranco wouldn't end up on our corner of the internet ever. You wouldn't.
That's true. I mean, honestly, if I wasn't here to defend a creator that I genuinely love, if I wasn't here to defend him, Sargon, no offense, but I'd be eating dinner with my wife right now.
No, there'd be no reason for this stream, mate.
Yeah,
I didn't mean that as an accusation. I meant that in the way of they're just the people who bring out these stories, who keep trying to create artificial outrage. They just keep making more and more enemies when they continue doing that behavior.
I think they've reached the point where they've made too many enemies. I really do.
Yeah, well, that goes back to the thing Phil said with, like, well, it's not. And I understand what you're saying, Phil. I really do. Like, where you say it's not all of this media, and there are good people there. I understand, but they've decided to fucking all collude and wage war. I mean, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? There's obviously a force out there that all thinks one way.
And one of the lessons I learned very early is that nobody ever thinks they're the bad guy. That's the thing. Like, they're doing bad things. They don't think they're the bad guys, and even if they're having a terrible negative effect. They think they're doing the right thing. I try to get into the head of anybody. I'm nobody's enemy at the end of the day, man. I try to get along with every person on the planet. It's just one of my character flaws. But that said, I understand that they think they're doing the right thing. At the end of the day, I don't think they're fully aware of the damage that they're doing. I wish someone like Philip could sit down and make them watch one of their shows. It's like, look, this is the long-reaching effect of what you're doing. Please understand you're not helping, you're harming. And unless I'm wrong, and in the case that they do know they're doing harm and they don't give a shit, then fuck them with a rake.
They're happy that he lost millions of dollars, actually.
But I'm not necessarily talking about, like, hitting Felix in the pocket. Okay, maybe that makes you happy. Maybe you think that's the right thing. Maybe he's the enemy. But the number of people that are going to bounce back to protect Felix, the people who are going to become ingrained in the beliefs, the people that are going to dig in. Extremism begets extremism, which begets extremism. And you divide the country, you divide the world, you divide YouTube, you divide all of this stuff. People get madder and madder. The long-lasting effects of this stuff is never good. This is never the way to handle this kind of thing. This extremism, jeez, I can't even think of the right word. But to be just so over the top with it creates other people becoming over the top, which then makes other people over the top. And it just spirals completely out of control until you have a nation like we have right now. And I don't know how much further there is to go. But I guess we're going to find it. I guess we're determined to figure out if we can just start killing people in the fucking streets. I guess.
No, well, I'll tell you what. No, I'll tell you. You see, you're very right about that, and that's what I've been saying. I've been trying to fight it as best I could with words, but when words don't work anymore, that's when it gets bad, and that's when the extremism begets extremism. Because is what it is.
I mean, I think we are on the way of fixing this, though. Look at America now. Look at the election of Trump, who's a buffoon, yes, but he's a clear sign that the people are still being heard. I do think there are still plenty of legal and peaceful remits and courses of action.
Now you say that, but look at the other 50% of the country won't let democracy run its course. They're just constantly trying to discredit, undermine in any way they can. It doesn't even matter if they play fair anymore.
He's at war with the deep state at the moment. I mean, his own intelligence services are trying to discredit him.
If they win, they win. That's it. They don't care what it means. They couldn't care less how they got him out of there.
Yeah, you don't have
50% or just a small minority of the people who lost.
I think it's a large amount of people. I mean, look at it. It's crazy. It's nuts.
Yeah, they have. I mean, look at the Women's March. Millions of people.
Yeah.
It was bigger than the Libertarians when Obama won, and that was a pretty big march.
Yeah, I mean, like, I voted for Obama, like I said, and I wasn't a Republican, but even if I were at that point, look what happened. They were like, okay, we'll let this ride out 8 years, whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
But this is like, what the fuck? You can't. So it's like basically let's just say 50% of the nation that voted for Trump. They got the message. Your opinion doesn't matter, even when you win. Even when you win fair and square, you're a dum-dum, and I'm gonna smash you with my hammer.
Dude, that's exactly what they're doing. They are trying to unseat Trump, who is an elected president, and as far as we can tell, he didn't cheat to get there.
No, he didn't cheat. That's the thing. He didn't cheat at all. Not at all.
But Hillary Clinton was cheating. She's a lifelong cheater, and that's the person they were trying to install. I just can't understand it.
Well, I mean, that's why if anybody asks, well, where does this extremism come from? It's the breakdown of democracy is when one side feels like it's not being heard, even when it wins fairly. I think that would be my assessment of why people feel kind of extreme.
But okay. Do you mind, Philip? Do you mind if I ask you on this issue again? I'm probably taking you one outside your comfort zone, or I hope I am. What do you think about the clear social divide in the United States?
I mean, I was watching. I stopped watching Trump's press conference so I could jump in on this, but I kind of agree with one thing that he said, which is that this country was divided before I got here. I didn't divide it. It's like how he got to power. It's up there. I mean, just think of after Obama was elected. Think when he got his second term. Think of the day after, right? Your interaction with other people, and then think of the day after this election, right? I think that obviously that was going to be peak, but it's definitely representative of the change. So I think that it is as far as my lifetime, this is the craziest and most divided we've ever been. I'm only 30. I mean, that's ancient on YouTube, but for me, this is new territory, which is one of the reasons why I love talking to so many people about it, because they have more experience than me, and my interest in politics really only extends, I would say, like the last 6 years. But if you look out, I mean, you know how fucked things are right now.
Yeah, no, you're spot on with that. Yeah. I actually talked to my grandma who lived under Nazi occupation in Croatia, was it? And she was telling me how she'd never seen any shit like this in America.
So, Phil, I mean, for me, it's the perception seems to be that the sort of far left, and it seems that most people in the media are quite far left. If you're not in like Fox News, they don't seem to have any tools with which to deal with anyone outside of their bubble anymore. They seem to. I mean, they've declared them as fascists and Nazis, and so how the hell? I mean, could they ever reconcile? Do you think? Do you think they'll ever turn back on what they've said?
Well, I think the big important thing is to remember that it's not left right. It's not that extreme, right? It seems like that. I really do believe that where we see ourselves, it is very much on the spectrum. And I think on the far left and the far right, you have these fucking like Pac-Man-esque eating their way to the middle of all these people that consider themselves, somewhat fucking moderate, or they just like they have a difference of opinion on the key issues, right? The big key issues that separated a lot of Democrats from a lot of Republicans for a while. You have abortion and you have guns, right? Maybe the death penalty you could throw in there. There's obviously like the taxes.
So there is definitely a fault line along. You could, it's exactly you say, like abortion.
Right, but so at least then it could be like, I want to choose for control of my body, and people shouting "baby killer." I like that. I want to go back to that normal rather than like everyone's either a Nazi or wants to like burn down. I don't see the world as that. I do think that even if you go a little excessive, you could say that the FAR on both sides give a range of like 10 to 15%. Let your bias control how far you think that exists on your side. But
I agree.
I think the more people realize how fucking moderate they are, and that the people that they hate are actually a minority of a subgroup of a larger group, I think then we can move on. But I don't know if that's going to happen anytime soon.
I agree. The problem, right? I know what's happened here. It's basically the people. If you follow any kind of ideological position, you're probably never going to take it to its zenith. But the people who do will always win an argument against you. For example, if you say, "Well, I'm a feminist," and they say, "Yeah, but you still do. You still wear makeup because the patriarchy wants you to." I don't wear any makeup. Then that person has gained like a superiority over you, and they've become an authority on the subject. And that goes for any ideological position. The extremists always gain control because they are the more pure ones in that ideological hierarchy. But I mean, most people aren't like that, and they just need to realize that. And most of the time, they will vote for someone who isn't like that.
So here's like an example, kind of that, right? If we move to feminists, right, which I feel like it's very easy to have a negative mindset on that, because most people, when you think of that, you think of the most heated and angry version of a Lacey Green, right? And that is a person that I'm personally just not a fan of. But when I have friends that consider themselves feminists, and often they're the people that get yelled at by some other feminists because they're not representative, intersectional, something. I don't know. My mind starts hurting.
Feminists.
Yeah, it's just they're like, you know what? Equality. There's differences between us, but just like if treat me with the same amount of respect. Cool. Then, and in my head, I think of that as classical feminists rather than the very, very toxic version of like a Lacey Green.
I think you're an intersectional feminist.
Right, and so that's the big point, right? And I know I can end up sounding like a fucking broken record, but I just try not to look at everyone as my enemy. But certain groups, yeah, certain people, yeah.
I try to, like, I've spoken with Lacey Green several times. I saw her, I think, at VidCon, and I spoke to her in DMs on Twitter a few times. And
you survived?
I watch her videos. Yeah, I survived. I watch her videos from time to time, and I very rarely agree with them, but I love her challenging my ideals. I love consuming it. Anita Sarkeesian, she's not my enemy or anything close to it. I watch her content. I don't often agree with it. Sometimes I feel like her point is somewhat disingenuous, but I learn from it. I learn a different perspective. And one of the things that I preach on my content all the time, I preach on my live stream all the time, I am not a liberal. I am not a conservative. I am not a feminist. I am not a man's right activist. I'm Boogie. I'm a person.
Sounding a lot like a Nazi right now.
I'm just saying, I don't have a fucking label. I don't have a fucking, I don't believe a belief structure. Nobody handed me a belief structure, and I agree with it. I am pro-choice, but I hate baby killing. I love healthcare. I love healthcare, but I hate the idea of taxing the poor to pay for it, or even taxing the rich. I'm a complicated person with complicated ideals. And the more that we simplify ourselves and apply label to ourselves, Republican, Democrat, conservative, liberal, feminist, men's rights activist, and the easier it is someone to take away your identity, take away your personality, take away who and what you are. When you label yourself, you're no longer that person. You're no longer George or Bob or Steve or Susan. You are a feminist, conservative, Republican label. You're a label. And it's so easy to hate the other team. It's real hard to hate a person. Yeah, it's real hard to hate a person.
That's the thing. The problem, they dichotomize people into factions, and factions can do nothing else but go to war with each other.
The problem here is, and I believe in that exactly what you said, Boogie, but the problem, I guess, is when the breakdown occurs on a large scale throughout a nation, because a nation is it's just an extended family, and with people who agree on certain ideals over other ones. And I mean, you have to have some cohesion, and that's what's fracturing, and that's the scary part. That's the issue. I mean, we clearly are divided on lines that are just basic shit these days.
I had a conversation with someone from Antifa the other day. She's very, very much an Antifa supporter.
How did you establish a communication?
It was just on Twitter, right? No, she's one of the ones who she's just got into it, I think, and she's just read her Marx. And she was telling me about the labor theory of value, and I was like, no, it's wrong. It's wrong. Anyway, she was basically, we were talking about political violence, and she was like really heatedly arguing that, yes, I know political violence is wrong. We only do it to, we don't think we should do it to anyone but Nazis. And I was just like, look, no, you shouldn't even do it to Nazis. There should be no political, and that was the thing. To her, they weren't even the people. They weren't human.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Like, when you, that's such a basic. If we can't agree on that, it's chaos. And
yeah, exactly. Then it's civil
it has
war.
To reorganize it.
It's actually civil war. As soon as it comes to that point, then you're actually, and it worries me that there are literally communists and Nazis fighting in the streets these days.
Yeah, it's true.
It's 1930s Germany all over again, and Trump isn't a scary thing. Trump is not a scary thing.
There's actually a word for this process of dehumanization called the banality of evil. It's when you reduce an enemy, when you prop up an ideological enemy and turn your fight against your ideological enemy into a kind of bureaucracy by turning your opponent into a set of labels or numbers. And then there's a term that Hannah Arendt used to describe, what's his fucking name again? Eichmann. So when you reduce the process of reducing a human being to nothing but a number or a label or something like that is more or less a simplification of the process of allowing yourself to just do horrible things to that person.
I'm not sure that's the term, the banality of evil, but I understand that there is that is the process you're talking about.
But there is even in the days of the American Civil War back in the 1850s era, you had the Confederate South and you had the Union, and it was like, it was pretty clear, this side versus this side. But now it's, you're going to have people within California opposing its own secession. There's no clear sides. So
they are. I think they are drawn along ideological lines that are based on a certain set of principles that gets them to the point of being in conflict. Why would what real reason have Republicans got to be opposed to abortion? To be fair, religious ones mostly, and that if it wasn't for that principle, it probably wouldn't be an issue. They probably went, well, it's constitutional, it's libertarian. They probably wouldn't mind if it wasn't for the religion. And that's the thing. All of these things have been motivated by ideologies, and people don't really seem to take a great interest in the sort of the actual meat and substance of these ideologies. And
my country banned abortions. I don't know why they don't look at history to see what happens in countries where you do ban abortions. And
because they're utopian idiots. This is the thing with all of these. They're all utopian.
Yeah, I always saw this abortion and gay rights issues. That's what we were arguing over for 20, 30 years there. Those were the big issues. They seem kind of small now, don't they? But, I always thought these are kind of distractions. Yeah. So, I always voted pro-gay marriage. I remember I voted against Prop 8 in California. I don't know if you remember that one, Phil.
Oh, yeah. Prop
8. The thing is,
can you tell us about it?
Even though we are talking about real issues, the past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years have been dominated with a political discourse about distinctive non-issues. It's about, oh, you're offensive this, that's offensive, rather than actually talking about real issues.
Yeah, the real issues, because those are hard and they're upsetting. But abortion, that's a good. Just put that up on there. That'll keep the monkeys distracted.
Phil, what do you think of Trump on what he's actually been doing in his time in office, rather than what the media have been saying about him?
Well, wait, what do you mean?
The executive orders. What's your opinion of his and just compared to his campaign promises, what he's actually done? I don't want not the conspiracy stuff and all that, but the things he has actually actioned while being the president. What do you reckon about that?
That is a good question. I'm trying to think of what to say.
I appreciate that it's going to be something that you need to vocalize clearly.
Right. Yeah. I don't want to just shoot from the hip. I think that the thing that's been most eye-opening as far as the executive orders and what he's been doing, I have a pretty varied family and friend group, and there were a lot of people that voted for him. I have a lot of family from the South who have dealt with hard times. They really didn't want to deal with a lot of the same, and that's what they saw as far as Clinton. And so they would say things like, I don't think he actually cares about the wall. And, he's not going to do a ban. He's just going to, don't worry about it. It's about the economy. like going back to kind of like Bill Clinton days. Is the economy stupid? And so for me, it's been the most eye-opening that you know, you have to. I think you do have to kind of take him at his word. You know, he's saying what he wants to do. A lot of people kind of justified, but that's like what a lot of people are freaking out about with the executive orders. What's really important also is to realize that there's a huge group out there that are like, yes, he's doing it. This is why I voted for him. You know, I am scared because of this part of the country, and I do think that we need to change things up. And so I feel like what a lot of people see is, I mean, I think that you could easily say the way the travel ban went through, the way it went through was fucking horrid. And then you can debate as far as whether it's right or wrong. But I don't know. The way that went down, it made me not as far as if it was the right or wrong thing. It made me really question how far ahead they're thinking and who's talking to who as far as the confusion. That's what scares me the most. On top of what I feel like is very much.
Do you think that the media is contributing to the hysteria?
I think that you have some. I think that it's also important not to completely push off all media, because then you're not trusting fact checking. Because I can talk as much shit as I want about, you know, mainstream media this, mainstream media that. I use mainstream media sources as well as smaller up and coming sources. It's just a matter of going to all of them and seeing where their facts come from. So it's not like I don't completely throw them to the side. And that's where a lot of the some not all comes into play.
I think I think my problem with the mainstream media in that regard is for me it's the lies by omission. It's what they don't tell you. I mean, like I did a video about CNN, and I just had 3 different kinds of like lies by omission that they do in it. And the one that pissed me off the most, and this, I mean, maybe it's because my family's working class, and this really got under my skin, but it was Van Jones, who gets paid $1 million a year. Before the election, he was obviously, everyone's a racist. This is a white lash.
Yeah, the white lash. I saw that live, actually.
The white lash. And then afterwards, he did a segment where he went to like rural Ohio or something, sat down with a piss poor family, and then proceeded to like imply that he was somehow the victim of their existence because this was world shattering to him. He couldn't believe this was true. My God, I've got to reestablish my entire paradigm. It's like, yeah, they are the victim of your lies.
Oh, you're talking about when he went and sat down with those families and he talked to them?
You didn't even know they fucking existed, and yet you had the temerity to talk about them and how they were racist.
Yeah, and then he says, when they're saying something against his narrative, he said, "Oh, come on, don't say that. I'm here to help you guys."
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, go fuck off.
I mean, that was just beyond the pale for me. You arrogant motherfucker.
Yeah, well, those guys. Yeah, to Phil's point, I mean, I do know what you mean, Phil, when you say, you know, you can't write them off, but it's not their facts that. I mean, it's more their narrative. They clearly have a
interpretation,
right?
Yeah, well, and that's what's. It's not like I look at a fact that the news says and goes fake news. It's just like, it's just like when they say, you know, they're obviously covering up, you know, maybe like a Muslim attack, and they don't want to make it seem like, oh, this was Islamic related. It's this kind of like bullshit narrative that's everywhere now, and that's what's annoying.
And I'm old enough to remember a time when the news was required X number of sources, required X amount of investigation, required facts. I mean, there was a period of time where I could tune into the nightly news in my lifetime and sit down and watch a factual, non-biased report from beginning to end. And I believe, if I'm remembering my history correct, it's because there was a law in place that made that necessary in order to report it as news. And I understand why we got rid of that law, because speculation should be part of the news sometimes. And if you can't nail down every source, not being able to report something that is true is obviously devastating, right? If we know that it's true, we have one source, we don't have two, we can't report it. But the frustrating thing for me is that's what it's all become. Investigative journalism is not as common these days. It is something that I really wish was. Even when you do have facts, it is always slanted in one direction or the others. Fox puts it in one way, CNN puts it in another. And it's a very frustrating situation to have to live through. And I believe that if the media ever wants to get its shit back together, if it ever wants to sell papers of the 2020 equivalent of it, they will have to begin to fact check and fact check and fact check and present non-biased news. Or, you know, there was a time that editorial information was in the editorial section. And I believe that's where it belongs.
Yeah. It's seeped into the news part. Yeah.
I don't think people want to buy that bookie. I think people want to buy confirmation bias.
Yeah, right, but that's what I'm saying. And
because the world's become so confusing. Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. Unless it becomes impossible to create that, the press will never self-right. That ship will never right itself if you do not make it impossible to buy biased news. Because otherwise, people just subscribe to what they already believe.
I think a big issue is when you see there's no real debate anymore. It's almost like you come into a mainstream outlet knowing what you can and can't say. So if there's something that's really pressing, like, maybe Islam is kind of behind this wave of terror, you know, like you're not allowed to say these kinds of obvious things. They have these speech codes, diversity or strength. You have to believe that. I mean, there's no real debate anymore. So I think that's what's causing that schism. Personally, that's what I think.
Can I just introduce another sort of interesting piece of news that I think is worth talking about? And this highlights a persistent problem with the left. This is probably my biggest bugbear to them because I'm so big on free speech. I'm sure people are aware, but if they're not, there's a journalist called Jeremy Scarhill who's due to appear on Real Time with Bill Maher. And Bill booked Milo Yiannopoulos, which I'm sure
I did see that. That would be interesting. That'll be interesting.
Yeah. Well, this is Bill Maher has fired back at this journalist who protested his show over Milo's booking. The journalist in question wrote a big long post here that I won't read out, but basically, just Milo has many bridges too far. He has ample venues to spew his hateful diatribes. There is no value. No value debating. Yeah. Sure, you've already lost it. Got it. Fuck. What did I do? Yeah. So he basically denounces Milo as a fascist. He probably even uses that word, but definitely a racist and sexist and that sort of thing. And I know Milo personally. I've met him, and I don't think he's a fascist. He's a gay Jew.
Milo a fascist? This is like the funniest shit I've ever heard.
The Daily Stormer.
Gay Jew with an interracial fetish. He's not a fucking Nazi.
I remember an age when we used to look at behavior like that and say, well, you're behaving like a petulant little child.
Yeah, that's what it used to be.
But Bill Maher has come back with, my comments on Islam have never veered into vitriol. Liberals will continue to lose elections as long as they follow the example of people like Mr. Scarhill, whose views veer into fantasy and away from bedrock liberal principles like equality of women, respect for minorities, separation of religion and state, and free speech. If Milo Yiannopoulos is indeed the monster Scarhill claims, and he might be, nothing could serve the liberal cause better than having him exposed on Friday night. Fucking bravo, Bill.
Yeah. Bill Maher, for all disagreements I have with the guy, he's always been decently willing to hear people out. I think
consistent on those principles.
He's consistent, at least he's consistent.
But yeah, that is excellent because again, this guy's a journalist. He's a regressive journalist, and this is how we all know they have the same opinions because they all demonstrate the same opinions. This is just, what he's posted here is just like regressive mumbo jumbo 101. It's every single talking point written in exactly the same way they all say it. And it's okay, you can, it's like, who are they? Well, they make themselves clear by going on about these exact things in this exact way. I don't know how to describe it.
But at the same time, you have, sorry, go on.
Well, why do you guys think they never mention the fact that almost a lot of Muslim countries don't allow people who went to Israel in their nation?
Oh yeah, I think it's Iran too.
Yeah, Iran as well. So why is it bad for America to do it when it's something that international law?
It's totally within the realm of international politics to do that.
I think that the issue is that we prefer not to do it, but we should reserve the right to if we want to.
It's a political statement. I don't think
we don't want to just ban someone based on where they're from. Be an asshole.
Soft power. So it's
in
not.
the end, my criticism of it is that it is a useless measure because in the end we know that most terrorist activities is sponsored by Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is not on the list. That's my consent sort of thing.
No, the Muslim ban was dumb.
It's a political statement, crowd. It's not meant to actually stop terrorism or anything like that. But given the state of the world, especially in the European Union, and with the ideology of opening borders and letting everyone in, I think what the Trump administration is doing is making a political statement that we're not like that, and you need to get used to it.
It was also a simple expedience. Trump didn't have time to make his own list, so he just, I'll go with the one Obama did, and I'll put it into the executive order. Give me reports every 30 days so I can make my own list.
I actually would have...
Jontron, the thing you mentioned previously with the idea of self-censorship that is going on, I would add to that the thing is which is currently happening, especially within the liberal movement in the United States, is not just a self-censorship. It is an embrace of things that contradict the very liberal values that these people talk about. Take, for example, the Women's March, which was organized by Linda Sarsour, who praises Saudi Arabia.
Oh, that shit blew my mind. Look. Every fucking time, I'm like, they won't surprise me again. They just find a fucking way.
Do you know Ayaan Hirsi Ali?
What's that?
Do you know Ayaan Hirsi Ali?
No, I don't know I can't really understand what you're saying.
Ayaan Hirsi Ali is a Somalian woman who was raised under obviously a strict theocratic law. She was genitally mutilated. Right. She escaped to the West, educated herself.
And she criticized the Women's March specifically because it was organized by Linda Sarsour. And Linda Sarsour tweeted on Ayaan Hirsi Ali, remember, ex-Muslim, under constant police protection, and victim of genital mutilation.
Yeah.
She tweeted at her, "I wish I could take your vagina away. You don't deserve to be a woman."
Yes. I saw that. It's insanity. I mean, these people don't even. I don't think they have any liberal values. And this Linda Sarsour character, what a joke. I mean, it's not. She doesn't scare me. It's a joke that these people would go along with it. Like the most anti-feminist thing on the planet is Islam.
This is women protesting jihad in Iran. And in the United States, they are actually for the jihad. And in Iran, all of these women were protesting against the jihad.
Yeah, you have to. They haven't got the faintest fucking clue what the fucking it is. They don't fucking know.
You know, it might be because when I was 10, I'm half Persian. I went to Iran with my family. It was pre 9/11, and my mom, white lady, has to put on the hijab, and it's forced there. It's a state mandate. So I've seen firsthand. I'm like, no, this sucks. Go back to Anglo-Saxon things better. Fuck this. I don't like what. It's not even hard for me, but it seems so hard for people to understand that. No, when a fucking anti-feminist ideology becomes political, you don't have your rights anymore.
The famous Swedish feminist parliament that went to fucking Iran and then meekly put on hijabs.
I saw that.
I will say that I could not fill a Post-it with the information I have about the world outside of the United States. I am one of the most ignorant Americans on the planet. I know very little about any of this stuff. So for me to ever weigh in on geopolitical fucking stuff like this, I can never do it. But I will tell you this, that alone, watching those women put on hijabs, that was one of the most, I cringed harder than I've ever cringed.
Feminine power, right?
Like even as stupid as I am, even I knew that was fucking awful.
Man, I hate seeing the hijab as an American flag. That actually offends me.
I'm going to be very rude here and shill for my video and put it in the side chat where I put my takes on this. I mean, I know that you liked it, Sargon.
I'll tweet that out. I'll tweet that out.
No, you already did, but never mind.
But no, it was a very, very good video, actually, Kraut.
The thing about the hijab thing is that, for example, in Somalia, it is written in Sudan, it is written into the constitution that a woman who refuses to wear the veil is tied up, put on a public square, and then has her face flogged with cables. The punishment is disfigurement, really. And as long as women around the world are mutilated, murdered, and even raped and tortured to death for refusing that strict Islamic set of rules, you can't make the fucking hijab a symbol of liberty.
No way. Absurd. I mean, well, what they want to do is they want to make it a symbol of cultural relativism. They want to say Western values are not special. There's nothing special about them. Nobody ever fought for them. No philosophers ever pondered them. These are just the default, and it's actually these other cultures who have some sort of magical quality, you know. Oh, they're so exotic. It's insane.
But look at
they
them.
got blind to their own culture.
Doesn't it show humiliance? It's like almost obeying to the other nation.
I guess so. I don't think they could. These people couldn't give two fucks. They want to look good in the spotlight for a second and go home and say, "Look what I did. I fought for something."
There was an instance where this female Canadian minister, like I can't remember what position it was. She went into a mosque and they made her go in through the side door because she was a woman.
Yeah.
And I'm just sat there thinking, holy shit.
Yeah.
If liberals, like actual liberals who aren't like ridiculous cultural relativist progressives, are looking at that and saying, "What you actually you agreed to gender segregation in just such a petty no, that it just screams at me. I can't stand it.
The best thing was after the Cologne mass sexual assaults. I sent you all the articles by the biggest chief feminist in Germany, which just desperately tried to find a kind of way of explaining it away. And one of the best ones was where she said, "Oh, I don't remember her name right now, but she said something. She published an article along the lines of, this is not so bad because the German men are far worse because they're just angry because brown people rape their women."
Wow. Well, yeah. Anyone rape their women, I'd be angry.
Okay, Phil, can I get your opinion, Simon? Because I notice you're far too well raised to interrupt like the rest of us. So
no, yeah, sorry. I just really quick. The reason I'm quiet a lot of the time is I mean, this isn't a place that I would normally hop in, and I just love hearing other people's thoughts.
Oh, I'm good. Yeah, I don't want to incriminate you here. Look, it's not necessarily normal for me either. I never even was talking about this shit. But
hey guys, I'm a tourist here. You guys know that?
Yeah, you know you're going to get plenty of hit pieces written about you.
Oh, whatever. I don't care.
Dude, it happens to me on like a weekly basis. I'll get someone going, "Oh, well, he's an alt-right sympathizer." It's like, I make videos against the alt-right. I tweet them interracial gay porn because I know it pisses them off.
Here's a fact though, right? Whether it be the Milo at Berkeley or Milo on Mar or to a much lesser degree, any of us being in here, right? Conversation can help lead the way and inform. Anytime you censor somebody or anytime you try and cut off the conversation, that's when you stoke the fires of extremism, and that's where you stoke the fires of divide, right? And that's just the way it is. So I think conversation with people that might not normally talk, I think it's a good thing.
That's actually what I've come to. That's what I came to, because I always try to stay apolitical. I talked to Sargon once, like 2 weeks ago or something, and it blew up. And I'm not in. This is not my game. But I'm just like, all right, let's lead the way for some real conversation. You know, like, this is bullshit. No more. No more extremism.
The thing that's really interesting about this is I think Jontron's probably the most right-wing person in here.
I might be, actually. I don't know.
I think you actually might be. I mean, like me, I know that Kraut, V, and myself, and I'm probably Arch as well. Like we self-identify as like classical liberals. We consider ourselves left-leaning.
No, that's what I am. That's pretty much what I am. What does right-wing mean? What does right-wing mean to you? I'm curious.
Exactly. It doesn't mean much these days. But you know what I mean?
Look. I would never. I'm not pro-life.
Like a gathering of far-right people is what I'm trying to say.
I'm not pro-life. I'm not anti-gay marriage. Those are the only right-wing things I can think of, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
I'm against mass immigration. Does that make me right-wing? I don't.
No, that makes you sensible, because
I'm pretty sure I'm a classical liberal,
and it's got nothing to do with race. Absolutely nothing.
I remember a period of time in my life when I was hated on for being liberal and being so liberal, and now there are periods of time in my life that I feel like I must be pretty damn conservative compared to a lot of these people. Like, I can't really compare. Like, the goalpost got moved so far. I'm on the 50-yard line at this point.
I don't think I'm right wing every damn day, and I'm just sat here going, "No, I'm not right wing. It's just you've just travelled so far to the left, and I just haven't moved. And my positions are exactly as they always were." You know?
Oh shit! Did I say I'm pro-life? I'm pro-choice.
Yeah, all right. Why do you say that?
Sorry, I fucked up. I'm not pro-life. I'm pro-choice. Sorry, go on, Sargon.
The goalposts, in my opinion, haven't really been moved. The thing is just that our media, especially, has been taken over by a bunch of incompetent fanatics. It's the kind of shit that they spew. They just try desperately to shove us into a light where to dehumanize us, essentially, to make us look like the worst possible thing there is. The political disagreements themselves on real issues haven't really changed that much.
Well, isn't that the inevitability of democracy, though? Like, isn't that what it always eventually has to boil down to? I mean, we've had a wonderful experiment here in the United States, and I think it's wonderful that we lasted as long as we have. And I hope we get another 200 or 300 years, but I mean, like,
sayonara.
Actually, I think it is actually the fate of republics, not necessarily democracies.
Well, true. Okay, yeah, there you are.
But yeah, no, republics do have a half-life. They don't go on forever.
Yeah, you know, people can make it about what they
Who cares? Who cares? We Germans are used to watching the world burn.
Don't make us turn your country to ash again, you rascals.
Yeah. Okay, Phil, what do you make
Jesus,
of
John? Holy shit!
It's all right, John. You're never gonna get away from this, mate.
What did I say? I'm talking about the Berlin bombing. Go on.
Yeah, Phil. What I was going to ask you about Milo and the protests. What's your interpretation of all of this? What do you think it means?
As far as that happening?
Yeah, the very fact that this happened, and like, because I mean, like, some of the people arrested at Berkeley were actually staff members of Berkeley, protesting against Milo and breaking stuff and things like that.
So I would need to look at the articles of the specific people and their positions as far as who was arrested. I think that, I mean, from a lot of the stuff that I saw, because I had asked people to send in footage, because some were there to protest, some were just documenting the original protesters, and then they kept filming as things got crazy through the night. From everything, all the footage I saw, it looked like there were a bunch of people that were angry, but they were kind of just there. And then there were some assholes that did that thing where they actually like try and block the doors. And then those motherfuckers in black masks showed up, and it was like all hell. And for me, right, it'd be easy to go, well, it's just those people, but it's the people that are kind of in, not fully there, but that rejoice that it's happening, that say that like this is what we need to see more of. And it's like, no, you want to see this. Well, that's why, like, there were a lot of people that cheered for Richard Spencer getting clocked in the face twice, right? Yeah. And the problem is, even because one, I got a lot of shit because I didn't rejoice. I don't like the guy, what he stands for, what he says a lot of the time, because a lot of that shit is just horrible to me. But I'm not gonna go punch that dude because all you're gonna do is rile up support, and then you're just going to slowly fucking move the bar for who you're calling a Nazi, right? And that's exactly what we're seeing, to bring it back to the PewDiePie situation. People that then all of a sudden make off-color jokes, or then are shown in a different light, but by enough people. The only reason he's able to fight back is he has such a large audience. So to the people that not only do it, but to the people that cheer it on as this is what protesting is supposed to be like, I say, fuck those people. That's horrible. It's stupid. You can be against Milo, not happy that he's going to speak, but also to the people that are on the right that were saying that the school is responsible. If it's specific staff members, I'd once again love to see that article and look at their positions. But from everything that I had seen, the school welcomed a different thought process. The mayor may not have agreed with it, but the school looked like they were welcoming an opposition voice.
Hold on, Robert Reich was he the school's dean, or is he who was that guy, Robert Reich?
A teacher, I think.
No, he was like the dean or something. He was saying like he thought it was an infiltration from the right wing to like frame them.
Oh yeah, on CNN. And,
yeah, who was this guy? And so I think what you're saying is right. It's when people buy into the narrative that causes them. When people are cheering it on.
Said it was 4chan. Did you see that?
Yeah. I don't know.
It was very I spoke to some of these anti-Fa people on Twitter, and they were pissed off that people were crediting this to the right wing. Absolutely.
Yeah. They were saying they were basically saying like this couldn't have been the left. We're so virtuous.
Yeah. The anti-Fa people were like, no, it's us.
It couldn't have been us. So I think that's where you get this weird divide. I don't know how that solves. War. You need bayonets.
Phil, would you say your opinion would be more boycotts rather than violently protest then?
No, I think not violent protest. I think just protest. I mean, if you're going to boycott something, I don't know. I know that it originated from the right of calling left-leaning people snowflakes, but there's snowflakes all over the place. Whether people are boycotting Starbucks or they're trying to boycott Milo, right?
Yeah, I've noticed like Baked Alaska, is it? He seems to be organizing a lot of boycotts over things I find really trivial. And
and I mean, like he and I recently had like a public disagreement, but we both. What I end up finding is that, especially with the guys that lean super far to the right, where I end up meeting a lot of people, is the fact that we're both insanely anti-PC. And that we're anti a lot of stuff. But the boycotts, it's just I have a hard time anyone shouting, about snowflakes, and then they do very snowflakey things. Boycotts are completely, a fine thing. I think that you show the world what you want with how you spend your dollar, but just the way and like the whining of from everyone, it bothers me.
It's definitely become a whine.
I didn't actually mean it in that regard. I actually meant like don't attend the lecture or peaceful protest as well as obviously completely legitimate.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah. I mean, then just sitting it out, that's a fine thing to do. I have no problem with protests. I have no problem whatsoever as long as they don't turn violent. I mean, I think there's a lot of ways you could, break down certain things like the Women's March, but the fact that there was that much protest and nothing went wrong, to me, that's one of the most wild things.
It's really impressive, actually, isn't it? And the fact that the people in the black masks are called Antifa. They call themselves Antifa, so I don't know if you know. What surprised me is that they didn't turn up for any of that, because they are the troublemakers, really.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised the women's protest went, the women's march went off without a hitch. That was the most surprising thing I'd heard all year.
A lot of people are saying it wasn't violent, but it did have a few cases, like where a girl had her hair set on fire.
Oh, I saw that. That was the women's march?
Yeah, and it was a reporter from Rebel Media who had a guy punching. Well, she claims she got punched in the face, but I don't know if the guy just hit her camera or whatnot. But the interesting thing is that no one around her jumped into her defense. Like those people were at the women's march. A woman was being assaulted, and
if you're talking about the same thing that I believe that you're talking about, that wasn't at the women's march. That was at the inauguration during that like 2 blocks or 3 blocks of chaos.
Are you talking about Lauren Southern?
Yeah, Lauren Southern.
Lauren Southern.
Women's march.
Her hair wasn't set on fire.
It was a different. No, hang on, guys. Phil's right. There was an event at the inauguration where the woman was like just stood right behind her.
Yeah. Well, that happened, but it wasn't to Lauren Southern. The hair setting on fire. But
if I may, it doesn't surprise me at all that the Women's March came off as nonviolent, because I believe that people are genuinely good. I think even the most extreme of us, in 90% of cases, most extreme Americans especially, I think we are generally good people, and we believe in nonviolence. We believe in not harming other people. We just want to get our point across. So it never surprises me. What surprises me is that we can get a protest like we got at Berkeley because they don't want Milo to even speak. And look, I can't. There's so few things in the world that I see eye to eye with Milo on. And that's fine, but I would never want to prevent him from speaking to the people who are interested in hearing what he has to say. And I'm glad to listen to him speak, because for me, what's the quote? An educated mind can entertain an idea without accepting it. That is the idea of education. The idea of education is to see opposing viewpoints, and then through considering those opposing viewpoints, become confident in your own.
Those happen to be. That is what Western values are, consequently, but we've seemed to have forgotten them somewhere along the way.
And anybody who thought they did themselves a favor and trying to keep Milo from speaking on UC Berkeley, he could have spoke at Berkeley, and then it would have been a footnote on a page 3 of a newspaper somewhere.
It wouldn't even have. His book sales went up 15,000% because of that.
And now those people have got him on Bill Maher. You slingshotted him onto the Bill Maher show. Congratulations.
And you've got Bill Maher defending him.
And I love
in his defense now.
And I love protest. I have no problem with protest. Sit in a circle on a street corner, sing Kumbaya, and jerk each other off all you want. I think that's a great way to spend your time. You want to boycott my channel, you want to boycott Starbucks, you want to boycott whatever you want. I think that's a great use of your time. Do that. If it gives you a feel good, do it. The moment that you become violent, fuck you with a rake. The moment you become violent, you've lost me, and you can.
It's not just Milo that doesn't get to speak. It's even feminists that don't have 100% of the feminist ideology. There was this feminist that Sargon talked about, who she didn't fall in line with the trans issues. And
there have been multiple. That's Jermaine Greer. She's a trans exclusionary radical feminist. But there have also been others who aren't. Like what's their name? Kate Smurthwaite. She got deplatformed because she had an incorrect opinion. I can't remember exactly what it was. And then you have like the vagina monologues, like the quintessential feminist play that got deplatformed for being trans exclusionary, because not all women have vaginas.
Can you imagine?
I'm not making that up. I swear to you, if you Google it, you will find it, and you'll be like, "This is ridiculous."
It's ridiculous. Look, if you want to look at the breakdown in the greater culture, look at our country right now versus, say, South Korea. Remember when they wanted to impeach their leader for corruption? They just all got out there, orderly, had a candle each. Within like a week, she was impeached.
Yeah.
Step down. I mean, It's the greater culture that's fucked up. We can't agree on fucking up, down, left, right. Oh, Jesus.
This is the thing. I did a video and I was like, look, basically, because there's this Justice Democrats thing going on at the moment that is basically, and it's surprisingly large. It's well over 100,000 people supporting it now. Just trying to get like progressive non-corporate candidates into the Democratic Party. And shit, I completely forgot where I was going with this because something distracted me. Fuck. What was I going to say?
Well, hey, let me just say I don't want to kill the conversation. I got to hop off for a meeting, but it's been good chatting with you guys.
Dude,
thanks nice to meet you in the weirdest possible way, Phil.
Yeah,
definitely. Have a good one, guys.
I think I speak for a lot of people by saying thanks for being an objective voice, man. I appreciate that integrity. I think a lot of people do, and I think that I would be remiss if I didn't thank you for being a decent source of news.
Well, thank you very much. I'll just keep in mind I'm going to stumble through it like everyone else, but I'll try. Have a good one, guys.
You too, man. Take care.
Right.
In fact, I'm just going to go get a cup of tea. So talk about.
Is he gone? Can I now say?
Get a fucking cup of tea. Yeah,
can I say he is just the best motherfucker? Can I just say he is the best motherfucker on the planet? If the people that are watching the stream do not watch a show on the daily, you are making a big fucking mistake.
Yeah, he's actually a trustworthy source. That I can't think of a better accolade at this point.
Phil has always been really objective. Actually, you know, it's funny. I think in the old days, I remember he was kind of like inject his opinion a little bit, and that was fun. But like these days, objectivity is so scarce that he's become objective, like just purely like seen as an objective voice of reason. Not that he wasn't before or anything like that. I just mean before. I remember he would be like, "Here's what I think about this." I don't know. Maybe he still does that. But I know people see him as a. Huh?
He will do that at the end of an episode. He'll be like, "Here's the one side of it. Here's the other side of it. Here's the factual side of it. Here's what I fucking think. Now I want to know what you think."
Yeah, I guess he actually always did that. He always did that. Actually, yeah, you're right.
He has like a very positive comment section in which people have like civil and respectful discourse. I can't believe that's a thing, but on YouTube of all places. But there it is.
Yeah. It's funny actually. Having this conversation has made me consider how, I wouldn't say radical I've become, but just like there are certain things where I'm like, flip the off switches here. Don't care anymore. You're wrong. I know you're wrong. Like I never used to be like that, but that's how I'm getting because it's just like I've heard you out. You're just wrong. It's like. Yeah, go on.
Did any of your sponsors contacted you, John? To
I probably shouldn't talk about that, but let's just say it's not easy doing what I do in this climate. Like me. No, it's not. It doesn't do me any favors. But I'm not going to talk about it publicly.
No, because I'm thinking that's why a lot of people don't speak up.
It is why.
Especially if you're like a big person, you know, you have like a business out of YouTube, and you probably have sponsors and whatnot. If you speak out, I pretty much think that they will go for your income right away.
It's two things. One, a lot of entertainers aren't studied in this. That's fine. They're entertainers. They don't need to be. I just happen to be a little bit. And the other thing is they don't want to. If they do know better, they don't want to lose their sponsors. I mean, you can count how many conservative, quote unquote, conservative entertainers there are in Hollywood. There aren't very many.
That is true. That is true.
So, and there's nothing wrong with not knowing about this stuff. I mean, just whatever. Not everybody needs to study politics and history, but it's just something I happen to care about. I think that's how this got this far. Like, let's just say, like, I remember, like back when Ben and Jerry's was like, Ben and Jerry's endorses Black Lives Matter. I'm like, really? Do you actually? Or are you just trying to feed me to the alligators before they get to you? Or like, what are you like? They all had to like kowtow to this social justice ideology one by one. I don't know. That's how we got here. People being too afraid to just be like, this is bullshit. I see bullshit when I see it.
The thing about it is that it is currently being sold. It is what's currently being marketed. And as soon as you convince these corporate interest groups that this kind of behavior and this kind of stuff is not really marketable and that people don't really buy into it, it dies.
Right. No, it is dying, I think.
Like when we go back to like, do you remember that Cheerios commercial in which they had like a mixed race family? And like they got a lot of shit for that. Like that's the kind of stuff that I like applaud. Obviously, I love that. That's great. Like I show a mixed race family on TV. 2012, right? Like there's nothing. I can't really get upset about it. No one should get upset about it. And the people that do probably deserve to get a little upset about it. That's okay, right? But like when Starbucks virtue signals, I guess, is a phrase somebody just used on me on Twitter. I looked it up, so I guess that is probably a phrase that I should use here.
Oh, you never used virtue signal before today?
I guess I've read it before, but I don't. It was never a part of my vocabulary.
Your life will never be the same.
Is there? The guy said, I'm disgusting to watch because all I'm doing is virtue signaling and wanting people to like me. And here's the thing. Yes, please like me. Please like me.
Listen, virtue signaling.
Like me. But
virtue signaling is when you... Sorry, go on.
No, go ahead. Virtue signaling is when you basically say something to make yourself look good. Comes at a very cheap cost to you to say, like, I care about all Muslims. But you don't actually mean it. You're not actually going to go...
Yeah, it's like putting the rainbow flag on Facebook when you know all your friends are okay with gay people, right?
Yeah, so you know, so they know. So they know you're one of the good ones. You're one of the good...
If you want to show that you care about gay people, go to some, bikers that have like swastika tattoos and talk to them about gay tolerance and shit, and then I'll appreciate it. It's like, wow, that's really brave. Yeah, what you did there, wow. But when you're on Facebook and everyone you know likes gay people, and you just put your avatar with the rainbow flag, it's like, what? And you call yourself courageous and brave and stunning. It's like, what the fuck are you doing?
Oh, I got you. Okay.
But anyways, go on. But I didn't mean to cut you off, man. What were you saying?
No. Long story short,
about the Cheerios
when Starbucks, pulls their dicks out and is like, oh, we'll hire 10,000 immigrants, and that's just marketing at its worst. And I like the idea of 10,000 new people getting jobs. And I know they gave 10,000 veterans new jobs. I think that's great. But when you use this as a way to sell overpriced coffee, I think you're doing a great disservice to the people you're representing, the people you're trying to help, the people that you're trying to, the people who are employed underneath you. I don't think it's a corporation's place to get involved in a lot of this stuff in a lot of ways. But
in my opinion, it's borderline treason. It's like, wow, you're going to favor people who come from a different place, might be hostile to our country, and over the people who the country, the nation that built you. I think it's borderline treasonous. It pisses me the fuck off every time I see it.
The best charity is the charity that is done out of a genuine goodwill and not for publicity. Yeah. What's the name of the actor who played Mad Max in Mad Max Fury Road? What's his name?
I don't know.
Oh, and I love that guy though.
He does a shitload of charity work for homeless people in the UK, and nobody knows about it because he doesn't mention it. He doesn't do it for publicity. He genuinely does it out of the kindness of his heart, more or less.
Yeah, it's a great thing to do. Why the hell would...
The thing I hate the most about the current progressive entertainment is when they take a character that's well established, they switch him up. So like the Ghostbusters, they make them female, right? And then when people complain about the story and the content of the movie, they are going to say, no, you're complaining because you don't like that we switched them up and you're a racist or a sexist and you should shut the fuck up. And that's the whole marketing. That's how they market stuff. And I just...
It's not. I told you this before. The Saudi guy, Habib, with the Arab character in Street Fighter.
Yeah. But that's fine. It's a new character, right? They didn't take the
reaction is what I'm talking about. The reaction from the social justice circles here in Europe and the United States.
I completely agree. No one would care if you're making a new comic book character that's a gay Muslim or whatnot. Right? But when you take Captain America and you're making him black, or you're making Captain America a Hydra agent and you're calling him a Nazi, that's when people that really enjoy the comic books are getting upset. It's like when you make
it's not people actually, when you do like polls and when the public is asked, they ask for new characters.
Yeah,
this is something they
it's pandering if you don't get a new character.
Let me go ahead and say, if I can, I have perfect example of this that frustrates me to no end, and I want to talk about why it frustrates me. My favorite book series, and probably my favorite book is within the series, Stephen King's The Dark Tower series. It's absolutely incredible. If you haven't read it, you please do it. It's very weird. You'll never read anything like it. There's parts that are even cringeworthy in like the 6th book where he inserts himself and stuff, but it doesn't matter. It's still one of my favorite things I've ever read. So for 20 years now, I've been waiting for them to finally make a movie. And now we do have the movie being produced. And what is interesting about this, Stephen King describes his character as looking like Clint Eastwood. So that's literally how he describes the character in the book. He looks like Clint Eastwood. That's like a line, I think, in the book.
It's constant references as well to the bombardier blue eyes.
And so, exactly. So when they cast the movie, they happened to hire an African American or a black person. I don't know what the right terminology is. I'm sure I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to say for. And this guy is absurdly talented. He is. I love this guy. Don't get me wrong. This is. I'm trying to find his name. Idris Elba, and I've looked up some of the other stuff.
African American, considering he's British, by the way.
Okay, right. Okay, there you go. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what I'm supposed to say here. But like Idris Elba.
Let me tell you this: incredible actor. You may call him whatever. No one here is going to get offended.
Okay, good. Well, that said, it's still important to me. I want to be right. I don't know. But that said, Idris Elba is an incredible actor. But the problem is, in the second or third book of the Dark Tower, the Drawing of the Three, race is an incredibly important issue. The fact that Roland is white and the character Odetta is black is a pivotal part of the book. Because he literally takes over her mind, and it is an incredibly disgusting betrayal to her as a very angry black female that there is a white man taking control of her mind and body.
There's something important to remember here as well. I'm Boogie. I've done a video talking about this. I know my video was.
I haven't seen it. Yeah, sorry.
No, it's on my alternate channel. It's on the bullshit channel. But the video was called "The Gunslinger is Not White. Is not black." And literally, I'm saying exactly that. The racism against his white skin is too important because the character of Susanna, which is Detta and Odetta Walker, it's like a split personality. She comes from the 60s. She's not a modern woman. She comes from the 60s under segregation and all this sort of Jim Crow. And so, yeah, exactly. As you say, when a white man gets into her head, it's a huge issue. You can't be black.
And what bothers me is not that Idris Elba, a person of color, is playing Roland. I don't give a shit. It's an alternative universe. It's an alternative take. Stephen King has signed off on this, and he's chosen to tell an alternative take. And if you've completed the series, you understand why alternative takes are perfectly okay considering the source material. That said, I wanted to see that tension. I wanted to see that incredible discussion about race on the damn screen. I wanted Odetta and Roland to hate each other for that reason. I wanted to see them come to different. I think that would be very progressive to do that. And by casting Idris Elba, you have taken that away. And that's so frustrating. It's one of the most interesting parts of the book, and you've discarded it.
Yeah, there's no racism towards whites. That's why they.
No, dude, it's literally like 2/3 of the second book, and it's so important to the character. I mean, Susanna can't ever exist if Detta and Odetta aren't what they are, and if they're not. And if they're not what they are, then they're not going to be racist towards Roland because Roland isn't a white man. So it ruins. I mean, and the thing is, people have got to understand, she's a disabled black woman from the 60s who's wealthy. So she's got various sort of class privilege, but she also she goes out like as this split personality Detta as a gutter snipe, basically. She wears shitty clothes and goes to dive bars, and she teases white boys and stuff like this. And it's just that it's really deep. It's one of the best characters I've ever seen in any fiction, and they're going to ruin it by making the gunslinger a black guy, so none of this applies. And it's just
well, I don't know about this specific thing, but in general, I just think it's about it's just that it's not an even playing field here. Like if you were to gender bend a black character to white, they'd freak out. So it's like
they do
it would be a fucking apocalypse.
Gods of Egypt or whatever it was. There were loads of white guys cast, and they were freaking out.
They call it whitewashing.
Yeah, they hate it.
By the way, for correcting it, was I did find the video, and it was at the Women's March that this was happening.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, I'll share the screen.
Okay.
I want to.
Well, we'll tweet it out, and I'll retweet it so people can see it.
Hey, if we're doing throwbacks, by the way, someone did tweet me the message that was scrawled on that internment camp, and the phrase was, "If there is a God, he will have to beg my forgiveness."
Oh man, that is fucking Jesus.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, that's how do you not try to write a joke about that? Explain that to me. I can't. My brain does not work that way. I read that, and even when I retweeted it here a moment ago, even when I read that tweet, it ruins me. It just devastates me. Like I can't believe that someone, as they died, wrote that. How do you not try to find a way to cope with that? I dare you to try not to find a way.
I think that there is a place for reflection It's not like you have to make a joke. And this isn't a shitting on you at all, what you're saying. I'm just saying, like, you don't have to make a joke about everything. You can honestly look at something and go, like, damn, that's real. That's good. But I mean, like, the second you start, like, just becoming a Nazi about it is when it gets dumb. Because, I mean, like, we don't need to find humor in everything, but if some people find humor in something that's a little darker, it doesn't mean they're evil. That's sort of where we're.
A lot of I mean, humor's a coping mechanism in a lot.
It is a coping. It's a coping. Yeah. Like, what's her name?
Dark humor, gallows humor exists for a reason, because otherwise you've got to face the bleak reality of what's happening.
Right. Well,
my way of taking yourself out of the situation, because I mean, like, if someone laughs at like an anti-Semitic joke or a Holocaust joke or whatever they're laughing at, they're not empathizing. They're deliberately de-empathizing themselves with the situation. They're taking themselves out, having to deal with looking at the guy saying, if there is a God, he will have to beg my forgiveness as he dies. I mean, that is heavy shit, and sometimes you just can't deal with it.
So I'm laughing at it now.
And so when I was a teenager, I embraced nihilism. I lost my faith in Christianity when I was about 12. 11 in that neighborhood. We read the book of Job, and it just devastated my ability to believe in a God. And I thought I had to start working through the fact that I was going to die one day. And, when you begin to embrace nihilism, there's really only two ends, right? I think you'll talk about this in philosophy course, so forgive me from armchair philosophy here, but there's either to do the correct thing, which is to kill yourself. Just it's inevitable and it's all pointless, so I may as well kill myself, or to embrace the absurdity of it and then just do crazy things like try to eat yourself to death and try to create a stupid YouTube channel based on a Francis character and jerk off a lot and wait to die. And so I embraced the absurdity of life, and I embraced the absurdity of everything, because it is all a fucking joke.
I wish you wouldn't play down your own channel so much, right? Because I read your comments.
It's part of my self-deprecating humor. I know, it's just part of my self-deprecating humor. I'm sorry.
And part of my desire to see things accurately represented is, dude, I can tell just by reading your comments that you as a person help other people. You definitely connect with your audience.
I appreciate that. I'm not fishing for that. It's just part of my self-deprecating humor. Okay.
Thank
you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Say it.
Well, I appreciate it, man. Thank you. But that said, like, that's my major malfunction. That's why I look at just fucking the most awful shit in the world, and I'm like, wow, that really is awful. Either I laugh at it or I blow my fucking brains out. I don't really have a lot of choice between the two.
I think, I think a lot of us people, like, at least I can speak for me and you, Boogie, like, upbringing was a little weird, so maybe I also did that unintentionally, use humor as a coping mechanism. I think a lot of comedians probably did or do. Right. So, I mean, but this has gone beyond, well, I don't know. It's probably just because of the political atmosphere.
I mean, these people are literally attacking jokes.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing with PewDiePie.
This PewDiePie thing specifically, but obviously it's a symptom of the larger problem of people thinking fascism is actually on the rise.
Yeah, but in the case of PewDiePie, they're literally attacking jokes, and it's like, look, we can't have you attacking comedy. There is nothing off limits to mock. There's absolutely nothing. I mean, people are going to invoke a Voltaire quote anytime now, and I don't even think it's necessarily his, but it's still a good quote. To find out who rules over you, find out who you can't criticize. And
that's the greatest one. Yeah,
that's a form of criticism. So everything has to be on par, on the field, no matter how distasteful. There can be a spectrum of it, a gradient. These things are acceptable, and then it gets a bit dicey. And, look, I just don't like that. But you can't stop people from doing it. That's terrible.
Don't you think we used to listen to our politician and laugh at comedians, and now it's the other way around, which is why these people are scared, because a lot of people do listen to comedians, and it's more fun to listen to someone who cracks a joke and makes a witty political commentary than a journalist that's a moral busybody who just dictates to you what you should do and how you should think,
and they tells you not to be funny.
And it tells you not to be funny. Yeah,
people naturally follow. Well, I think it's a at least for a certain part of the population, an impulse to follow what you're not supposed to do. But also, people follow strength and logic sometimes, I guess, at least. But like Jon Stewart, when he was doing the Daily Show 10 years ago, people were laughing along with it. The Republicans are dumb. We've got a good point here and there. But then you see him come back during this Donald Trump campaign, and he's like, "America was never yours," and it's like, you're not funny anymore, dude. You're just grandpa screaming.
And that was the problem.
And it was like
funny.
You're not funny. You're just like, you're just telling me what to think. Like you've lost your sense of what you. And no shit on Jon Stewart. I loved him. I still think he's a good guy. But my point is, like, they sort of lost the narrative there, and
There's
I think
more
people
to it than just an attack on comedy. When you think
What's
about it, what we are here, we are the future, more or less. People who make stuff on YouTube are the future of the entertainment industry. They're the future of comedy. They're the future of news reporting.
Well, it's basically unregulated opinions on YouTube. You can't regulate opinions here.
People like people who work for the Wall Street Journal and so forth, they look at what we are doing here in despair. They see us.
Yeah.
Well, they're attacking YouTube right now. They're attacking YouTube's property.
Here's how I see it. Imagine you work at the Wall Street Journal. I don't exactly know how these companies are organized, but I know you've got your multiple layers of procedure. It always has to come down to the top what you can and can't say. Even if you knew something that was important and you wanted to say it, you probably can't write that article. Your manager is not going to let you, blah, blah, blah. This goes back to investors. But YouTubers, you just have like 1 million subscribers and they're just like, here's what I think. And people are like, oh, he's just saying the truth. Cool, I'll watch that. And then they lose everything.
So the thing is, sorry to interrupt, but don't you think that's a real supporting point to Boogie's idea that people are generally good? Because if you look at them, like,
I think they are generally good.
PewDiePie, all these sort of people, they're not generally that bad, and they get a lot of backlash. Like when Keemstar does stuff, he gets a hell of a lot of backlash, man. People put.
I think people are generally good. I've always thought people are generally good. It doesn't matter where, but that doesn't mean I want Islam as my political ideology.
No, but what I mean is like the meritocracy of YouTube. It's raised some pretty decent people. People who I would actually look at and go, no, that person has some moral integrity. I think that's great.
Yeah, no, it is good, and I see YouTube, and I don't want to speak too soon here. I see YouTube as somewhat incorruptible because of the way it works. You don't need much more than a microphone and a couple $1,000s on the CPM to make it work.
The Young Turks. I mean, what do you think about them? They started off exactly the way you're saying. I watched a video from Cenk when he was on Russia Today a couple of years ago, and he said that the reason he left MSNBC was exactly because of that, because he couldn't say what he wanted to say. He had the biggest ratings, and they were like, "No, you're kind of against the government. You shouldn't be against the government." So he left.
The Armenian genocide.
Yeah, the Armenian genocide.
What's with the fucking name, the Young Turks? And
the Young Turks was a group of officers.
I know.
In Turkey who perpetuated the Armenian genocide.
That's what I mean. What the fuck's with the name there, guys? But can I start the Hitler Youth, please?
Yeah, maybe there's a Hitler Youth.
only if you have a female Jew, that's better than you on your show. If you have a female Jew on your show, you can start the Hitler Youth.
I'm tweeting that out of context, John. You've got it.
Can I start the Hitler Youth channel, please? No, please. Yeah, post that to the Wall Street Journal, please. I'll get you a video of me pointing upwards. You can use that as well. I used it on PewDiePie. No, but wait, is Cenk Turkish?
Yeah.
So Anna's the only Armenian one?
Yeah, a Turk and an Armenian on a show called The Young Turks.
What the fuck is that show?
Dude, you couldn't make it up.
That's the most bizarre shit I've heard all year. Anyways.
You see what they did when they were asked about it?
No, what did they say?
Cut to the commercials.
Yeah, they went on a college speaking tour, right? And literally, this one guy, he got up and he was like, "So I'm really worried about like things," but he gives this kind of spiel and then ends it like, "Yeah, so regimes like genocidal regimes like the Young Turks," and then they were just like, "Oh, shut it down, go to commercial," and it's like, "Oh my god, it actually is the sacred cow they can't talk about."
Probably. I mean, it's a really awkward question for.
Yeah,
isn't that amazing though? I mean, what awkward question could they ask you though, John? If you were on a panel, what could they get up and actually ask you that would make you have to shut down the panel?
Oh, nothing. I've always lived my life to this. I have no secret. Well, no secret. Generally, no secrets.
No, but
if they ever asked where the bodies were buried, I would probably.
I have no real. Besides personal shit that I just would embarrass me. Yeah, I have no secrets.
No, but even then you would just say, "Oh, I'm not going to answer that," or whatever. But this was something she couldn't not answer, and she wanted to answer it, but the other guys were like, "No, we're going to break. She
started speaking in Armenian, just a virtue signal that's like, "Look, I'm Armenian."
No way.
She started arguing with an Armenian.
Are you sure? Are you sure she didn't start just speaking in fucking tongues or something? Because
no idea, but
I'm better than you. Fucking Anna Kasparian. What spawned that?
For Donald Trump, I have literally no respect for these women. I am fucking better than you.
I'm better than you.
Because as we all know, Donald Trump is Satan.
Do you guys know AJ Plus? That other
Al Jazeera's propaganda outpiece. Yeah,
Al Jazeera's BuzzFeed legend. I remember one of the best things about them is they uploaded a video called the case for reparations for slavery in the United States.
They've been doing that one every 10 years or so.
This is a channel owned by Qatar, a country which currently has 2 million people in slavery.
No way.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do. They confiscate your passport.
Most of Qatar's population are basically indentured servants.
I don't know much about Qatar, to be honest with you. My specialty is in Iran.
They advertise good jobs for people outside of Qatar, and if you go there for a construction job or whatnot, they confiscate your passport and then they make you work, and without paying you anything. They say, "Oh, we're using your pay for your housing." Your
I wonder why the celebrity. I wonder why the celebrities didn't say if Trump wins, I'm moving to Qatar. I didn't hear too much of that.
The thing about the Arab world is that they abolished slavery in the 1970s and 1960s. That's not a joke, by the way. They abolished slavery 40, 50 years ago. And they just replaced it with this weird system where you essentially sign off your life to someone.
Yeah, it's basically
like my grandfather and my father were both coal miners in Kentucky. And if you're not familiar with this happened in America as well. The company store. You would show up at a mining camp and they would hire you, and they would immediately get you set up with the stuff you needed, right? They would set you up in a house that the company owned, and then you would owe rent on that company, on that house, right? And they would credit you the first month, and then they would give you the supplies you need, the food that you needed, and then you would work your first month and discover that you did not earn enough in that first month to equal the debt that you incurred the moment you walked into camp. And then that grows interest in each month as you continue to need things. And there is no other store. There is no other place to take your wages. Not that you're ever touching your wages, because they just go to apply to your debt.
Oh my God, I didn't know that.
Isn't that the same thing they did in the north of England, I believe?
Yeah, but that's what they're doing in Qatar right now. And the thing is, most people who are coming there, they would need a plane ticket to go back home, and they can't afford one. And not even if they did, they don't have their passport because the company holds their passport.
Yep. It's a trick as old as time, man. I mean, that's, and then there's, I mean, like, don't get me started on some of my more liberal points. Like, let's talk about wage slavery for a minute. Let's talk about giving people just barely enough money to survive, to keep them working hard and long hours. I don't know.
Wait, real quick. What happened to those coal mining towns? Where do these people, like, in those areas, what did they transfer into in terms of work?
Well, so the coal mines eventually shut down in southwestern Virginia, eastern Kentucky, and when those coal mines shut down in the mid 1900s, if you were young enough, you left, and you would go to literally anywhere else to get a job. If you were healthy enough, you left, and if you were intelligent, you survived in that new area. And if you did not, if you were not intelligent and unable to survive in that new area, then you would end up coming back home. And so the people that were stuck back home in my generation tended to be the children of people that weren't able to make it outside of the area, or the children or grandchildren of people that were too old to move.
So those places, like, let's just say you lived in an old coal mining town after it's shut down. Like, what do you do for a living? I'm just curious, honestly.
A lot of it was the service industry. You would fight to get that shitty job at the local gas station as an attendant. You would fight to get the shitty job stocking shelves at the local store. And the majority of people would be unemployed, living 2 to 3 people, the children and the grandchildren living with the grandparents in the same small 3-bedroom house that's dilapidated. And that was very, very common.
What's the I'm just totally really interested in this. Like, what would be the dream of someone in that situation? To go to a big city or to stay there, or like,
ideally, a lot of us had, and I had pride of the area that I was from and pride of the community that helped raise me. And so it's a very natural thing, I think, to want to stay in that area and succeed and also help the people that helped you.
Right. Yeah, that sounds because I grew up in a big city, completely different.
Right. So the idea would be to either go away, earn money, and bring it back to the area, create businesses and create jobs for the people that you love, or to stay there and create a business and succeed and help the people there, or alternatively stay there just to even like keep a house filled and just keep the town from dying, and then just decide that you'll live in poverty and mediocrity for the rest of your life just so you can be part of that small town. That's a lot of the mentality. And like a lot of those people were Trump supporters, even though you can't convince the people back home that coal is dead. You just can't convince them. They don't want to accept it. They won't believe it. And so there's plenty of people, like DeFranco said, I know plenty of people who voted for Trump knowing that they would take away their health care. But who cares if they take away my health care, because I'll be able to afford health care when the coal mining jobs come back.
Right.
So is it like Detroit, basically?
Right. It's very, very similar. But the crime is very next to nothing. People still sleep with their doors open most of the time. Drugs eventually infiltrate areas like this. And I don't know if my hometown or that area is like it, but my wife's hometown of Escanaba and Gladstone, they now actually call Escanaba Meth Canaba. They were not a mining town. It's a completely different story up there, but same experience, just miserable people living. A lot of very happy people up there too, but a lot of people that did not have wealth when the economy collapsed up there. They're currently trying to open a Meijer store in that town, and they can't find 30 people that can pass a drug test to open it.
Man. So is there's still no crime, or there is crime in this community?
Well, there is crime in Escanaba, but the crime is almost always drug related. But as for like mass shootings and things like that, you get nothing like that you'll get in Detroit. Right. And they're still very moral people. So you won't necessarily see like prostitutes on the corner or things like that. They still very much keep up the air and I mean the practice of being, good moral people, while at the same time living in poverty. They just kind of accept it. They don't even really fight it.
Right.
They're proud people who just do what they have to do to survive.
It's funny. Growing up in the big city, I grew up in Los Angeles. It's more like a collection of suburbs. It's not really a city to me, but it still has the big city thing. Nobody's in a coal mine there. So one thing I did notice was or I always thought would be cool is to live in a smaller town where you can actually compete on that local level, because it's hard to compete in a big city, so it's weird. Well, I always wonder what it'd be like to grow up in a small town like that.
Well, I look back to my friend Jason Kilgore, who did stay in that small area, and his father was a lawyer that helped so many people in that area, so many businesses in that area, then went on to become a state representative who helped the entire state and did everything he could to help the people back in his area. And now his son is followed in his footsteps, and he is on the city council for that small town, and he's just kind of a celebrity. He's just one, and I follow his political record with just such pride, because I know that my good friend is doing everything he can for those people, and it's just wonderful. Yeah, and you can't really do that. There's only a handful of famous people in that small town, and only a handful of famous people in New York. But it's people I knew, people I grew up with. You can't possibly know every famous person in New York, right?
Yeah,
but I personally know that people take care of their town.
I live in Manhattan, at probably the most fast and loose place on the planet, and sometimes I get these weird small town dreams where I'm like, just a small port town, small little house by the lake.
I'll tell you, save up some money, move to one of those places, buy a nice town on the lake, make sure there's a couple of stores, less than an hour away, and I got to tell you, it's a great way to live. I live that way in here in Arkansas, not too far outside of Fayetteville now, and it's just one of the best experiences in the world. We have a little bit of money, we have a nice area. And if I want a restaurant, if I want a town, it's just a short drive away. Yeah. It's fantastic, man. But I will tell you, the time that I visited New York, man, still wish we had hung out. The time that I visited New York, I fucking love it, man.
Dude, New York's a wonderful. It's a great city, but it definitely makes you an asshole.
You guys could be having this conversation via DMs. And
sorry about that. Yeah, sorry about that, man.
The game has just arrived. So how's it going, Anthony?
Yo, shit, what up? I can't. Do we have to get back on topic? I can't hop on this topic because I have a strong opinion on this.
Oh, what about where's good to live in America?
Well, I wholeheartedly agree. I mean, Boogie, do you live on the East Coast?
No, I live right square in the center of this beautiful nation.
Oh, you're in the Midwest. You're out in the cornfield.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I mean, small town living, it's the best. Living in the city, that's some fuckboy shit.
Sometimes I fantasize about it. I didn't mean to get off topic there. I just wonder. Right. My mind wanders.
You're triggering John with that stuff, man. Just so you know, he's gonna be quivering minutes from now. He'll be literally shaking.
So, what do you make of the whole PewDiePie thing, Anthony?
What do I make of the whole PewDiePie thing? I think there's a couple aspects to it. I think there's a few prongs to it. I mean, in one breath, I sort of understand sort of what Disney and YouTube have done because they've never really kind of been proponents of edgy humor. Mm-hmm. I mean, for sure, you know, they've given PewDiePie a place to do what he does, but to sort of work so closely with him and sort of for him to be making the edgy jokes that he did, you know, sort of I understand why they would want to distance themselves from him, but I think this announcement that they've made is only really symbolic because He's still on the YouTube platform. YouTube is still happy to be profiting off of his videos, despite the fact that they're not generating original content with him anymore. And Disney is still profiting off of him as well, because I believe that he's still signed with Maker Studios. Can anyone correct me on that if that's not the case?
Yeah,
I don't know.
It just kind of seems like YouTube and Disney, while they're taking this stance on this, they're also just kind of full of shit. Because
you think they didn't actually drop him? Is that what you're saying?
We disavow this, but we're still going to make money off of him. We're not dropping him. We're not completely like getting rid of him.
What if it's just a strike one? What if it's just a strike one? And it's like, if you keep making these jokes, then it's going to be a strike two.
No, they said they dropped him.
I guess it would have to depend on whether or not the jokes that he's making violate YouTube's terms of service, which, of course, that may not actually mean anything, because YouTube actually applies their terms of service really selectively. I guess it would depend on whether or not he's blatantly violating the terms of service for them to completely kick them off of the platform. But I think a lot of that pressure for them to do what they did and say what they said came from just all the fake outrage that, and all these calls of anti-Semitism around the jokes that they made. Because the thing is, like,
rather than the actual thing, I think they'd already done it by the time everyone started writing the anti-Semite articles. So they had anticipated the outrage.
The thing is, the outrage is so fake, because I don't think anybody really thinks that PewDiePie and these jokes that he made is some kind of like soft introduction or soft entry into fascism or like Nazism. Because the thing is,
it's the gateway drug.
Listen, if that was true, if there was like unequivocal evidence, if there was like quantifiable evidence that was the case, because of my personal beliefs, I would have to boycott Disney. I would have to boycott YouTube. If YouTube was quantifiably, and PewDiePie's videos specifically, turning people into Nazis, I don't think I could sleep at night knowing that I helped make YouTube money. But because it's such a farce, and because it's such bullshit, and the people who are saying it know it's bullshit too, which is why they're not boycotting YouTube. They're not going to boycott Disney. They're just going to generate clickbait articles and create fake outrage, because it's money for them at the end of the day. And that's the thing. I mean, I know Sargon's video, it sort of seemed like the journalists had like an agenda against PewDiePie. I don't know if I so much believe that as much as that it's just monetarily motivated. Because PewDiePie is a huge name, he's well known on the internet.
If I may play devil's advocate for a second, can I ask you a question? By the way, nice to meet you, by the way.
Before you say that, I just wanted to say, if they could attach the racist tag on him, that's going to generate clicks. And that's where I think a lot of the motivation comes from.
I think that is definitely part of their motivation. I mean, this is the thing. I think a lot of people have a habit of saying it's all one thing or all another. I think they can be motivated by several different things. I mean, power, money, ideology. I think these all play into it.
Yeah. I think certainly that's the case, but I think the money kind of makes it easy to bring the other things into the fold. Like, because it makes so much money, it's easy to also say, well, it's my ideology too, because the thing is, you're making so much money off of it in such a nefarious way. You can't just admit that you're driven by it monetarily. You have to say like, this is my calling here. This is me fighting for justice. This is me righting a wrong here. It can't just be for money.
Hang on. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. But that's the reason why PewDiePie was chosen as the target, rather than like some multi-million subscriber beauty blogging. The reason PewDiePie was chosen for certain specific reasons, and one of those reasons is because he earns lots of money. But they wouldn't have been able to do like the Jew joke thing or whatever with anyone else. And you're right. I mean, I think these are all factors, and they're all factors on just different levels. All bring up to, and I think this is how they justify it in their heads. When they've got like 2 or 3 different good reasons to do it, they do it.
I think the right-wing media is making more money. If financial interest is the only thing that motivates them, I mean, they would start doing what Breitbart does. I think Breitbart is making a lot more money than...
Breitbart's killing it at the moment.
Yeah, and the same with Alex Jones. He's doing more than Dean Kurtz. It's like, if not, right now you want to make money, you just switch to reporting right-wing news.
The thing is, they're probably making a shitload of money right now just through that scandalous behavior that they're engaging in.
Oh, yeah.
They're generating a shitload of clicks. So maybe
for
that might also be the reason, but I'm more convinced to believe that this is they're just sick and tired of seeing their platform eroding. They're sick and tired of seeing their power within the media being undermined, and that people on YouTube are taking over. They want to undermine the competition with this. This is why they keep talking about ad revenue. They speak about ad revenue.
Everything they do is self-destructive. They don't. They're such short-term thinkers.
Well, that's what I was. Ad revenue is the only like real pressure they have on the freedom that is YouTube, right? Like if they can convince the advertisers that it's an unsafe platform, then they can undermine the whole thing and then get some of that dollar back.
They can get SJWs to flag their videos.
But let me, if I can, let me play devil's advocate, and this is for everybody here. So obviously, I think we all can agree that a shitty Hitler joke, said in context, used in context, has little to next to no harm. I think we can. I think that's something we're all.
I mean, you would have to. No, it's no, not at all. It's not bad.
Okay, so that said, is it possible that there is some harm to be had when you have a kid who already feels this way, was brought up this way, was taught this way by his father, can seeing those types of jokes in PewDiePie's stream? This is a point that I've seen made several times. Does this normalize? Does this validate? Does that person feel like...
I don't care. Freedom of speech is more important.
Yeah, that's my answer. I don't care.
I honestly don't care, right? Freedom of speech is the most important thing in a democracy, and without it, you're going to not have a democracy. And
that's the only answer.
Yeah,
I agree entirely with that.
Who decides what is hate speech and what isn't?
Okay, hang on a sec. Right. Okay. Yeah. The point's made. Right, Sky, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, man. Sorry, it's a Google Hangouts.
No. I don't want to interrupt. I'm just listening.
Hi, Sky. I love you.
This is one hell of a day.
Yeah.
No. I am so mad, and I can't even like. I'm just really upset.
I wonder why you're upset, Sky.
So what Boogie said, it's like, I don't know. I feel like you're gonna have to censor your jokes because you have a bigger, wider audience. Just like when people online say you need to be careful with who you witch hunt or whatever because of your following, then you're being silenced for your success, and that's stupid. Why are you being punished for doing well? But I mean, like, I'm just mad at a lot of things. The biggest thing is I just think this is like the obesity epidemic 2.0, where it's like a lot of people were eating a lot of food because nigga, food is good. Like, food tastes fucking great, and I love food, right? Like, I love food. I ain't gonna lie about that. But now people are now like, okay, wait. So we all got away with being fat as hell, right? And that was okay. Now let's do something else lazy. Let's just, instead of dissecting someone's character and having a discussion, let's call him racist. Let's call him a Nazi. It's the new obesity shit, and it's ridiculous.
I never thought of it in terms of obesity, but I guess you got a point there.
It's the same thing.
I agree with
I'm very mad about it.
I agree with the points about free speech that were being made earlier, but to sort of answer Boogie's point, because honestly, like, I think his question is a worthwhile question to kind of answer, because that's the way the opposition kind of sees the situation. And the idea that PewDiePie's jokes sort of normalize this, or sort of make fascism or racism or Nazism just like a regular thing, or a thing that we're all comfortable with. The idea of making Nazism a joke at all was not really a thing when the Third Reich was in power. Like, Hitler was not a thing to make a joke about. Like, that was not allowed. That was not a cool thing to do. Hitler was a leader that people feared, or a leader that people revered. It wasn't something to be the butt of a joke. I mean, you know, the Nazis really clamped down on free speech and expression during their reign of power. I mean, you know, just look at the fact that
book burnings in there.
It's funny you mentioned that, because my great grandfather was actually murdered because he made a joke about Hitler.
Really?
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
You know, also the fact that music was so limited at the time. You know, there are musicologists who had devoted their entire careers to just trying to discover music that had been composed by Jewish people sort of in secret, sort of scribbled on napkins and loose pieces of paper. You know, and there were German people who, you know, would collect in secret like swing records that they could get from the US, like back in the day, because jazz was outlawed. You couldn't have jazz. You couldn't even perform jazz live. Like, the idea that jokes today about Nazism, normalized Nazism, you'd also have to apply that thought to like Mel Brooks, The Producers or something, or any number of movies from the 60s or 70s or 80s that made a joke of Nazism in some kind of way, shape, or form, or Monty Python.
And I think, I think if I can, let me add to that by saying, and this is exactly what I think Felix's jokes do. I think Felix's jokes, I defended iDubbbz recently on Twitter by saying that when iDubbbz uses the N-word, he uses it to disempower that word, to destroy that word, to take away the power of that word, and to turn it into something else. And I think that's a noble effort. And I think that when Felix makes these jokes, I do think that it is. I think it is noble, because I do believe what he's doing there is destroying that the power, the mystery, the untouchability of those concepts and those ideas, and turning them into a fucking joke, not a lifestyle, not an ideology, a fucking joke.
It's really not all that different from, you know, George Carlin's old routine where he would just go through all the dirty words that you can't say. You know, except right now the dirty words are these racially charged expletives and sacred cows.
Well, the dirty words are the sacred cow ideologies, exactly.
Yeah,
like you must, if you don't agree. I'm not saying I don't. I'm just saying, like, if you don't agree with me that World War II Nazi Germany is the worst thing ever, then.
Why do you guys think that communism isn't a target? It's like
I don't know, because they didn't lose so dramatically with such visibility, and also their regimes lasted past Nazi Germany, so they were able to. It was in the interest of the reigning regime not to do a smear job on itself. You know,
it's weird, because if I put a hammer and sickle on my channel and whatnot, no one cares. But if you put the swastika, everyone loses their shit.
I think it depends on what era of history you're looking at. You know, if you're talking about an era in American or Western history where we were having the Cold War and the Red Scare, you know, maybe that would have been a really controversial thing. Like, you know, people who were communists were sort of actively blackballed and hunted down and sort of made pariahs in society. Why today it's not really that controversial of a thing. I think right now sort of racism is kind of preoccupying a lot of people's time and sort of their outrage sort of perceptors. So
I think
receptors rather.
I think it's simply this.
I want to really go back, if I can, to Boogie's statement, because I'm still I'm high key like triggered. Like I heard
I'm
that.
sorry.
Yeah, come on. I'm sorry. Nah, Boogie, I gotta sauce you up. It's okay though. I still love you, but it's not really like your fault at all. The thing is that this is what's frustrating about Ian's video, and this is what I'm going to say. And of course, you know, we got his fans all the time. They don't even know what I'm going to say. I've just talked about it. They're like, well, you can't be more offended by the N-word. And of course, they're going to dick right him until he dies. He's a talented dude. But what he did was reckless. What he said was reckless because he put a principle. It's either all okay or none of it's okay. But what he did was he didn't tell you that, the N-word, no, nigger and faggot, they're two different slurs. Okay, two completely different slurs. I'm not saying one of them is more offensive than the other, but I'm saying that you've got words like faggot that was not inherently pejorative. It meant it. First of all, it was directed to women, and then to gay men after, you know, gay men being a burden, being feminine. But you've got words like nigger that have always been pejorative. But to put them in the same plane and saying it's all okay is not okay is such a damaging message, because you have these kids that are like, well, it's all okay or nothing okay. Morning, nigger. Like, that doesn't work. You can't do that.
I think the point was
that's reasonable. That was not necessarily my point. That was Ian's point. My point was that sometimes he uses that word to disempower.
Can I take? Because I think that what we're confusing a couple of principles here, because I'm Sky. I completely agree. I don't think that in normal parlance, I personally would like to hear the word nigger either. And I mean, I don't particularly like to hear the word faggot. I don't like derogatory slurs like that being slung at people just randomly. That's not nice. It's horrible. But I think that the it's all or nothing. I think that when people say that, they're talking about censorship and like not talking about social pressure, because that, you know, keeping the words like nigger and faggot in check is just what people do in society. You know, they shame each other, they'll mock each other, they'll say, look, I'm not associating with you because you're a horrible person. You're horrible to someone else. You said something really nasty to that person that you knew would hurt their feelings, and you did it with malice. So, you know, I'm not hanging out with you, you're a piece of shit. And that is how society should function. It's when it comes down to the censorship angle, and like And when institutions start getting involved, and now it starts becoming a bigger deal than an interpersonal interaction.
But the thing is, those slurs were built differently. Like they were constructed differently. So you can imagine it like nigger is like a bacterial disease, and you've got faggot as a viral disease.
No, I agree. What I mean is, it's for people to decide how bad these things are, but it's not for the authorities to decide what you can and can't say. So,
if I may quickly chime in with something,
okay, sure.
Disney stock down 1.01% in wake of the PewDiePie controversy.
Wow.
Ooh.
What was that? What did you say?
Let me just say this about this whole thing. I think Sky, what it is probably that iDubbbz is trying to say. I didn't watch the whole thing, but like I'm assuming what he's saying is like, let's just stop dividing each other. It's all fun, or we're all the same, or we're all not. I mean, it's at the end of the day, it is just a word. I understand it has baggage, but I'm not saying go around saying the word. I mean, there's a lot of words you can go around saying, looking like an asshole.
That's what I was trying to explain. Is it should be social pressure, but it shouldn't be institutional pressure. They should be pretty much neutral, and people should figure it out for themselves. That's my.
I mean, as far as I know, there's not really any institutional pressure to speak of. Sort of, I mean, at least in my country, keeping people from saying that word. I mean, that doesn't mean that you're shielded from the consequences socially when you do in fact say those words. And I mean, I agree with what this guy is saying, and I don't really buy into the narrative that Ian was sort of made that video to disempower the word or make us think about the word in a different way, because honestly, Ian benefits from the shock humor that comes along with him saying that word. And if that word were to lose all of its steam tomorrow in terms of like its ability to offend people, its ability to make people feel something, then he would have no reason to say it anymore, because a lot of the reasons,
that's what he was trying to say.
A lot of the times when he's saying it, it's just because it's kind of edgy. So, which is why I don't really buy into the idea that, he's off on this sort of altruistic mission to sort of make people rethink,
I feel like I've learned more in the last 3 minutes than I've learned in the last 3 months of reading fucking Reddit and shit. Like, thank you, Sargon, for inviting me to a stream that has so many amazingly diverse point of views. I cannot.
Well, I mean, like,
thank you.
My pleasure, man.
I just
welcome to the dark side, Boogie. Sorry.
If I may check in,
we actually have conversations.
I just think that there's so much, like, there's a lot of just, I mean, you can all agree, a lot of just misinformation. Like, have you've seen on Twitter someone say something like, I think Tupac is the best rapper. That's a safe opinion. No one's going to challenge it. We have words like white privilege. We have words like fascism. We have words like racist. These words you could throw at a white person and people going to be like, okay, well, I'm not going to prove it, but other people are going to nod their head because fuck all white people. It's so dangerous. And that's why, like, I think Ian is a very smart dude, very funny guy. But I think now is the time where we collectively need to just get smarter. We need to stop being ignorant, learn these things, call people out, and make sure that we're really specific in when we're trying to make a movement. I completely agree, by the way, with what Ian is saying. When it comes to nigger, I've never in my life have I been offended by that. I think that word is hilarious. If you say it to me, I'm going to laugh. I'm not going to be ashamed of laughing either. It's a funny word. Dude, I also like my friend calls me a moon cricket because I sing at night. You know what? Like I
don't even know what that is.
To me, it's a derogatory term for black people who used to sing slave songs at night.
Jesus and I sing. We got a lot of terms for that.
I know there's a lot. And I find them funny, and I'm not going to be ashamed that I find it funny. But it's like I'm also going to understand that not everybody does. So Ian is making a very good dialogue happen, which I am so happy about, because the power in those words, they're not there for me. All I'm saying is I only wished that at the moment Ian might have set his followers up for success and saying, if you just keep saying nigger, right? You're not going to, I don't believe that's the way you want to socialize it, like you would faggot, like you would chink.
It's never going to happen, man.
No, I don't agree with that either. But I don't think that saying it over and over again is the answer. I believe that having an open dialogue about the word and understanding why it hurts X, Y, or Z person is the way to go, instead of just saying it over and over and over again. Words like faggot, socialize differently because we said it a lot, but nigger and kike, though, that won't happen in my opinion.
I think Anthony was making the point. It's like if you don't react to it, then it loses the excitement and the power that it had. So if someone just went and was nigger, and everyone was just like, oh yeah, that's fucking hilarious, isn't it? Old school, go give me something new. If people started mocking the person who said it, they'd stop saying it just because.
Well, no, I swear to God,
I don't think people want that to happen, because this is the power word fired in the English language. I mean, Hulk Hogan, for instance, was caught saying the word on a tape 7 years ago, and he got fired. Like you could commit a crime in Romania, you could murder someone, and after 7 years, if you did it by accident, your crime is forgotten, right? Because it's been 7 years, and the law assumes that you've been remorseful during the time.
That's a law.
What are you saying?
That's a fucking law right there.
It is.
That is a law, bro.
You know why this is? It's because it's very hard to find evidence and alibi of something you did 7 years ago. That's why the legislation for certain crimes, in certain circumstances, they will forgive you. Because, for instance, if you're accused of doing something 7 years ago, you really can't remember the circumstances and maybe the alibi that you would have had back then. Right. So this is what I'm saying. It's like with Hulk Hogan, he said something 7 years ago, and he's still getting fired and getting backlash for it. And I don't think that's fair. I don't see how that is okay.
Well, I will tell you that as a person who gets attacked pretty routinely on the internet, I don't really believe in the power of like words, like individual words, like special secret words. These are the bad words. People complain about me swearing in my videos all the time. The reason I swear in my videos all the time is because I do not understand the magical power of shit, fuck, cunt, pussy, twat, cock. They're just words.
I don't think you could be a full-time content creator and not feel that way.
Right.
Yeah. No, you'd go crazy. I mean, the first time you get, and I think this is why when you see people who are out there like saying mean shit to YouTubers, when a YouTuber fires back, they go, I can bleed. I mean, like, it sucks when it's the first time somebody like when 1,200 people attack you at once, you're like, oh, this is.
Oh yeah, someone told me that. Someone told me they were like, oh, Sky, I hope that you're the victim of the next fatal police brutality, and I was like, wow.
Jesus.
Yeah, and I was like, wow, you can fucking drown. And then that person was like, wow, why would you say that to him? That's so mean. I said, nigga, I will fight both of you. Actually, like that's just it. I'm telling you, you know what? Honestly, people that hear nigger or faggot or any of these slurs and shut down have never been made fun of by a group of black middle school girls. I swear to God, earlier this week, Meech and a few other people that were coming over for my N-word video that I'm making in response to Ian, but now in response to a bunch of things, right? Mm-hmm. A few people came over. This nigga said I was built like a Gatorade bottle. And then he said, nigga, you look like Dr. Eggman, store brand. Okay, I would love it. If everyone that made fun of me called me a nigger, I'd love it. Please call me a nigger, because that shows me you ain't got, that's why I laugh. You ain't got shit to say. I've been roasted and cooked in the worst possible ways, bro.
Do you want to hear the worst? Do you want to hear the worst thing that has ever been said to me? And it did not involve a derogatory term. It did not say fat ass, you fat fuck, nothing like that. The most devastating thing anybody ever said to me, it was about 4 years ago. It was, well, I guess, has it been 4 years since the Fat People Hate thing? Because it was somebody from Fat People Hate who came along, and I recognized his username on YouTube because it was the same one from Fat People Hate, which I read obsessively, by the way. I read it every day. But that said, because I love self-harm. I mean, obviously, you don't eat yourself to the point that your dick is a distant memory if you don't love self-harming yourself.
Oh, my God.
That said, the meanest thing anybody ever said to me was, Boogie, when you die, we will celebrate. We'll be glad to see you gone. The only thing that we are worried about is whether or not on the day you die from the inevitable stroke or heart attack that you're encouraging, you think your wife will kill herself out of grief.
Jesus.
And when I read that, I went, that is the meanest thing anyone will ever say to me. It's all uphill from here. Because the thought of harming my wife that way, and I even serves a point to show me that in harming myself, I am harming my wife and I'm harming my audience, but did not use a derogatory word one. It was a very well-written, intelligent statement. That actually made it worse. If you threw in a bunch, you fat.
I agree completely.
Then I'd just be like, oh, what an edgelord.
That's exactly it, right? that was personally tailored to you as an individual, to affect you personally on an emotional level, because they know who you are and they understand what you care about. That's the thing. Like, was calling Sky a nigger, but he doesn't care.
Yeah.
But I'm sure there are other things that if you actually criticize him on his work or something like that, then that would actually get personal, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah, no, I am such a fucking baby. I am not strong at all. Like, even the slightest, like, oh, this video was like mediocre, I'm in my room crying, like I'm the worst. But yeah, racial slurs just don't get me. Like,
yeah,
there is something else in American culture that I don't get. It's like, if you use the word nigger as a joke, right? Not directing it to someone, they will call you racist. It's like, if I use the word Jesus Christ, that does make me a Christian because I'm an atheist, you know. And if I would use the word like, oh my God, would that make me a Christian?
But you have to understand why that is. Like, the power of the N-word is it stretches way beyond just this conversation. It's actually a more sinister, annoying, terrible thing. But
no one alive today lived through slavery. No one
but V, in America, it's got this ridiculous cultural baggage attached to it.
If you say that word here, it's not your life.
It's the end of your career, basically.
There is no such equivalent in the Romanian language, and I'm not talking for black people. Like, there is no such word that you can't say.
It's just because
weird as fuck.
I know it's because Romania is like ethnically homogenous. You never had this slavery shit.
We've been slaves to the Ottoman Empire, and
you've been slaves, but you're not gonna. I'm not saying you haven't been slaves. Yeah, no, but the thing is, like, man, that word, I'm just sick of it all. I think everybody's sick of it. It's just like, so are we all Americans? Are we all people? Are we going to keep wedging? I mean, how do you have a friendship, a solid relationship, but you know that like one word can like, boom, that's it, your whole life.
Is that what I don't understand is that if the word is so damaging and so bad, why is it so popularized in the media? It's like almost every single rapper has to say it. Every single black comedian has to say it.
Sorry. Yeah, that's a topic. That's a weird parallel. That's an odd dot to connect. To go back to
I love you, Sky.
God, there's a lot.
You just said the word.
Okay, so here's the problem. Here's the problem. The discussion about this word, it ends up in the same place every single time, which goes like this. It's like, oh, I don't like that word. Yeah, well, your family was never slaves, and you're like, whoa, well, take it easy.
My family was slaves, so there you go.
I know, but on the other side, nigga, I'm a slave right now. Fuck. On the other side of it, you've got like, there's just too much jumping to conclusions. Just like now, how all white people, when you talk about white privilege, because there are some dumb ass people that are like, what was that tweet that was like, oh, you ever see a white person in their privilege if they're poor, and you're like, what happened, bitch? You Macy Gray lookalike, shut the fuck up. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Sky, since you're defending white people, can you see the chat at the moment on the?
Oh God, no, I can't.
No, not the chat. In the Chrome Hangout, in the Google Hangout, the little chat thing along the side.
Oh wait, is somebody calling me a coon?
No. On the actual Hangout that we're talking in right now, you can see like Anthony and stuff. I'm going to put something there. Can you read it out aloud for everyone?
Wait, where'd you put it?
It's on the Hangout itself.
It's on the Hangout.
Yeah, can you read that?
Oh, damn. Okay, damn. Man, this is the anthem to renounce my blackness. You want me to say this,
dude?
Please, please say it.
What are they going to do?
We are here. We go. Sorry, black people. We must secure the existence of our people and a future for white children.
Quite right.
It's over. Sky, they couldn't even get me to say the 14 words.
It's over.
Sky, they couldn't even get me to say the 14 words.
Yeah, but to be fair, you're white and your middle name's
You're right. It would be.
What can happen?
You're right. It would be bad if I
said it. At the end of the day, like I am sick of a lack of discussion. I'm sick of conversations ending at the racist. I'm sick of people governing what is and isn't okay and when to say it. And I'm sick of people just putting not only white people, but like anyone in a corner. Like they have these terms for everything. If I defend white people, I'm a coon. If a white person disagrees with me, they're racist. That's bullshit. And I'm sick of it.
And if you vote online, if you vote anything,
why I asked you to say that?
I'm not smart enough. I'm not smart enough to to really fight this is the problem.
I always thought.
Listen, I mean, the thing is, I feel like what needs to just be said is that anybody could say this word. It's just that if you say it, you should be ready to deal with the repercussions that may come with it. And that isn't just limited to this word. You could say a load of things that come with repercussions that maybe aren't just a word or a phrase. If I went out on my Twitter account tomorrow and I wholeheartedly endorsed Donald Trump as the greatest president to ever walk the planet.
Right, I'm tweeting.
That's a wrap. There's nothing saying I can't say that, but there'll be a lot of repercussions for me saying that. You know, I mean, anybody can say this word. It's just that, and the thing is, like, it's pretty funny because, you know, depending on who I talk to, you know, it'll depend on their perception of me, sort of whether or not they're okay with me saying the word. Like, I remember when I had to review this album that had the N-word in the title, and I actively avoided saying the title of the album. But I remember there were these people in the comments, black and white, going crazy, just like, "Oh, Anthony, you have your black card, and you could totally say that title. Come on, dude, just say the title."
People just don't want to deal with the repercussions. But I mean, honestly,
And the thing is, like, you know what? Like, honestly, I don't think the world would crumble down if I, in fact, said the title of that album, you know, in full. But the thing is, like, it's just drama that I don't want to deal with, and I'm there to do an album review. You know, I'm not there for people to be distracted by whether or not I said a word. I'm there to talk about music.
Okay, see, now I think this is really interesting, right? Because like the 14 words, for anyone who doesn't know, this is like the mantra of the like white supremacist neo-Nazis. And this is exactly what you're saying, Anthony. It's like we give these things more power than they deserve. Because I mean, like, what does it mean when a black guy says this?
I'm about to die.
No, it doesn't. No, you're not. That's
no, you really got me killed low key.
Dude, they can't. I mean, it's obvious that you're not a neo-Nazi white supremacist.
Is it though? Is it?
Is it though?
I'm not convinced.
The 14 words I just said?
Dude,
just said the 14
in
words.
the mail.
Yeah, but they're not a pledge of allegiance. You know, you can say them and just it's like Aristotle said. You can entertain a thought without. You can entertain a thought without.
Can we start? The new white ethno state will have the 14 words as the fucking pledge of allegiance.
The 14 words. I pledge allegiance to the white children.
I guess what Sargon is saying. I guess what Sargon is saying is the 14 words aren't like saying Beetlejuice 3 times. You know, it's not like a big scary ghoul.
I have a question for Anthony about repercussions, right? This is an actual story, which was at a high school, and they graduated, and they had like best class, blah, 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 written on their T-shirts. Everyone had a letter. And the girls got together, and they did this, right? So it's NY ***E.
Look how happy they are.
How do you know it's not Nipper?
Oh, right, shut the fuck up.
But the thing is, there are these things on the internet called Get Racist Fired websites. And these are blogs of thousands of people. They dox individuals who they consider racist. They give their information. And then all of the 1,000 individuals are starting to call the phone number provided, in this case, the school's director, in order to get these girls expelled from school, which they did, by the way, right? So the question is, these girls are obviously not racist, right? I don't think Sky would be scared and cross the street if he would say this girl's coming towards him. They're obviously children having a laugh, and probably being children, they're not very smart and witty about it. Is it okay that they got, you know, they got consequences for this thing, which obviously they were having a good time? They weren't hurting anyone.
I personally, listen, I personally don't really have an opinion about any consequences that aren't particularly illegal. Like, you know, obviously someone doxing somebody else, that's illegal. And if that's the case, then that person who did that doxing should face consequences too.
It's not illegal if you're a liberal.
For example, because those girls wore those shirts, I would actually come to their defense if in fact somebody in response to them wearing those shirts threw acid in their faces or something like that. I would want that person to go to jail. I wouldn't just sit there and be like, well, you know, they had it coming. Because the thing is, like, you know, nothing you could say, even those 14 words, shouldn't elicit something as horrible as like, well, I'm just going to gun you down because you said that.
But fucking with your education and getting you suspended for 1 year, and probably very difficult for you to find another high school, don't you think it's obviously not as bad as throwing acid in your face? But I would say
most definitely. No, I don't. I guess it sort of depends on how that information comes to light. If that information comes to light as a result of like doxing, let's say, then, you know, I'm against that. But if that information comes to light as a result of something that you've publicly put out there on the internet for everyone to see, like, for example, when I was in college, I had known people who had gotten kicked out of school because they had posted pictures of themselves getting high with their friends in their dorm rooms and stuff, like on illegal drugs. And that was publicly put out there on Facebook for other people to share and see. And of course, like, it would have made it to somebody who was in a position of power, because people know other people, and they were RAs at the dorm. So they were, like, you know, kind of in charge, or supposed to be like the responsible people on the floor. Like, if you put something out on the internet publicly, especially, like, you know, if I put a photo of myself in blackface on the internet, I can't sit there and act pissed off when people get me fired or ruin my YouTube channel. What I put out there on the internet was for public consumption. You know, like, I've publicly put out there this image of me being a complete dumbass and being really insensitive. I can't sit there and act like, well, I didn't deserve to lose my job.
Well, yeah.
You know,
those girls should have got their ass beat. I don't know why that's not even a discussion. Those girls should have. I mean, I'm not advocating beating up underage women, but I am saying that, like, those
sounds like you are.
Shut up. They're not like, they don't not know. You know, like, it's like Tana, like, she didn't really know. Like,
this is my question, right? They're not. I mean, there's no indication that they're racist unless you have a conversation with them and they're like, "Yeah, we hate niggers," and then like, okay,
right? But they're haphazard with the term. So I'm not calling them racist, but I am calling them ignorant and short-sighted. And for that alone, to perpetuate that word for a joke, I don't think it's okay.
Yeah,
hang on. Making
it's not even like they were. It's not even like they were just saying the word. It's like they sort of
they fucking
got
had like
together
ready
in this photo to sort of make a joke of it.
They're underage. I mean,
it was a whole.
Okay, hang on. Again, it comes down to the power we give words, because I mean, this is exactly why I asked you to say the 14 words, Sky, and this is what I'm showing you on the screen here with the Daily Stormer. This is the sort of site that promotes the 14 words, and they are currently saying that they are the world's #1 Wall Street Journal fan site with the 3 authors who wrote that PewDiePie article. Now, everyone knows that they are not actually fans of the Wall Street Journal, but if we can't separate words from intent, then we can never. We have to take this literally. So you know, the girls have.
I think we, as far as people in this conversation right now, certainly can. But the thing is, like, I exist in the world. You know, I agree with what you're saying. You know, it's a matter of how much power we give words. But I know that there are people on this planet that take words way more seriously than I do. So because those people are sort of in the majority, I kind of conduct myself by those rules because I don't want to ruin my life.
Hold on. Let me just say, that is the problem. I really think it's part of the problem. Like, we are all kowtowing to this shit. It's like, intent is the only thing that matters. If people are so scared of
I think you can kowtow without.
Hang on.
Listen,
guys, hang on. Seriously.
I think you can subvert that.
No. I can see the confusion here, right? Anthony, I already know you're a utilitarian. So basically, of course you are. It's totally rational to work within the system as it currently is. And I can see that Jontron's trying to change the system because he doesn't like that we're counter.
Yeah, but the thing is, I think you could change the system and subvert it without actively having to engage in saying those words that would catch you so much heat. Because you can have conversations like this. You can get out there and
have to say the words, but
I don't think words should have this much power. That's not actively saying the words that piss people off, but you're also acting against that narrative and subverting it.
Totally agree, but I think we've gone too far. I think it's come to the point where people have just got to turn around and actually say the things to the people who are trying to stop them, because at this point it's like, look, they're not listening, they're not interested in any kind of rational discourse. Now it's about just telling them, look, we don't care about your offense.
And it's this thing that, again, I don't get about American culture. If I say the word, right, and there's a person that's not even black, he doesn't even have black friends, and all of a sudden he gets offended. Like, what the fuck are you offended? You know, especially if you say it as a joke, or you say it like these girls, you know, that you get your t-shirt arranged in a way that it spells nigger that's even censored. And you have people that are butthurt about it and they're so offended. It's like, I don't believe they're offended. I think they're on a power trip. I think they're feeling good on the fact that they think they have the moral high ground and they can ruin your life. And the problem with this is that punishment doesn't fit the crime. You know,
punishment doesn't fit the crime.
I super disagree. I'm like mega disagree. Okay, so yeah. No. Okay, so I get what you're trying to say completely. But that's why that's why I believe that like nigger and faggot, when it comes to slurs, like I don't believe one is more offensive than the other, because I think it all has to do with what those words mean to you. I mean, we talked about that earlier, right? So to put nigger in a higher plane of existence than faggot, to put one slur above the other is not right. However, we can probably statistically just say with numbers that nigger is going to tick off a lot more people. Consciously knowing that and going ahead with the action, yeah, we could sit here and be like, okay, well, logically, objectively, blah, blah, blah. But sometimes we cannot deny the actual sheer number, the volume of people that still genuinely feel oppressed by the word nigger. And I'm not going to fault them for doing that. I'm not going to say that I'm mentally stronger. I'm not going to say that they're weak. I'm just going to say we've had different experiences in life to bring us here. And we
how can you feel oppressed by, I mean.
No, John, hang on. No, it's cool, man. No, Sky, I totally agree. There are absolutely, there are going to be millions of people, and not just black people either, who can't stand to hear the word nigger. And that is terrible, and on an individual basis you should be concerned about that. For example, like if these girls who did the shirt thing, I mean, they obviously don't have any black friends who would be bothered by this. They've obviously got friends like you if they have black friends, because you know they would be thinking, well, shit, you know, I mean, for me, if it was one of my friends, it would be something like with Boogie's insult, you know, the one thing that really insulted him, if you know, that could be nigger for some people. It's not for anyone I would know, but like I wouldn't go out and deliberately do something specifically offensive to those people because I would know. But the thing with saying nigger is you don't know who it's going to be offensive to. So now it's about policing other people before you've even done anything, and without even knowing those people. And I think that sort of puts us on a bit of a dangerous path. But I totally agree with you saying, and this is the thing, everyone's saying things that are true, and no one's actually invalidating what each other are saying. And I think we need to start like thinking more on like these sort of parallel lines. Lots of things are true at once.
The thing I don't understand is like when you have a baby, right, a human baby, you look at it and it's defenseless as fuck. Like other animals, like a horse, can already start running after it's been given birth. But a human baby is very defenseless. And the thing you think about when you're looking at it, it's like, okay, let's teach it how to be oppressed by words so that it's even more defenseless. I mean, there are certain sounds my neck can make that is hurting this baby. Like, for me, again, in my culture, there is no equivalent. I just can't fathom it.
It's probably because you're European and you don't live under political correctness. I mean, like I was explaining to you a while ago, the word racist has such power in this country. You wouldn't believe. I mean, there have been scandals, and in Germany, you know, in Europe generally, there have been such scandals where people who weren't white have done terrible things, and the police have covered up for them because they didn't want to be accused of being racist or inflame any perceived tensions. It's like, look, you are now denying reality on the basis of ideology, and that's too far. We can't.
Can I go down the too much information route here real quick?
Yeah.
Okay, so some people know this about me, some people don't know this about me. But I grew up in a very racist part of the country that believed a lot of things, a very purely white town. And I was taught a lot of negative stereotypes, which I quickly unlearned at the age of 15 in the program called Upward Bound. And the very first girl I ever dated happened to be African-American. And I knew her family, and a lot of the prejudices I had about black people came from knowing their family through the Head Start program when I was 4. And so getting to know her was like one of the most educational experiences of my life. And we dated for 7 years off and on, and it was tumultuous. And it was, I mean, do what?
I said, let's go, Boogie. You're right.
Yeah. Well, anyway, yes, I'm down with the swirl, I believe is the phrase. But that said, when I was around her family, you know, I was white bread. Hey, white bread, what are you doing today? You want some mayonnaise? You're trying to steal one of her princesses? You're trying to whatever. That was her family's take on me. My family's take on her was fairly different. You know, I can't believe you would be dating a person of color. I can't believe that you're doing this to us, so on and so forth. The people in my town didn't really understand it. The people in her town, where she went to Coburn, which was a good 70% African-American in that town, they didn't really understand it. And we received an incredible amount of hatred for doing what we were doing, just going to the movies together. Probably one of my perfect examples of that is she moved to Fayetteville, Arkansas with me. And we went to Waffle House, me, my friend, and Curtis, and her. And the only guy that was working that day was having a rough time cooking and taking orders. He walks up to me, walks up to our booth and says, "All right, what do you want?" He takes my order. looks at my friend Curtis, says, "What do you want?" Takes his order, closes the book, and walks away. And my friend Curtis speaks up, and he says, "Hey, aren't you going to take our order?" And he comes back over, flips back over his book, and it says, "All right, what does your N-word want to eat?" And that's just one of a dozen stories that I could tell you. And so I have been firsthand, well, I guess really secondhand. I mean, she experienced it firsthand, but I experienced it secondhand. I've seen what racism is like in this country. I've seen both sides of it. I've seen how awful it is. And so because of that, I grew up with racist humor just being something we threw around those kinds of jokes every day, all day to help break the uncomfortableness. She had every white joke memorized in the book. I had every black joke memorized in the book. And we joked about it all the time. We joked about it with our families and friends. It cut the tension and made things easier, made things better. And to this day, I still enjoy that type of humor in closed doors. But I do not take it to YouTube because I know firsthand that some people can be made uncomfortable for this. I know it's not my intention to ever make anybody feel uncomfortable. I don't want to press any issues. I don't want to make anybody feel like shit. I don't want anybody to make anybody feel the way I saw her feel or the way that I felt. I don't ever want to put that on another person again in my lifetime if possible.
It comes down to this.
That said, I think I champion the people that choose to push that edge, whether it's Sky, whether it's Ian, whether it's Felix. I champion those people. I understand the point that they are making. I understand the point that they, I'm just not brave enough to do it. That's what it comes down to. I'm not brave enough to do it,
dude,
but I salute the people who do.
This ties into everything, man. As you said, on an individual level, you know your intent isn't to be racist to that person, and they know that back to you. And so it's completely fine for you to have the bans. But like Sky's saying, he knows that a lot of people are going to find that offensive, and they will. And it's, that's just being considerate. I mean, the girls who had the nigger shirt, they're being arseholes. There's no doubt about it.
Right.
But, I don't think they should be censored. And I think people should be, completely within the rights to look.
And that's if they're odious, just call them that. Like, call them just bad. You don't have to just say they're racist. You don't. You can literally, there are just worse things like, those girls are short-sighted, ignorant. Some of them were ugly as fuck, stupid. But we don't why strip them? Why give them the privilege of only having one word thrown at them when we can call buck tooth, horse teeth, Becky bitch? You can really get in on these people, but you're gonna let them off easy and call them racist? Bring that ass here, gap tooth. Yeah. Hunchback.
If it's about being offended, right? I am offended as fuck about the people who got these girls suspended from high school over a joke, right? I am offended by it. Why is my offense not as important? If we're so worried about offending people, as you said, you can call them names. You can do whatever the fuck. They said something bad. You can say something bad back at them. But why force them to drop out of high school?
Oh wait, you're offended, or you're not agreeing with them being suspended?
No, I don't think the punishment fits the crime.
I don't. But here's the thing: I don't think they were punished. I think the school did that to help them.
No, the school didn't want to suspend them. The blogs on the internet with people that gathered her up and started making a massive campaign in order to get them suspended eventually managed. So those people are offending me through their actions. Right, I think that's important to try and to dox an underage girl and then find out where she is at school and try to get her suspended without even talking to her, without even seeing if she's actually a racist.
It's ridiculous. The punishment is not.
I mean, what do you?
That's mob mentality. And look. The fact here is that it's just witch hunt after witch hunt. Why then, when you can make, and I know that you probably don't agree with this, you can make Dear White People on Netflix. Why is that not? I mean, my point is, when is it enough? When is the world racist enough? When do we shame every last racist? It's dumb. It's a never-ending game.
If there were black girls, if there were black girls, and they would have mayo on their shirt in a culture that picking on white people would be unreasonable and it would have dire consequences, right? I would stick up for those girls. I would say, no, that's not okay. If they say a word, say words back at them. Why do you go for them?
Yeah, I'm actually fully on board with Sky's suggestion. Like he was saying with Boogie, make it personal to them, because nigger isn't personal. They don't know who the fuck's being offended by that. It's not a personal thing. But like Sky says, look at those ugly bitches. You can get really personal and actually offend them back, and that's the point, to give them a taste of their own medicine. That's what I reckon should happen.
You know, I mean, personally, I do personally feel like the punishment in a way did fit the crime, because the thing is, this is the way these girls conducted themselves at school. And if this is how you handle yourself at school, you can expect repercussions at school. If I came to work, like let's say I work at some, 9-to-5 office job. If I came into work wearing a shirt that said that word, I think I could expect to be fired the very next day.
Come on, Anthony, you're an adult, right? Those were underage. Did you never do anything?
No.
Yeah, they were underage, but I don't know if you understand I don't know if you understand the American school system, but you can get suspended. You can get suspended from school. You can get suspended from school for a lot less.
Yeah,
right, we had girls sent home when I was growing up for wearing skirts that did not stop below the knee.
That's what I was just going to find. In America, you could get kicked out of school for wearing revealing clothing. Yeah. You can get kicked out of school for wearing clothing that might be gang affiliated. You can get kicked out of school for a lot of different reasons, not just having shirts that say a racist slur.
Okay, but not all cultures are equal, and I'm sorry to say
this. Well, nobody's saying that your culture has to work by our culture. We're just.
I agree, but I can say your culture in this particular case is inferior to other cultures. Like,
that's your judgment call, V. That's not like an objective fact. That's your opinion.
Yeah, that is my opinion, because otherwise, I mean, we talk about this on our channels a lot. All cultures are different, and not all cultures are equal.
I think some are superior as well, and I've got a certain set of metrics. But
hang on. Outrageous.
Yeah, but an Islamist, for example, would think our cultures were terrible. They'd be like, well, they're not praising Allah. Their women are walking around unveiled. They allow homosexuals. They don't even execute the homosexuals. So, exactly.
You want to know? I just think it's all a bit boring, frankly. I mean, how much can we, like, as a civilization, talk about this racism stuff? But it's just fucking boring. Nobody's
wait a minute, Jontron. So one thing I'm really glad you said that. Because I think another huge problem is that we're sitting here and we're rationally discussing some things. We have differences of opinions. But just because this one thing that we all feel like right or wrong about doesn't mean everybody's beliefs are the same. Like, for example, I vehemently disagree with Jontron's view on women in America, right? And but I feel like sometimes if Jontron has a point that we all agree with, now we're all moving forward and by saying like, yeah, see, so the rest of the thing I said was right, which I don't believe. So it's like, I mean,
yeah, go on.
No, I just mean, I think that your stance on women in America is very is very harmful. But I believe that your stance on other things, it makes sense.
What is your stance? Because I don't know.
What is my stance on women?
Well, from what we've talked about before,
you stand right on them. It's pretty disgusting, frankly, the way that you just stand on them.
You don't believe that women are oppressed in America? Yes.
I do not believe women are oppressed in America by any degree.
So that right there is, in my opinion, a very violent opinion, which I disagree with.
Violent opinion.
Can you tell me? Hold on. I'm actually curious. Can you tell me a country where women aren't oppressed? If they're oppressed in America, I'm actually curious. As an example, where you say this is a country where women aren't oppressed.
Women aren't or are? I'm sorry.
Is there a country in the world right now where you would say in this country women aren't oppressed?
Women aren't. Is there a country where I would say women?
Is there a country where women are not oppressed, in your opinion?
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. I believe in some crazy shit. I think somewhere in the world there's a women-only continent. I don't know, like maybe
a lot of
women
cats
over
on
there.
that continent.
I have no idea, but I mean, I'm not sure why that's a valid response to saying that I feel that women are oppressed here.
Well, people say that just because women may be worse off somewhere else, it doesn't invalidate progress here. But I would agree. I would argue that progress has been made to the maximum degree of human biology. What more do you want to do? Exalt them?
I mean, in Saudi Arabia, they're microchipping women. You know that, right?
Okay. Oh, wow.
Just pointing it out.
Guys, hang on. Sky's right here. Right? Not that I'm not. I don't think women are oppressed either. But what he's saying is that
what?
No, listen. What Sky is saying is that just because you think there are women have it worse elsewhere is not a refutation of his belief that women have it are oppressed in America either. That just means they're oppressed in two places.
If you were born a woman
exactly.
in America, and let's say in a middle household, what exactly is it that you wouldn't be able to do?
Okay, let me just. Sorry,
mate. Take your time, seriously. Because
if I can, let me speak while he gathers his thoughts real quick. I can tell you firsthand. There's some shitty stuff that happens to women in America. I mean, you know, it doesn't compare. You know, if we're looking at America in a bubble. You know, yes, there's still shitty things that happen in America. Once you compare it to the rest of the world, I think women in America have definitely some of the best lives that you could ever expect. If you're a woman and you were born in America, statistically speaking, you've won the cultural lottery. That said, I have seen my wife experience some shitty things. You know, I was no less than 10 feet away from her when a man approached her in a gas station and grabbed her breasts and grabbed her butt and then invited her home. I was.
Hey, did you whoop his ass, Mookie?
See, that's
I mean,
one of the things.
me and guy running the store just threw him the fuck out. You know, but that's it. Let me finish if it's all right.
Yeah, no, that counts as oppression. That counts as crime.
Well, right.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
What I'm saying is, like, that guy probably grew up believing that's okay, and that kind of thing needs to be taught that it's not okay. I think American men need to be taught that's not okay. And, you know, another perfect example was a guy who got into her car one night when she was on her way home from work, and she was filling her gas tank. And a guy just got in her car and said, "We going back to your place, girl," or whatever. And I can't believe shit like that happens to her. Or the time that we went to a magic event, me and my wife were playing Two-Headed Giant. And to not bore anybody with my nerd rules here, you know, there's you're playing on a two-person team, but one person makes all the final decisions. And so a guy walks up and sees me playing with my wife, and he's like, "Man, doesn't it suck that you have to play both hands?" And I'm like, "What?" And he's like, "You know, because she doesn't know what she's doing." And I'm like, "Why do you think that, dude?" And he goes, "Well, because she's your wife." Fuck you. Like, fuck you with a rake. Fuck you 1,000 times. My wife beats my ass at Magic on the daily. Let me finish if it's okay.
Yeah. Let's go.
And like, shit like that sucks. And I understand. And if a woman says she doesn't like stuff like that, I champion you, lady. I understand that. I get that. At the end of the day, though, I think for 2017, if you were born as a woman, you in America, you are probably the freest a woman has ever been anywhere in the world right now or any time in history.
Yeah, you said it perfect.
I think that is something to celebrate. And I don't mind you for fighting to take away those types of aggressions where men grab you or men treat you like garbage. And I obviously understand that. That's fucking crime. Right,
right.
I agree with that.
It's just crime. It's not oppression. It's crime. If somebody shoots me in the head, am I oppressed as a man? No, I've been crime done.
Beartron. That's a false equivalence.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Hang on, guys. Okay. Go on, Sky. What do you think?
I'm gonna kiss you the next time I see you, Jontron.
Oh, I'm gonna kiss you harder. You
stop! Don't do that. Don't play back. It takes away my power.
I want to say that men and women
I film that and put it on Pornhub.
I'll wait till everybody gets their points out.
Sky, go ahead, man.
Oh, you're thanking.
Men have the larger brain than the woman.
So tell me what this is then, because this is my thought process. Once again, English is not my first language. Guyanese was, which is kind of like a broken, funny way to speak English. So sometimes I'm just really dumb, you know? So sometimes just help me out.
You're not really dumb at all. You're not. I've spoken to you enough to know that you're not really dumb.
No, I'm actually very, very dumb. I need to get smarter, emotionally especially. But okay, so I think by proxy, women suffer a good amount of inequality and oppression with things that are inculcated, like through growing up, right? Like women growing up are told, you know, to look a certain way or be a certain way. You don't need to go to the gym and be strong. You would rather be pretty. That's why when we both grow up to the same age, we all assume that men are just stronger than women. Now, I know that there are biological studies that support the idea that men are always going to be just strictly stronger. But I think that because we push different genders into different ways of thinking and different like livelihoods, and I think that is also creating the divide between men and women just in like, what's it called? Like just being alive. This divide is happening because we tell women and men to do or feel a certain way or to go into certain professions, you know?
Well, that's
okay. I can tell you that the reason
there's more.
Can I? Okay, sorry, carry on.
Yeah, Politic Bear, please go on. No, go on.
Well, okay, so I agree with you that society has gender roles and there are gender expectations. Where do you think they're coming from?
where do I think gender roles are coming from?
Yeah, no, you were saying that people are getting pushed into certain roles and certain attitudes. Who's pushing them, in your opinion?
I mean, I think they've just been pioneered. Like, I think that before it was just men maybe over-sexualizing women in media, and now we're trying to like look back and maybe fix it, but I think the damage is already done. But I wouldn't even just say that men are all to blame. If I'm being honest, I don't know exactly where that all starts. Like who if there's a one party that's responsible for it.
Okay, let me just say, data doesn't back up this claim.
Hang on a second. Right. So, okay, no, don't get me wrong. I agree. I agree that society has a specific sort of set of rules, and every society has a specific set of rules for men and women. And I agree with you that men are also people who do this, but I think that also women are as responsible as men in this. I mean, like, one of the things that I found most shocking is most female genital mutilations are carried out by other women. And so, I mean, that is the most horrific form of oppression I can imagine. And women do it to each other. And it's not that men are forcing them to do it. They think that's the right thing to do. And this is the sort of the thing I think this is what I think the danger of calling like a class of people oppressed in a free society is. Even bad things happen to everyone. You know, everyone at some point in their lives will have something bad happen to them. But I don't think you can say that everyone's oppressed. And everyone has their own forms of their own cultural attitudes and mores that they inherit just by living in the culture they're in. And these inform their behavior going forward in their lives. And I think that it's important to remember that it's not all one-sided. And the people that we're against will generally tell you it's all one-sided. But I don't think it is. I mean, women are the biggest slut shamers around. There was literally half of all misogynistic tweets are from women, and it's like,
look at the shoes she's wearing.
Yeah, exactly. You know, exactly. She's a whore. Men actually don't do that so often, as far as I can tell, in my experience. Anyway, it's
actually men love sluts.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, look, I just have one
bonus. You know,
I just have one point to refute all this. So obviously, cultural environment shapes. Like if you're born in Saudi Arabia as a woman and man, I don't know, you're going to think something different than Western. But let's say Western cultures, as the equality between men and women increases, the inequality of their outcomes also increases. So we see that if you're an oppressed woman in a Saudi Arabian type society, you're more willing to go into a STEM field. But in a Western society where the equality of men and women is just about equal, women tend towards different careers and men tend towards different careers. It's biological in nature. I mean, I don't know if people don't like to
want to say something else. Okay, so first of all, as a doctor, I can point out that there is a major biological difference between men and women, not only in the way they think, but also in the, as you pointed out, men are more muscular. And the reason women are more fat is because when they get pregnant, the extra fat stored in their body is actually helping them with the pregnancy. But the thing is, I think men and women should be equal. Let me just finish, and then we can discuss. Men and women should only be should be equal in the face of the law, right? There shouldn't be a job opportunity or career that women would be refused or disconsidered just because they're women. But when it comes to the interaction between men and women, I think we're different. I think men have certain advantages that women don't, and I think women have certain advantages that men don't. For instance, I can't go next to a 4-year-old without my lab coat without people thinking I'm a pedophile, right? Well, women can definitely do that. The point is that is the difference that makes us great, because men and women aren't made to live separately. We are meant to make families, and we are meant to become a unit together, right? And a couple that's going to face the rest of the world. And I honestly think is that the differences which are making us attract to one another. I wouldn't want to.
Universal. That's not something that applies to everyone.
I wouldn't want to be attracted to, it's not that I wouldn't want to, I probably wouldn't be attracted to a woman that acts like a guy 100%, because if I want that, I would just hang around with my guy friends, right?
Yeah, that's exactly it.
I don't think that if I would act like a woman, you know, like the stereotypical type of woman, I don't think there would be many women that would be attracted in me, because they don't want another girlfriend. They want a man next to them. And this is not something that I say. This is something that I have spoken with a lot of girls. And I have spent a lot of time with girls, and this is pretty much what they want. They want a man.
Yeah, no, that's true, but that's not universally true. That's what I think Sky's
Of course, there are going to be exceptions, and I'm not saying that people have to be something they don't want to be, but I'm telling you that the reason, the reason we are attracted into to girls is because they are different than us. Yeah, it's hardwired in our brain. Like the vast majority of men think this way. Now, of course, there are exceptions, right? And if there are exceptions, that's no problem.
Okay, but
quick question.
Women to try to
very fast question.
Okay.
I know. I just need to ask. You said something. You said the biologically we're attracted to the opposite. Is that what you were saying?
The vast majority of people, yeah.
And you're saying there are some exceptions.
Yeah.
Right. So I am not saying this from a place of like victimization or drama at all.
We don't think
I'm genuinely asking. So are you saying that homosexuality is an exception to the rule?
Yes. Because if a society would have everyone being a homosexual, it would become extinct.
Well, you're so.
Okay, hang on. Sorry to interrupt, Sky. Boogie has to go in a minute. So is it all right if he says a piece before he heads off, and then we'll carry on?
Okay. Hey, I just to get real back on topic for just 1 second, man. Felix, we love you, man. And those of us who know you, I barely know you, but I know you're not a fucking white supremacist. I can't believe they're doing this shit to you. It's mind-boggling to me. I know you took risks with the jokes, and I guess you got to take the fucking lumps for those jokes. And I'm sorry that you got to, but we still got your back. And that said, to the fucking people who decided that this was the right thing to do, if you genuinely can sleep at night because you genuinely felt you were doing the right thing, I get it. But if you did this to hurt another person, if you did that to hurt a platform, if you did it to hurt people like me who are trying to earn a living, or trying to be taxpayers, or trying to support our fucking society, if you did that because you're jealous, because you're bitter, because you're angry, fuck you with a rake. And man, I thank you, Sargon, for having me on here. John, Scott, I love just about everybody in here, man. And I got to say, it's been fantastic getting to talk about stuff that I would normally talk about. I may not agree with everything that was said here today, but it's fascinating to learn from you guys. Sargon, I do watch your content from time to time because I do find it interesting. I find it challenging. I don't always agree with you. I don't always agree with all of this content I watch, but I love being challenged in the way that you challenge my perception. So thank you for doing that. And thank you for giving a shit about me. That said. Hey, John, what were you saying, brother?
Oh, nothing. Just let's catch a drink soon or whatever.
Yeah, I would love to, man. Let's do one of our old classic Skype calls. You guys don't know, but me and John have been Skyping, I guess, God, for 3 or 4 years, man. And yeah, man, I love you, John. So I really hope.
Dude, I love you too, man.
You're going to be at VidCon, right? At Sky, you're going to be at VidCon, right?
Probably.
All right.
Yeah, probably. I gotta watch Minnesota Boy versus iDubbbz, you know?
I'm coming in early. Yeah, that's gonna be good. I'm coming in early, so I'm going to try to make time for everybody. So hopefully we'll get to hang out. And for your listeners, man, thank you for tolerating me tonight. I'm sorry. I'm not real good at this stuff, and I'm not that educated on this stuff. So thank you for tolerating my opinion. You guys have a great night.
Thanks for being
here. Thanks, guys.
But don't you agree that like being gay is different? I mean, it is not. If a society would have only gay people, it would cease to exist. I mean, by the way, being gay is something normal. We see it in different animals. We see it in nature, but it's usually a very small % of a population.
Okay. I mean, you could procreate. You know, you don't have to put your penis in a woman. You know, I don't do that. That's not fun. Do it. I mean, you can just, I don't think right? Is this yarn? Can't you just like? I don't know how women work. They have fallopian tubes and ovaries and shit, and their vaginas clean.
During med school, learning the woman's reproductive system was a fucking chore. It's like a few lines about the male. This is how it works. This is how the semen goes. Blah blah blah. And then when you go to the woman, it's Jesus fucking Christ, like pages after pages of it. So I can completely understand what you're saying.
Yeah, and well, I mean, no one's proven to me that vagina don't have teeth. So my point is that I think that why can't what would be the problem of just is inseminating the right word? Is that it?
Yeah.
Is it taking semen and putting it in a woman? I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, but it's just not going to happen
about raising a child. But
I'm so sorry too. I don't mean to make women sound like they're just like things to reproduce. I'm just saying that like. You know, I'm not going to have sex with a girl.
That's the thing. When you're gay, you're really not interested in having sex with a girl. And if you want to have sex with a girl, you probably like her and you want to stay there after the kid. It's like not, I'm going to give her a Kinder Surprise and then run away.
Father, but I'd raise a kid.
How did we get here from gender oppression? Because
I asked if he felt that he was saying that, there's always exceptions. There's always exceptions to the rule. And so I had wanted to clarify, is he saying that homosexuality is an exception to that rule? And he said yes. So I was curious.
Well, I said why I think the way, because if all of society was gay, if women were interested in other women and men were interested in other men, I mean, sure, with the science today, we could probably make it work, you know, by not having sex. But if you'd go back into the Stone Age, that society would cease to exist.
And also, we are just not evolved that way. It's not going to happen. It just simply isn't going to happen on a biological level.
We can look around in nature. Like you don't see. I mean, when you look at other animals, there are gay animals, there are gay dogs, there are gay horses and whatnot, but they're a very small percentage. They are the exception.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong with that, by the way. I mean,
there's nothing wrong with it.
No, I'm not arguing against it. I'm not saying that you're wrong or right. I'm just, I mean, that's
if you have, let's say, 10 kilograms of red apples, and out of those red apples you have like 10 yellow apples, wouldn't you say that the yellow apples are the exception?
My nigga really just giving me the apple lesson.
The apple lesson. Yeah.
We going back to kindergarten. No, I mean, like
I'm apple lesson.
Two things. One, I definitely do not have the wisdom here to combat your point, and two, I don't even know. I don't fucking know any. Like all I know is I knew when I was gay was 7 when I saw a bully choke out somebody and everybody was scared. Now I'm thinking about bouncing on his dick. That's when I knew I was gay.
Listen.
Never changed.
This has nothing to do with the morality of gayness. This is just saying a society can't procreate itself if all of it, if 50%, if every male was homosexual per se.
Right.
So it is an exception, just in terms of classification.
Right.
But there's not a moral argument for homosexuality. But what was the point of this again? Like, what was it? What was the main point?
So we were going back to you, and I said that that women are oppressed, right?
Yeah.
And we had got off on a tangent. He said something as an example, and I just asked a question. So we're done with that.
Yeah, I said we're different.
I mean, if you're done with that, if I can make a point on it before we move on to the next thing. First, before I say what I said, I think that cuck Sargon isn't here. So if we all just want to take a turn calling that cuck a total cuck, I think we can totally do that.
No, he's politic bear. I love him.
He's gone to secure the future of the white race.
So I mean, okay, to your point, you know, about what you were saying about sort of women being oppressed and kind of getting these gender roles kind of dictated to them by the media, or at least elements of it. That to me is kind of bunk when you take things back to a time when these gender roles existed and there wasn't really a media for it to kind of be dictated to them from. I mean, of course, there were societal structures in place to kind of initiate and kind of hold up such rules or expectations, like religion, for example. But what you can do from there is kind of look at societies across the globe, you know, from either the most northern points of Europe to the most southern edges of South America to America to Japan. And anthropologically, of course, you know, all these societies don't run exactly the same way, but you see these gender roles kind of play out in very similar fashions. And I guess we're kind of, you know, if we really want to explore this, we got to kind of get into the nature versus nurture argument. You know, how much of these tendencies that men and women, trend toward are dictated by the fact that we're being told to, or it's being implied to us in some way, shape, or form to act this way or desire these things or be this kind of person, or how much of it is just kind of, or how much of it is kind of naturally ingrained in us, whether it be through our, genetics as a gender, or whether it be through our genetics as like, you know, us personally kind of getting our, individual genetics handed down by our parents.
I can prove it's genetics, Anthony, and it's very easy to do so. Like if you look at today's entertainment, all of the entertainment features kick-ass women. Like this scrawny woman that's really thin, and she's beating the shit out of 4 guys that would hospitalize me in one punch. That's pretty much like in comic books, TV series, video games, you know, all of these. And yet, with all this entertainment, you don't see women lining up to become Marines. You know, you don't see women lining up to become soldiers and whatnot. And it's because they don't want to. You know, despite that, the pop culture and it's telling them that women.
Wait, they don't want to. You're saying that women don't want to be in the military and stuff?
There are women who do, but if you look at the overwhelmingly percentage of women. They're more interested in gender studies and becoming journalists. That's what they choose, yeah.
Right, but no. Hold on. Oh man, I don't know why I disagree with you so much. You're a smart guy. I don't think I should, but I have to.
But you're also smart, mate. I'm not.
No. I honestly, no. I'm not even saying this to fucking victimize myself or anything. But this is something that I struggle with. I've never really been good at conveying a point the way I want. I always put my foot in my mouth, and you guys are ridiculous. I read what you do, but I don't know why I guess I disagree with you because it sounds like you're saying that women, you know, that